Sound very good. Good evening, everyone. I'd like to open this meeting, the joint meeting with the Santa Clara City Council and the Stadium Authority Board. I'd like to call it to order. Confirmation of a quorum, City Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, confirming a quorum, and I'd like to note for the record that Vice Mayor Becker is running late, but he will arrive shortly.
Thank you. And we have two items for closed session. City Attorney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, two items, 1A and 1B. 1A is conference with labor negotiators with the city representatives listed on the agenda. The employee organizations to be discussed are Unit 6, AFSCME, Local 101, and Unit 9, miscellaneous unclassified management employees. Second item, 1B, is public employee and performance evaluation. City Attorney.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment on either of those public closed session items? I see no one here in the chambers. Anyone online? No one online? All right, we are going to adjourn to closed session. We will be back here for the regular meeting at 7:00 p.m. Thank you. See you then. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Santa Clara City Council meeting and Stadium Authority concurrent meeting. Could you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for our statement of values? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
As we gather, we humbly seek blessings upon this meeting. May we act with strength, courage, and will to perform our obligations and duties to our people with justice to all. Let us seek wisdom so that we may act in the best interests of our people, our neighbors, and our country. All this we ask, and we may serve our community with fairness and respect, putting their needs before all.
Thank you. Please be seated. City Clerk.
Councilmember, Board Member Watanabe. Here. Councilmember, Board Member Shahal.
Present.
Councilmember, Board Member Hardy.
Present.
Councilmember, Board Member Park.
Here.
Councilmember, Board Member Jane.
Here.
Vice Mayor, Vice Chair Becker.
Present.
Mayor and Chair Gilmore.
Here.
Thank you. I will read the AB 23 announcement. Members of the Santa Clara Stadium Authority, Sports and Open Space Authority, and Housing Authority are entitled to receive $30 for each attended meeting. Statement of Behavioral Standards. The City of Santa Clara has adopted a code of ethics and values and behavioral standards for public meetings to promote and maintain the highest levels of conduct. This includes mutual respect, robust discussion, and allowing city business to be done in an efficient and consistent manner. Please note that as the presiding officer, the mayor's and chair's direction in matters of process and decorum should be followed, and that use of the gavel indicates all conversations must conclude and everyone in attendance should come to order and attention. Welcome and thank you for your participation. For those joining us in the capacity as a registered lobbyist this evening, we ask you to please identify yourself as such and disclose the clients and/or organizations that you represent. This is pursuant to City Code Section 2.155.110. Thank you.
Thank you. So good evening and welcome, everyone. For today's meeting, the council is back in person and is conducting its meeting in a hybrid manner. The public is welcome to attend in person, and the city continues to use a Zoom feature to allow participation from your home or office. Members of the public can still join via the link and/or call into the Zoom meeting phone number shown on the screen now. If you would like to speak on an agenda item or during public presentations, please raise your hand on the Zoom application or press *9 on your phone. Please only raise your hand while the item you're seeking to speak on is presented. Staff will enter your name or the last 4 digits of your phone number, and I will call on you to speak. As a friendly reminder, members of the public have 2 minutes to speak on an agenda item and 3 minutes on public presentations, and those are reserved for topics that are not on the agenda. Prior to each agenda item, staff will lower your hand to ensure that members of the public are seeking to speak on the appropriate agenda item. Thank you. But before we start today's meeting, I'm going to ask that our council members and our community here have a moment of silence for Jose Emiliano Zamora. Our Santa Clara community grieves the profound loss of one of our own. At only 14 years old, Jose Emiliano Zamora was a beloved child, friend, and student who touched many with his kindness and spirit. Jose was described as so full of love and ambition to be the best at everything he could possibly be. This unimaginable loss is a stark reminder of the unseen burdens that individuals carry in our community, especially our youth. In moments like this, words often fall short, but we can find strength in unity. Let us honor Jose by fostering an environment where every young person feels seen, valued, and supported. As a community, we must redouble our commitment to openly discussing difficult struggles and challenges, to support each other, and most importantly, to let our children know that they are never alone. To Jose Emiliano Zamora's family, our hearts break alongside yours. Let us remember, cherish, and honor Jose while working to ensure that no other family faces such a tragedy. Together, we must strive to build a community of empathy, understanding, and support for our children. So may I please have a moment of silence in honor of Jose Emiliano Zamora. Thank you for that. Thank you. So next, moving on, we have reports of action taken in closed session. City Attorney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Council did meet in closed session on both items 1A and 1B as listed on the agenda. With respect to item 1A, I can personally report that there was no reportable action, and with respect to item 1B, I've been reliably informed that there was no reportable action. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. Continuances, exceptions, reconsiderations. City Manager, council members, anybody in the public? No? Okay. Seeing none, before we go to our special orders of business, our City Manager has an announcement to make.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council, and members of the public. I'd just like to take this moment to introduce our new Director of Parks and Recreation to the Santa Clara community. So today is his first day. Damon Sparacino comes to us with an accomplished career of having spent more than 25 years serving in various recreation management positions across the Bay Area. He's worked for the City of Campbell, Los Gatos, Sunnyvale, and Fremont. Damon, as his very last position as the Recreation Superintendent for the City of Sunnyvale, he led the development and completion of that city's master plan for public art, the development of their Washington Community Swim Center, and various other key park renovations. And so here, Damon will lead our team of employees that oversees our parks, all of our recreation programs, our sports programs, our teen center, our skate park, our aquatic center, and we're just so happy that Damon has chose to accept the position here and join the Santa Clara family. I want to just take a moment to publicly thank Damon and invite him to the podium. He is here with his wife, Tricia, his daughter, Mia, and his son, Christian, and I know Mia is totally excited about her dad. I said, "You have a very cool dad," and she said, "I know." So, Damon, welcome.
Thanks, Javon, and thank you, Council, for taking a moment out of today's agenda to recognize my first day here with the City of Santa Clara. I want to thank Javon and then all the staff who were so welcoming, and I just wanted to reiterate that I look forward to working with Javon and the Parks and Recreation staff and Council in serving the great City of Santa Clara. So thanks again, and preemptively, I'd like to say a thank you to my wife and family for not just being here tonight, but for being there for me all the way through my career and forward as I enter into this new journey here. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Well, thank you, and it's a real pleasure to have you here, and your name is well known in our city, very well known. So we're really excited, and as a matter of fact, I referred a whole bunch of people to you this morning. So I said, I believe Director Sparacino has already started, so I think you're going to be busy, and crossing my fingers that our bond still passes at the end of the
and as
day,
of 5
whenever they
o'clock, I had email, so I'm good to go.
finish counting these darn votes, but you're going to be very busy, so in a really good way.
I look forward to it.
Thank you so much, and welcome aboard.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Okay, so we're going to move on now. For our first special order of business, we're honored to recognize not one, but two students from Santa Clara today. First, I would like to recognize Srivali Adarapu, a resident of Santa Clara who attends St. Francis High School. Srivali received the Gold Presidential Award for the President's Volunteer Service Award for over 100 hours of volunteering in 2023. Srivali is the co-founder of a youth-led organization called Pathascribe, where she leads a team of writers and artists to publish articles to raise health awareness. For the past 3 years, Srivali has made handmade holiday cards of appreciation for the Santa Clara Fire Department, the Santa Clara Police Department, and the JW House. And so I would like to invite Srivali to the podium to say a few words, and I believe Councilmember Watanabe had recommended this, so I'll ask you after. So Srivali, are you here? There you are. I didn't see you. Please come forward and welcome.
Hi, thank you so much for providing me the opportunities throughout the past 5 years to contribute to the community. So for me, it all started when, the pandemic, when I grew an interest for calligraphy after scrolling through a bunch of YouTube videos, and I knew I wanted to do something more with it. And then I reached out to Kathy, who gave me the wonderful opportunity to create cards for our community and appreciate our service workers. And I've created cards for the police department, the fire department, and the JW House. And thank you, Santa Clara City Council, for always contributing back to the community. And it truly inspires me to keep this going. Thank you.
Thank you. Kathy, would you like to say something?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Srivali, and thank you to your mom who reached out to me initially to look for an opportunity to just showcase this wonderful talent that you have in calligraphy. And you did such a beautiful job. You wanted to share, and I suggested making the cards for the fire department, and you did such a great job. It seemed like, well, let's just share it with the police department. And it gave them such joy that somebody, in the community was thinking about them, because, sometimes they're, are unsung heroes. And so it's just an opportunity to remember them and show appreciation. So it really meant a lot to them. And then to take the cards to the JW House and provide those families at the holidays who might be there, out of town, and it just let them know that somebody was thinking about them. So thank you for doing that. And then you went even beyond that, and you shared your talent with, I think, 30 students within a talent as well. And so you have just shared your art, and I just thank you for that. And thank you for, making me think about, hey, how can we engage our youth in the community? So this is a wonderful opportunity. So thank you, Srivali. Thank you to your family for sharing you with Santa Clara and just bringing joy into so many people's lives over the holidays.
Thank you. Thank you for always supporting me in this. Thank you.
And City Manager, did you have something to say about the JW House?
Yeah.
So,
I just wanted to highlight and thank you for supporting the JW House. It is an amazing asset in our community. My son recently had a life-threatening illness, and for those of you that don't know, the JW House is sort of like the Ronald McDonald House. They support families in need at Kaiser Santa Clara. So the fact that you thought of the JW House, I just wanted to elevate that and just say thank you, because it's an amazing asset in our community that really does such good work.
Thank you.
thank you. Councilmember Chahal on this item.
Thank you, Mayor. Srivali, thank you for what you have done in the community, basically. And I know you did take care of the part of the healthcare type of it. This country has a very long way to go in healthcare system. I wish you can explore more onto the policy matters on that, and we can bring our healthcare system at par or better than other European countries for that matter. So I would love to see your next projects on that. Thank you.
Of course, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Srivali. If you just have a seat just for a moment, I'll have one more, and then I'm going to invite you up and your family for a photo with the council and
Thank
give you
you.
something. Thank you. Next, I would like to recognize Anushka Jain. Anushka is a 7th grade student at Don Calajon Arts and Design School. In May 2024, Anushka self-published an ebook and paperback edition of The Burlington House. Wow. This book has already received 5-star reviews from readers and has sold multiple copies worldwide in the United States and India. I invite Anushka to the podium to say a few words. Welcome. Welcome.
Hi, and thank you City Council for giving me such a wonderful opportunity to be here. So I mainly got the inspiration from my grandparents around from like 5th or 6th grade, because every time I traveled to India during the summer, they would always tell me wonderful stories of mystery and adventure, and that kind of got me inspired to write my own book. So every day I would just like write these mini mystery stories in my diary. And then one day I suddenly had an idea to write a mystery book for children out there who also love to read mystery and adventure books. So then a few months ago, I just recently published this Burlington House book. And I'm also planning to write a second book as well.
Fantastic. That's great. So, Anushka, if you'd like to come forward with your family, I would invite the council to come down so that we can take a photo with you, and then we will go to Sravali after that. Go ahead and say something about Anushka.
I just wanted to add a couple of extra words regarding Anushka and her on her wonderful book. I'm so happy that your mom reached out to me to let me know about this great book that you wrote, that you were inspired to write by the stories that your grandparents told you. Thank you for sharing the book with your school, with our community. Thank you, Mom, for bringing it to my attention. And I think one of the most important things we can do as leaders is to just continually honor and recognize our children, and because they are just so inspirational to us, and it's just so wonderful to be able to share this honor with you and with the community and let them know what our youth are up to these days. So thank you so much. Look forward to your second book.
Thank you. All right. For our next special order of business, tonight, the City of Santa Clara recognizes November 2024 as Sikh Awareness and Appreciation Month. On August 28th, 2024, the state of California designated the month of November 2024 to be Sikh Awareness and Appreciation Month. This month acknowledges the significant contributions made by Californians of Sikh heritage to better understand, recognize, and appreciate the rich history of Sikh Americans. The measure further condemns all hate crimes and bias incidents against Sikh Americans and encourages all Sikhs to practice their faith freely and fearlessly. The City of Santa Clara celebrates its Sikh community members and organizations. Tonight, we are honored to have representatives from the Silicon Valley Gurdwara with us. I invite Harpreet Singh Kohli to the podium to speak, and I believe he has a few slides to share with us. Welcome. Oh, there we go. Go ahead now. It's on.
Okay.
There we go.
Thank you very much, Mayor Gilmore. It's been a real pleasure to be here, and thank you very much, council members. We really appreciate, as a Sikh community, a Sikh heritage to be recognized by City of Santa Clara. And once again, thank you for being here. So today, I have with me some of our leaders in Santa Clara, Sikh leaders from Santa Clara. We have Raj Chahal out here. So we have Harveer Bhatia, who's always championed for the youth. We have important members from Silicon Valley Gurdwara who are here. And importantly, I want to recognize Sukhvinder Singh. He is one of our most important members providing service to the community. So as we are celebrating Sikh Awareness and Appreciation Month, I want to take a few minutes to just walk us through. So Sikhs are actually a grassroots community in the US and California. In fact, initials Sikhs, they actually came to California since 1890s, and have made the significant contributions in almost all the domains, talking about whether it's industry, farming, trucking, science, military, you name it, and Sikhs are there. And some of the important values that we have, we believe in oneness of God, like God is pervasive, it's in all of us. So how do we achieve it? The three main principles: Naam Japna, meditation; Van Chakna, always share with others; Kirat Karna, have honest living. So with that, what we practice is equality, trying to get equality in everything, fighting injustice wherever we find injustice. It's not just for us, for anybody. We have to stand for it. Service, we have to provide the service. That's one of the ways we feel we can get to divine. It's not just meditating on our own. Till the time we service others in the community, it doesn't connect the dots. And that's what Sikhi stands for. Some of the notable Sikhs, in fact, as I was mentioning, Sikhs are all over. One of the most notable Sikhs from Bay Area, Narendra Singh Kampani, whom we all refer to as father of fiber optics. And there are others like, for example, 104-year Fauja Singh, who's the biggest, I would say, oldest and the marathon runner who is actually making, means people like me stand nowhere around this guy. So we have Chiranjit Singh Bhatt. So when Sikhs came into California, they found, okay, farming and the Central Valley of California, okay, it's similar lands. Result, today we have the world's largest resin producer, world's largest peach producer, world's largest pistachio producer, are all proud Sikh Americans. So if you look at the history of Sikhism, it originated in 1469. In fact, 15th of November, we are celebrating 555th birth anniversary of Guru Nanak, the founder of Sikh religion. And from there, we pass through 10 gurus. Gurus basically is a word mix of guru, gu, and ru, from darkness to enlightenment. And we had our 10th guru in 1699. He ordained Khalsa. Khalsa means the pure. In the current form that you see, that's the Khalsa form. And going forward, Guru Gobind Singh Ji said, from going forward, there'll be an eternal guru, Shri Guru Granth Sahib Ji. So that's our eternal guru, and that's the holiest Sikh scripture that we have. We're talking about identity, Mayor Gilmore. So These are some of the articles of faith by which we are identified. These are 5 kakars or Ks that we say. Kesh, unshorn hair, that's our commitment to the God. Kara, the one that I have, that shows, yes, it's my commitment. I'll do only the right deeds. The moment I try to do a wrong deed, my kara reminds me I'm doing something wrong. Kirpan comes from kirpa anan. Kirpa is basically you're serving. You have to always stand up for righteousness. That's the kirpan. Kanga, you have to be always fresh. Kachera, it helps you lead a better life. Sikhs are means easily identified if you look around with the turbans around. Multiple styles of turbans. In fact, any turban guy that you see in America, 99% of the chance will be a Sikh. She'll be a Sikh. And if not turban, you'll find chunnis. So ladies wear chunnis as being shown here. Gurdwaras, in fact, the photo that's shown here is the Yuba City Gurdwara. That's, in fact, the congregation, the Sikh parade, the Yuba City Nagar Kirtan, which happened on November 3rd. It happens every year in November. Around 250,000 Sikhs and non-Sikhs, they attend that parade. It's one of the biggest we have in California. In each Gurdwara, everybody is welcome. Irrespective of caste, creed, sex, religion, doesn't matter. Everybody is welcome. And the Nishan Sahib, as being shown here, it shows if you need anything, come here, you will be served without being asked. So that's what Gurdwara stand for. Some of the challenges, I think these are important to talk about when we are celebrating Sikh Awareness and Appreciation Month. Bullying. Unfortunately, with the difference in appearances, kids still face a lot of bullying, and it happens here, even in Santa Clara. So that's one biggest challenge that we face. Lack of inclusion. Even though Sikhs are like the 5th largest religion in the world, unfortunately, we still lack inclusion, and that makes it tough for all of us. Employment discrimination. While the employment should be based on the merit, in some cases, in fact, many cases, the articles of faith, they come in between. Or, you cannot be promoted because you're wearing turban, you're sporting a beard. Still, a lot needs to be done. Racial profiling. Because of the appearance and the clothing, unfortunately or fortunately, we are getting racially profiled. So that's one of the other challenges that we're facing right now. But how are we engaging? Forums like this. Thank you very much. I'm really thankful to the city of Santa Clara for giving these kind of forums, wherein we can come forward, we are identified, we are recognized. So we want to engage in the policies. Educational wins, if you see this list of states out here, these are the states where Sikhi has been added to the social study curriculum. Yes, the moment we educate, all those biases which exist, they go away. Increased visibility. In fact, in the city of Santa Clara, we have had multiple turban tying events. I'm sure most of you, if not all, would have gotten an opportunity to tie a turban in some of those events. That helps. Seva, come what may. Even in the Parade of Champions, Sikhs were there distributing water bottles. And in fact, any opportunity we get, we are at the forefront. It's not us, I should not say. This is something that has been directed to us by our gurus to go and do the selfless service wherever you can. Bay Area and Santa Clara, this Bay Area itself is like home to thousands and Sikhs. I would say around 10,000 is the number that I know, but it's a big number that we have. And in city of Santa Clara, we have Sikh Gurdwara, Silicon Valley Gurdwara, which I'm representing today. We have a Khalsa school, Silicon Valley Gurdwara Khalsa school, teaching and connecting kids with the Sikh heritage, with the Punjabi heritage. During COVID, Silicon Valley Gurdwara was at the forefront. In fact, I'm thankful to the city of Santa Clara. You recognized the service by the institution while others were sitting at their homes. Our volunteers were out there wearing double masks to help the needy. So this is, we always have been part of the fabric and participate in the Parade of Champions. This picture that you see, this is from the current Parade of Champions. we're expecting to win a prize for that matter. We're just waiting for
You won. Didn't you win? Or didn't you come in first place? I feel like you did.
Really? Okay.
Maybe. There was a last year of one of these years.
Yeah, in fact, for the
I think
last-
you won something. You won.
Throughout the years. In fact, that's the reason I'm waiting, because for the last 4 years, we have been taking podium position. And we're thankful, because this time our theme was, with unity in community, everyone thrives. And that's what we wanted to portray. And the kids, small kids out there, they were all over, and they were super excited to pass on this message of unity in diversity and how everyone should come together. So with that, once again, I would like to thank Mayor Gilmore, council members, staff, and everybody out there who's joining me today for having this opportunity to receive the proclamation from the city of Santa Clara. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Hold on. Don't go anywhere. Councilmember Chahal, you'd like to say a few words?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Harpreet, and everyone who came here to attend the meeting today. Sat Sri Akal. I know I jotted some points and you covered most of them, but I'll still say Sikhism started in 1469 with the birth of Guru Nanak Dev Ji, and during that time, I'm touching basically a historical aspect of it, and that's a reason like we have to make aware the community what Sikh stand for, how he came into the being basically. So 1469, first Guru Nanak Dev Ji was born, and that time Indian society, Indian community, whole of India was divided into multiple drawbacks of the society. Caste system was there. There was no equal rights for women, and there were so many superstitions prevailing in the community basically. And Guru Nanak was the first one, despite so many challenges, despite the challenges from the hard-fought rulers of the country, he was single-handedly fought for these rights and single-handedly made sure the community understands. The basic fundamentals of the Sikhism is equality for all. Whether you are Sikh or any human beings, we are all equal. We are all people of God. So that's one of the basic fundamentals of the Sikhism is. And at that time, I'm talking about late 1400s, women was considered as an equal partner with men. And this thing, I know it taking so long, even in the United States, to have a women president, but think of the thinking our gurus had, that at that time they gave the equal rights to the women for that matter. And the three basic principles, as Harpreet touched, Naam Jap, Kirtkar, Vanchak, like always remember God, that's the first one. Kirtkar, like always earn honest living, basically. And Vanchak is you have to share, and especially share with the people who does not have the financial wealth or that does not get opportunity to be at par with you. So that's one of those. And that's the reason like Guru Nanak, and they started the Langar, community kitchen. And the community kitchen in Sikhism is a concept where anybody can come have a food. And in India, rather all the gurdwaras, they used to, gurdwaras I'm saying, Sikh temples, they had that community kitchen. And anybody could come and have food over there. Not only that, like when I was young, if I had to travel some different places, all these gurdwaras had a place for you to stay in the night. Like you go there, you can stay, and everything for free. Nothing was charged for that. So these were the basic foundations. And one of the other principles of Sikhism is Sarbat Dapala. Sarbat Dapala means we pray that everybody in the world should be happy, should be blessed one. So that is within our daily prayer, basically, Sarbat Dapala. So we, irrespective of caste, creed, religion, whatever you have, we pray for that. And Sikh gurus have laid down their life to protect they've not fought for their own rights, but they have laid down their life to protect other religions, rights of other people in the community, basically. So they have sacrificed a lot, basically. And after 10 gurus, we had the eternal guru right now is Guru Granth Sahib, which is our holy book, basically. And there's a saying we have in Guru Granth Sahib, "Ik noor te ke sab jag upjaya," means from one light the entire universe is there. So that what it means is we are all equal human beings. And that's the main theme of our company. So please be aware of it. And Harpreet mentioned there are taboos about the bullying in the community because of the appearance. But we all people as such, leaders as such, can work on to eliminate these notions basically, and we are all equal on that. And for that matter, we have a Gurdwara in Silicon Valley in Santa Clara. Please visit that Gurdwara and get hold of any of our colleagues over there, any of the Sikhs over there, to learn more about Sikhism, and you will be most welcome anytime. Then we have in San Jose, we have one of the largest Gurdwara outside of United States. So you can visit that Gurdwara. We have a Gurdwara in Fremont. So please be aware. If you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask those questions to any of the Sikhs you meet, whether in your community meetings or going to the Gurdwara. That's how we can make this community a better community. And that's how what our forefathers and what our gurus taught us to be a good human being for, not only for yourself, but for everyone else. So thank you very much, everyone, coming over here.
Thank you for that, and thank you, Harpreet, and the Silicon Valley Gurdwara. Thank you for everything you continue to do for the community. So I'd like to now invite members, present members of your Silicon Valley Gurdwara up here in front to take a picture and receive the proclamation, and I invite the council members to go down as well.
Great. Thank you.
I hope we'll all fit.
I do invite all of you. Yeah, let's see.
Yeah, I don't know.
Can I get you guys, thank you.
All right, look this way. Couple more folks to that. One more. Thank you, folks.
Oh, yeah, okay, that's fine. Okay, for our next item, we are taking action on a resolution by the City of Santa Clara City Council expressing gratitude and appreciation for the hard work and professionalism of city staff. This item requires council action, so I will also be asking for any public comment on this. So I would like to ask Councilmember Karen Hardy, who was on the committee that proposed the resolution, to say a few words.
We know that our staff works very, very hard every day of the year, every day of the week, and often on weekends. And we so appreciate their professionalism, their help in so many ways, and their perseverance. They're working to make certain that the council has the information that we need, and we appreciate their patience with all of us. And we wanted to recognize them, and that's why I wrote the resolution.
Thank you very much. I'm going to go to public comment and then back to any council members, and I see Vice Mayor Becker has his hand up. Do we have any public comment on this issue? If so, please come forward. Welcome.
Hello, I'm Brian Darby. I just wanted to say for staff of any kind, especially for government work with the happenings of November 5th, there doesn't seem to be a lot of appreciation for staff and people who work for the government. And there's, let's slash it down to nothing and everything. Well, we don't live in 1776 anymore. And as population grows, world complexity grows, local complexity grows, you're going to need more people to manage that. And I would like to tell the staff, you're going to hear some hard, quote unquote, beliefs, or some people are going to pound their fists at it. And I've was a special ed teacher for 34 years, and I can tell you that you can hear that at a lot of meetings, and people will say some very terrible things and some very good things. There is no higher calling, other than maybe faith groups. There's no higher calling than to serve your fellow person. No, there's no higher calling than to do what you can to what I call make a dent. Doesn't matter where you make a dent is, unless it's in somebody's car, but where you make a dent and make life better, because we want it to be better for the next generation. And that takes infrastructure, it takes planning, and it takes policy. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Brian. Come forward, please. Welcome.
Hello. Well, thank you. I have a lot to say about the staff. I get to interact with them with my business. I've done different events with them. I have park and recs all the time. That staff over there really put together a lot of events, and I work with them. I see how hard they work to get this stuff done. They've actually allowed me to do special events with them where we gave away the ice cream out there at Miracle Bridge. That was all put together. Parks and Rec really worked at that. Also worked with me getting in there and passing out 500 ice creams. That was a fun deal. That was in the honor of Nancy Biaggi Fund. This is Nancy Biaggi. Actually, somebody that beautiful did have me around. But anyway, I really just want to say a lot of appreciation to the staff. It's great working with them, and the employees of the city, they put so much into it. They haven't got really a lot lately appreciation for what they do, but I wanted to appreciate them. And I even actually appreciate these two guys over here. And I'll be back up at public presentation to complain. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, please come forward.
Good evening. My name is Mary Grizzle, and I would like to thank our city staff for the many things that they have done for reclaiming our downtown. In particular, most recent, the 2 grants put in for the station area plan. I know that was a lot of work and a lot of effort from a lot of people, and I want to thank our city manager for instigating all of that. Thank you so much to everyone, and I'll be back to speak later. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone online? City Clerk. All right, Vice Mayor Becker, do you have a motion?
Yeah, I do
Yeah.
have a motion, but I had a few comments. if
Yeah,
that
go
was
ahead,
okay.
please.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. So I want to first thank all city staff. I know that over the years, even going back to when I was a teenager and prior to that, Santa Clara has always had stellar city staff. And I know that they go above and beyond in a lot of cases to reach the heights of what not only council members want, but also to achieve what the residents want. So I commend them for that. But over my last 4 years, plus some of the 2 years that I was on the Planning Commission, I have worked with some really great people here in the city of Santa Clara. I've worked with people that have not only touched my heart, but people that have actually had great conversations with. People that you treat as family here in the city of Santa Clara. When you're staff and council, you all treat each other like family. Yes, we may disagree and argue sometimes, but that's what family is. But the people that I would like to call out that I worked with in this city that I think are stellar employees who have gone above and beyond for this community. I'm not saying they stand out more than anybody else. These are the people that I've worked with that have had such professionalism, have had such dedication to this community that I can never thank them anymore. But the people that I would like to thank first, and oh, it's being timed.
Are we timing ourselves now? Is
Timing
that our new
ourselves, cool.
policy? You're the first one.
Of the first row. Woo. Kevin, you're next. No, I'm kidding.
Double ring on that one.
Okay, so first ones I really want to thank the most are the individuals who are sitting in that box back there who film for us. Every meeting, long meetings, 8 hours, more. I've been in film before. I know how audio and film works. It's really kind of a tough situation. So I really appreciate all the work that Dong, Leaf, and Mike do all in the back for communication staff, for what you guys put up with and how long we put our meetings at times. I also want to thank Marissa Welling, Stephanie Davis, all at the front near the city clerk's office, who have had exceptional professionalism since I've worked with them in the last few years. As well as the IT geniuses who save us every 5 minutes, I want to thank Joe Skaggs and Courtney Elson, who've been there all the time, including Derek, who was here before. And other individuals that I've worked with very closely, including Fiona Kirby, who's no longer here with us, but she was a stellar employee, always on the ball and reminding me constantly in emails. I'll never forget that, Fiona. Others I'd like to thank are Cliff Myers, Gary Farias, Elizabeth Elliott, who I worked with on the Planning Commission. Seds I know is there, Raj as well, and we appreciate her service and her professionalism. I enjoyed working with Melissa Lee, who is an astounding employee here, who is dedicated to follow through. I enjoy working with Gina Saporito, I hope I said your last name properly, and as well as who sits up here right in front, Nora Pimentel, who is here every meeting, who manages the city clerk's office, who does the role of an elected city clerk. She is the city clerk of Santa Clara, and her professionalism in the last few years has been exceptional. And I also want to thank her co-pilot, Vin, who's stepped up to the plate and helping her in all these situations with the city clerk's office. So thank you to our city staff for your professionalism. It was a pleasure to work with all of you in the last few years, and I hope to work with you in the future. So thank you.
Is that
And
a motion? Thank you. To approve the
Yes.
resolution.
I'll second.
Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilmember Hardy, for bringing this thing. And, the city is in an industry of providing service. And the best service can be provided by the great human beings, basically. And that's what we have over here. I'm so proud of our staff. I won't name like Councilmember Becker, but I would love to say each and every one of you played a role what you need to play. And I came to United States in 1995. Day one, I came to Santa Clara, and I've never left Santa Clara. There's a reason for that, because I love the community, I love the city, how it is being managed, basically. There are issues which we keep coming, and we have to room for improvements, but as regards the staff and human perspective of that, they have been very great. And on top of that, you have to understand, Santa Clara is a very complex city. We have stadium, we have Silicon Valley Power, we have convention center. That's, keeping in view the size of our city, these are so huge commitments, and most of these commitments are managed by our staff. So we are proud of your output and your efficiencies, and I'm so thankful that we are recognizing their work in the past, current, and future, basically. Thank you very much.
And thank you. And I want to thank this council for accepting the grand jury recommendation that asked us to do this. I don't think we need a grand jury to tell us to do this, and I think we should do it more in the future. I just wanted to say we have exceptional staff, all from top to bottom here in the city of Santa Clara. In fact, this gives me a good time where people are still awake. I did receive a call today, and I don't get these calls very often, but I did receive a call from a business in the city that had problems over the weekend with the water issue. It was the car wash. And so the owner said, then they're a small business, and they said they couldn't believe the service that Silicon Valley Power, our street department, our water department, Public Works gave them to get their business back up and running online. And this gentleman said, I know that you probably get complaints all the time. I'm like, yeah. He says, but I wanted to tell you, you have excellent city employees, and you should be very proud of them. So at least I have a chance to say that now and not at 1 o'clock in the morning. So congratulations to all our departments and our city staff. So we have a motion and a second. Councilmember Jane.
I think everyone knows there was an election, and I talked to a lot of people, and universally, people love living in Santa Clara. And what makes Santa Clara great are the services that you all provide. It's high quality, your attention to detail. I mean, a lot of people don't think about going into public service, going to work for the government, but you stepped up, and the residents appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Park.
Yeah. So I don't think we need a grand jury recommendation to say thank you to staff. I think this is something that some of us do every single time we are helped by staff, but I don't think everyone else that's involved, maybe not as directly, gets to hear it and gets to see it. But I think that the work that staff does, oftentimes at the last minute, and for me, going on trips, doing other things, oftentimes changes in the, as we're walking out the door. I appreciate all of this. I appreciate the commitment that everybody has to the work that the city needs to do. And I look forward to years of great service. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. I think a lot of what I want to say has already been said, but just to add on, just as an example, even yesterday, Veterans Day, when the city was closed, we had a service in Central Park honoring our veterans, but there were our staff out there in the rain setting up for the event and putting out chairs and tents and audio equipment, and they were just doing their job when all of their colleagues are off. And it's just a wonderful example of, our staff, how they will just be there when they're needed, and to make the city run smoothly, to honor the city, to make our city look good. I mean, I can't reiterate that enough, how much they make our city look good. And yet, I was teasing them yesterday because it was rainy and cold, and I said to them, I bet you're ready to go home. And they said, nope, we got to clean up, but once we start cleaning up, we'll warm up again. So they just had such a good attitude about everything. So I just appreciate and just want to reiterate a lot of what has already been said, but thank you for all that you do, and I'm glad that you're receiving this honor tonight. Thank you.
Thanks. So we have a motion and a second to approve this resolution. City Clerk? Please register your vote. And that passes unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, staff. All right, next we're going to move on to our consent calendar. All items are approved with one motion unless an item is pulled for discussion. Do we have any council members, staff, or members of the public that would like to pull a consent calendar item? Seeing none, may I have a motion? Oh, wait 1 second. I keep thinking this is a touch screen and it's not. All right, Councilmember Chahal.
Madam Mayor, I have to recuse on item number 3F. You want me to?
3F is in Frank. Can you?
F is a Frank,
Can you
right.
find it and read it, please?
Give me 1 second, yeah.
Unless you want, oh, I
Yeah,
have it. Okay.
It is there, yeah. Action on authorizing city manager to negotiate and execute agreement with vendors for the purchase of control enclosures with protection and control panels and neutral grounding registers to be funded by Electric Utility Capital Fund. I have a property which falls within the jurisdiction of this upgrade, so I have to recuse on that. For record, I'll recuse on that.
Thank you very much. All right, Vice Mayor Becker.
I thought he was going to make a motion, but I'll make a motion for the consent calendar.
Second.
All right, there's a motion and a second for the consent calendar. City Clerk, please register your vote, noting the abstention of 3F for Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you.
And that passes unanimously. Thank you. Next, we're moving on to public presentations, and those are listed for reserved for items that are not on the agenda. Public presentations. Let's see, here we go. ACOS, is ACOS here? Please come forward. Welcome.
Thank you. Akush Soboslai. I have been the victim of police harassment for years for bicycling in bike lanes. I bicycled on 3 expressways to work at Lockheed as an electrical engineer. At the time, only expressways and Los Padres Boulevard had bike lanes. I petitioned this council to repeal the bicycle prohibition in 1987. County highway staff came to the meeting and opposed repeal. I lost 4-3. So I requested the County Board of Supervisors, who voted to support bicycles on expressways in 1988, required bike lanes on expressways in 1989, required pedestrian paths in 1991, and required sidewalks in 2008 on all expressways at my efforts. At my request in 1991, council allowed bicyclists and allowed transit patrons of Lawrence Caltrain Station to walk to industry. The 1991 city staff fought against both but lost. Highway staff has used the city's prohibition of pedestrians as a ruse to refuse to comply with BOS requirements. However, I obtained sidewalks along Lawrence Expressway at no cost to the city by first forcing the pedestrians prohibited signs to be removed. State law only authorized prohibiting from freeways. I did the same for Capitol Expressway. Therefore, to obtain sidewalks, repeal first. In 2006, I again was harassed by police. See a photo in my handout. I petitioned this council to repeal remaining prohibitions. County highway staff once again came to the meeting and opposed repeal. I described this council meeting in my handout, how highway staff opposed BOS policy and faked accident statistics to oppose use of existing sidewalks. Why? In 2014, highway staff revealed they want to destroy sidewalks and bike lanes to construct an 8-lane freeway. I lost 4-3, with council voting as staff requested, which was to, quote, take actions after the county completes the expressway planning to adopt a resolution to support the county's prohibition, unquote. At my effort, the BOS enacted absolutely no prohibition and instead approved sidewalks on all expressways. I request council to comply with the 2006 council vote and repeal Resolution 5603. My letter and article contains details and BOS path requirements. Thank you.
Thank you, Akos. I'm going to ask that we have our staff look at this because the county expressways are governed by the county of Santa Clara, not the city of Santa Clara, so there must be some relation. And I don't know what it is right now, but I would like, can we just pass it to our staff?
Can I answer that?
Yeah.
The city has jurisdiction. It's a city ordinance, not the
That's what
county
I want to
ordinance.
check. That's what I want to check. Thank you, because I'm
Absolutely.
not familiar with the 1987
It's a
ordinance.
city jurisdiction, city ordinance.
On a county road. Okay,
Yes.
that's interesting. All right.
Exactly.
Thank you. Our city manager, can we just pass that over to you? Thank you very much for your testimony. All right, next, Satish, come forward, please.
Madam Mayor?
Lakshan, please come forward.
Esteemed Mayor and members of the City Council, I stand before you today to report an unfortunate and troubling incident that occurred on November 5th, 2024, while I and several young volunteers were campaigning for Santa Clara City Council candidate Satish Chandra at the Northside Branch Library. On November 4th, we were made aware of the designated campaign zone and the 100-foot restriction, and we made every effort possible to fully comply with these guidelines. However, on the following day, our efforts were met with hostility when a woman, later identified as Habir Bhatia, approached our group in an aggressive manner. Without warning, she began to verbally harass us and physically removed our campaign signs despite our repeated attempts to explain that we were following the established rules. Her actions were not only disruptive but also intimidating, and particularly given that they were a group of young first-time volunteers. This incident serves as a troubling reminder of the challenges that young people face when engaging in democratic process. It is also critical that we foster a political environment that is respectful and inclusive where individuals, regardless of age, background, or political affiliation, can participate without fear or harassment or intimidation. I respectfully urge this council to address this issue, consider measures to ensure that all civic engagement is conducted in a safe and constructive manner. Thank you for your time and attention on this matter.
Thank you. Thank you. Howard?
Howard, remember last time?
Gibbons? Is that you?
Yeah, I think it's me. Thank you again. Well, I came here originally to thank everybody because it's the end of basically the season that I get is all the concerts and the dances and all the good fun stuff. And it's pretty much over except I'm working on, try to get in on tree lighting. Maybe we'll get the hot dude there, I don't know. But anyway, my biggest thing is these two guys here worked really hard with police and me and other people to get some ordinances passed in the city. Because I have a permit, I pay the fees, I buy, I got you all on my insurance policy by name. But I have people who don't want to get permits and don't want to do stuff. And now it's been every single game this year, they've been there again. Remember last year I came and I told you, it cost me $22,000 last year. That's $22,000 out of your paycheck. I know every one of you. Some of you make really, really good money, but that 22 grand out of your paycheck would hurt you. It hurt my family. But I'm here, there has to be something. I tell the PD where they're coming out of. It's like cockroaches. You tell the exterminator where they're coming out, and he hits everything around it, never that hole. That's what's happening with these guys. So, and I gotta commend these guys as your workers. That doesn't let ordinances they worked on, they worked around state laws that really made it hard for the cities to watch out for people. They worked really hard at getting that passed. And actually, I found out there are other cities that are in contact with your people to figure out how they can take what you guys did into other cities. And what you guys did was a big thing. You had other cities looking at you going, hey, educate us how we can stop all this illegal vending. It's killing the real people who pay the taxes and everything. But I don't know. I'm just here saying it again. Somehow, some way, we got to get them to stop, because every game they hit me. And I'm just a small guy, really. So thank you.
Thank you. We're trying to do our best. Thank you very much.
I'll see you at the end. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Satish, come forward, please.
Madam Mayor?
Yeah.
Satish will have 6 minutes. He has time being given to him from Gitanjali.
All right. Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I stand before you today with a heavy heart, mourning the loss of Jose Zamora, a bright young life tragically taken far too soon. Jose was a student at Santa Clara High School, and at the time of his passing, he was living in the homeless shelter. His death is a stark reminder of the systemic issues we face here in our city. Issues that all too often go unaddressed until it's too late. Before we go on further, I would like to take few seconds of silence, not only to honor Jose's memory, but also to reflect on the pain his family and our community are still grappling with. Thank you. But as we grieve, we must also confront a disturbing pattern that is taking root in our community, a pattern of destruction, division, and psychological harm, particularly against our children. My own children, Kelly Cox, David Curtis, and others at the Santa Clara High have become the latest victims of relentless campaign of slander, harassment, and targeting abuse. These children, our future, were being assaulted daily with hate-filled political ads that are designed not just to smear us as individuals, but to manipulate and traumatize our kids. This isn't about political campaigns. It's about something far deeper. It's about the concerted effort to poison the minds of our youth, to twist their perception of reality, to turn them against their parents, their community, and their very future. And what is perhaps even more disturbing is the fact that those behind this campaign, the 49ers and their owner, Jed York, has refused to denounce it. These powerful individuals who wield immense influence over our city and using their platform to further their own agenda at any cost, including the mental and emotional well-being of our children. It is beyond shameful that not even a single political opponent had the courage to condemn these attacks. Not a single person, not even those in positions of authority like my opponent Albert Gonzalez, a member of school board, who intimidated my endorsers by contacting them through nasty email and trying to turn against me. Or Herbie Bhatia, the CEO of Silicon Valley of Chambers, has stepped forward to protect our children. In fact, Bhatia has gone so far as to bully and threaten my children directly. These individuals claim to be champions of the community, but their silence in the face of such hate and intimidation is nothing short of complicit. At the last council meeting, we witnessed 2 school board members creating unnecessary drama, but none of them had the decency to address the real issue. The harm being done to our children by these toxic, malicious ads. It's clear that no one is taking responsibility for the damage that is being inflicted upon our youth. When I go to Santa Clara Unified School website, I find it, hey, Santa Clara Unified School District believes in the power of kindness to transform life, create stronger communities, and build a brighter future for all children. Am I missing something here? Why wasn't more done? What steps would the school have taken? Why didn't they intervene sooner? The facts that there is a disconnect between the district public commitment to kindness and a tragic preventable loss is a glaring issue. The reason I'm saying is these are all very much connected, and we have to look through it, keeping all your politics aside. Please, you have to look into it. I'm calling on the city authorities, the district attorney, the governor, and yes, the NFL itself to take immediate and decisive action. We cannot allow an organization like the 49ers to continue using their power and influence to spread lies, hate, and psychological abuse. This is not just a political issue, it's a public health crisis. What is happening to our children is mental abuse, and it must stop now. The issue is personal to me. I've been labeled as everything from far-right extremist to a terrorist to a radical simply because of my political belief. But let's talk about the hypocrisy here. Jed York's own uncle, Edward DiBartolo, was pardoned by President Trump after being convicted of a massive gambling scandal and political corruption. Yet Jed York, despite his own family's history, has chosen to use the considerable influence to attack my family with lies and distortion. He used his media allies, San Jose Spotlight and Silicon Valley Voice, and other YouTube channels to spread the falsehood, subjecting my children to threat, harassment, and intimidation. And it does not stop there. Consider Karen Hardy, an existing city council member who aligned herself with the GOP and whose 2022 campaign was supported by Jed York. Is this kind of extremism we want in our city leadership? The double standards here are infuriating. Enough is enough. I'm calling all upon to take serious action. It is affecting our children. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mary Grizzle, please come forward. Welcome.
Good evening, City Manager, Mayor, and City Council. The public and reclaiming our downtown deserve honest answers. The Lafayette project across from Levi Stadium is being touted as being the new central downtown. This is very troublesome to me and my group, Reclaiming Our Downtown, which is already up in arms. You and I discussed earlier, when I say you, I mean the city manager, discussed earlier about moving City Hall to District 1, and that you were looking at 2 empty buildings to permanently move into. To be honest, I don't think the public will ever approve such a move. How close to the related project are those 2 buildings? If not there, how close is it to the Lafayette project? If either is true, I feel you and the council have merely been placating to our group. It would also explain the delays in the Nexus study. If you really believe in the historical downtown, you would immediately complete the Nexus study as soon as possible. You would already be in negotiations with Prometheus to swap properties, the old City Hall for the apartments on Main Street, or arrange a 99-year lease with the developer. Sell those 10 acres to build a new City Hall and negotiate a deal with the state for affordable housing in lieu of the courthouse. By the way, it doesn't make sense that you should be moving City Hall to a vacant office building because the old is too costly for upkeep and then turn around and put Manuel's Power Company there. It would still be just as costly to maintain. The City Hall belongs to in its original downtown. It also makes sense to spend, it also doesn't make sense to spend several $1 million on a downtown only to derail the project when it is so close to fruition. With a new city council coming in January, I ask and contemplate an answer as to which downtown will get your vote. Will it be related? Will it be Lafayette or the historic downtown? You know, the one stolen from us 60 years ago. Thank you and have a wonderful evening.
Thank you, Mary. Next, we have Brian. Come forward, please. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. Again, my name's Brian Darby. I think a lot of us go to our places of faith, if you will, or places where have profound impacts on us. Could be church, synagogue, temple. I go out to Agnew's Park. I worked out there for about 14, 15 years. The people who lived out there and worked out there, but mainly the people who lived out there, fought every single day just to be quote unquote normal. Somebody who has autism or somebody who has both a developmental disability and a mental health issue, hitting themselves so hard they knock themselves out. Somebody who pulls so hard in their hair, they dig their hair, and I tell this not to be dramatic, but almost down to her skull. This is something that these people, they struggle, but every once in a while, you would see that glimmer. And me, I tended to be the person with the computers, and back in the mid-'80s, it was the little beep, beep, beeps, and that would just be something that people really wanted to like. One of the other places, the Rappaport building, where people who were so profoundly physically and cognitively disabled. One young lady was a near drowning survivor. Her shoulder touched her hip. That's the kind of contracture she had. Their quote unquote disability is no different. Any one of us are just one moment away, just one moment. A seizure, a car accident, a hemorrhage, anything, to winding up in the same situation. And it's not because we're powerful, it's not because we have money. I don't know if there's a divine providence. I have a lot of questions about that. But I do know that when you spend millions and millions and millions of dollars feeding information, billions at the federal and state level, that money is not being spent. These people are very intelligent to spend this money. Now, the council doesn't have any control over what PACs do. It's unfair to say blah, blah, blah to everybody. Well, I get people's understanding. It seems that way, but they don't. We're heading into some pretty dark times, and they're going to be very hard. I can see it almost. People told me when he came down that golden escalator he wasn't going to win. Yes, he was. He wasn't going to win against Vice President Harris? Yes, he will, because there's a populist movement, and I'm not making any judgments on that. People have reasons why they voted for the president-elect. People have reasons why they voted for Vice President Harris. They had different visions. What I do know is that we don't want another civil war. We don't. It's a different time, and it's not survivable. Thank you.
Thank you. Albert, come forward, please. Welcome, council member-elect.
Thank you, Mayor Gilmore and council members. I wasn't going to speak tonight. Unfortunately, somebody was talking about one of my students here from the district who unfortunately committed suicide, and I think for somebody to despicably talk about that and try to bring it into a political realm, I think it's very, very something that unfortunately he's not here today, but the 14,000 students that we oversee here at Santa Clara Unified, I know that the board is very always working to provide the opportunities, educational opportunities, as well as mental health and other things that the students need to make sure that they succeed and thrive here in Santa Clara and the other areas of the district that we serve. And I just want to make sure that you understand where the district is. And I'm not the spokesperson for the district, so I'm not going to speak more. I'm not even going to mention the student's name, who definitely is very, very felt within the district. And I can tell you that our district, above and beyond other districts, provided mental health and wellness centers in our high schools long before other districts in our area. But with that, we still have more work to do. And I would say that, for somebody to speak about this here, it's very, very telling as far as where they're coming from or, what kind of people they are. And I just want to say, the collaboration that the city and the district have are working forward to make sure that this doesn't happen again, and that, we're going to do whatever we can to make sure that it doesn't. But with that, I would just say, thank you for allowing me to speak and for the work that you do, each and every one of you.
Thank you, Albert. Is there anyone else that would like to speak? If so, please come forward. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Mayor and Council. I actually just was going to say that, the elections are behind us and we need to come together as a community and leave these divisions behind. But today, it was very painful for me to have Satish be here to create false accusations of harming children or attempting to. If there's one thing anybody knows about me, that is not to ever harm a child. And I'm deeply saddened that this forum was used, and bringing children into this forum to make it political is very, very sad. And we all have to come together. Our elections are done. You guys are our council members. Albert Gonzalez is the council, he's elect. We have to still be one city. And for all those that are watching, I'm deeply hurt by the claims and the comments made. So much more than even losing my election. I did my best and where we are today. I just cannot say enough to the children that have been brought into this, that may be listening. This is not what elections are supposed to be about. It's about civic engagement. And to the young man that came and spoke earlier, I'm so sad that he felt that way. Because all I said was that I'm glad that they're civically involved. And I feel bad for those kids that are facing challenges in their schools, because they shouldn't have to. This stuff is supposed to be at our level, not the level of the children. The path we're creating is for them, not for us. We're gonna be gone, they're here next. So just for all those listening and all those that are here, let's get past this. It's a time to do good for our community, to do good for our residents, and find ways to create a brighter future for everyone, because that's all what we're doing. So if Satish, you're listening, the children that are listening, and those that are in the room, this is time to not leave the politics behind, and let's not drag each other through the mud. I'm sorry Satish didn't win. I'm okay, I wish I had won, but I didn't, but that's life, we worked hard. But we have so many other things that we need to work on as a community. You guys have such a long list of things to do. And the last thing you need is for us to be coming out here and complaining about the elections that they're over. I mean, I dealt with a lot of stuff, but we're not sitting here complaining about it. But no children should be bought into this. And I'm sorry for those children that are facing hardships. But please, let's move on. And let's be united and work towards a community that is here to grow together, to live happily in one of the best cities there is to live in. And so that's where I will leave it. And congratulations to Albert, and now let's move on forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak? All right, we're going to move. Thank you for all those public presentations. We're going to move forward now. We had no consent items pulled for discussion, so we're going to start with our first action item. Action item number 5, action on a mitigated negative declaration and mitigation monitoring and reporting program and route approval for the Silicon Valley Power 115 kilovolt transmission line from the northern receiving station to the Kiefer receiving station. And this was continued from our October 8th meeting. City Manager, Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll have to recuse on this item because I have a property within 500 feet of the project, basically. So as per guidance from the City Council and as per FPPC guidelines, I have to recuse on that. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you for that. City Clerk, you have that, I'm sure. City Manager, when you're ready.
Sure. Mayor, I think one of your colleagues is saying something.
Oh, Councilmember Park, are you leaving now?
Yes. So
Okay.
I have to leave. I actually delayed my flight and moved my flight back so I could try to make it to this meeting, try to talk on this issue. But I'm going to have to leave so that I don't miss my flight. That said, if I could state a couple of things. I mean, I talked to the residents quite a bit, and the residents understand the science. I think that we understand all of the different things that are there. I mean, when people say that it's no different, EMF is no different from background radiation, well, then what you're basically saying is that we're doubling the radiation that you're going to get. And for the government to not have standards about those kinds of things, that's an important thing. You can bring your scientific people in. You can tell us, but I'm saying if they're really good people, why haven't they written the seminal paper on what the government should accept for EMF? That's not what people are talking about. What people are asking is, why can't the city ask themselves how we can make the people's lives better? I mean, a lot of people that come here, when they purchase houses, this is the first house that they, or maybe even generations of people, have purchased in their families. And when they're coming here, they're not asking for, they're asking for a little bit of consideration, that why can't we consider routes that affect fewer people, that go around different places, right? Why is it that when the city makes decisions, the city makes a decision, they come in and they say, this is our determination. It's unfortunate what the people have to go through. There are additional choices, but it costs more time and more money. And I think that's what the money, that's what the time, that's what the resources are for. It's for the quality of life. If at the end we have to sacrifice quality of life so that the city can do its business, well, that's unfortunate. But I think what the people are asking is, why can't we use our resources to improve, to think about, to increase the quality of life? And that's all I want to talk about. That's all I want to think about when we have this discussion. I know people are going to make it about science and EMF. This isn't about science and EMF. This is about quality of life. And if somebody's going to talk about quality of life, if you have an expert for that, then I will go online and I'll be happy to hear it. Thank you.
City Manager.
Sure. So starting with the introduction, Santa Clara is fortunate to own a public electric utility that provides electricity to homes and businesses. And so here in Santa Clara, we're very proud of Silicon Valley Power and its 128 years of existence. Today, SVP is one of the largest public power systems in California, serving over 58,000 customers. Over the years, the Santa Clara community has grappled with difficult decisions to invest in SVP and take the necessary steps to ensure that the electric utility has well-maintained infrastructure while simultaneously planning for the future. After beginning in 1896, important to note that in 1903, the Santa Clara Town of Trustees authorized converting from direct current to alternating current, which is currently the industry standard. In the 1980s, Santa Clara launched its first natural gas-fueled electric generation plant. And shortly thereafter, in the early 1980s, Santa Clara began investing in wind power. Several years ago, the city started planning various projects to repair and maintain and enhance SVP infrastructure. Additionally, as the council knows, a significant portion of those improvements are needed to enhance our local economy and provide power to businesses whose greatest impediment to expanding their existing operations or opening a new facility in our city is our ability to provide them with electricity. We are here tonight to consider the continuation of an important project related to these improvements, specifically a 115 kV transmission line. At your October 8th City Council meeting, staff presented various route options A, B, and C, for the new transmission line, and staff recommended option A. At that meeting, we also heard comments from the public regarding concerns with Route A and potential health impacts from electromagnetic fields, as we'll refer to today as EMF. In addition, we also heard community feedback at your October 22nd meeting and a number of other community input via emails. Tonight, you will receive a presentation from staff and outside experts. We will begin with a full overview of the project, discussing the route options. We will also provide new information on Route C and a presentation on EMF, which is what the council asked for. So with that, I will ask Electric Utility Director Manuel Pineda to begin the staff presentation. Thank you.
Thank you and welcome, Manuel.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Pleasure to be here tonight. Following up from October 8th, as the city manager mentioned, with the information that the council requested, about, as well as additional feedback from the October 22nd meeting with regards to some additional community input that we received. There we go. Thank you. So an agenda for you today, the key items for discussion is we're going to start with some introductions because we do have a number of people here, as well as some new faces that you haven't seen before. Talk about the project need. I know we discussed the project need at length back in March 8th, as well as many other March of this year, as well as many other meetings that we had in the past, specifically in a high level of detail on October 8th. Talk about the summary of the routes. Talk a little bit about the residential along Route C, and then some preliminary EMF results along Route C as well. And lastly, finishing off with an EMF presentation as the council requested with two of our outside experts that are here today, and they'll be sharing the presentation with me. So from an introductions perspective, we do have a number of SVP staff here in the back row, if you can raise your hands. And then Ali Jackman, who was here last time, she's actually on vacation today, but she's actually joining us via Zoom and available to participate as needed. We have our ECI staff member, Oliver, who you met at the October 8th meeting. We also have two new Aspen staff, Hedy Kozwara and Chuck Williams, who's sitting in the back and would help with any environmental questions you have in the MND. And of course, as I mentioned, you'll have a presentation on EMF, and that presentation is going to be presented by Dr. Gary Johnson, who's in the front row, and Dr. Gabor Mezai, who's also in the front row as well. And they'll be doing the second half of this presentation. So I'm going to start with some background, because I think it's important to do that, and I know we've seen a lot of this before, but I just want to hit on some of the key points. So the scope. The scope is we need to construct a new 115 kV transmission line that's going to connect our NRS station, North Receiving Station, to our KRS station, KIFA Receiving Station. The reason the transmission line is needed is because we need to accommodate approved and under construction load growth and reliability. So these are approved projects or under construction projects that need this transmission line in addition to the other projects I'll talk about later, so we can accommodate their growth. The key component for us is that with all the other projects we're doing, as well as what the state's doing with the KISO transmission line coming into the LS Power line that we talked at length, without the 115 kV line, our system will be limited to 819 megawatts. With this line in place, we can expand our system to 1,300 megawatts. So as you can see, it's a significant difference. We have spent a lot of time reviewing options, alternatives, looking at kind of what can be done, what can not be done. And really our key items have been schedule, constructability, and power delivery. And what we're trying to accomplish is to have this project built by 2028. So it aligns with our NRS project, our KRS project, our SRS project, and LS Power project, which are also going to be completed in 2028 or earlier. So we're trying to align all the schedules so we can expand the system from 819 megawatts to 1,300 megawatts. So as you know, and as I mentioned at our bi-yearly reports, the city is growing and the SVP is growing. We actually have reached two new peaks, actually three new peaks this year, 705, 718, and 720. And we're getting close to reaching our system operating limit. The 5 key projects that I mentioned already are KRS, SRS, NRS, and then, of course, the LS Power transmission line that, as we talked about and actually approved by the Board of Governors today, increasing that capacity from 500 megawatts to 1,000 megawatts. So it's significant change for us, and that's going to be a whole separate discussion I'll be having with you in the future that the staff's going to be working on. So the last project, of course, that kind of makes the package come together is the 115 kV transmission line that we discussed at length, discussed on October 8th, and was continued to today. And as I mentioned, the reason we need to do it is to approve projects that are already under construction or have entitlements. This includes large industrial users, such as data centers, you know that we talked about at length, but also include corporate headquarters that are trying to expand. In addition to that, there's some large residential projects that are being considered in the city that require more power than the typical power that we have. And as I noted, our capacity without this 115 kV line, even if after we spend $500 million on the other projects, would be limited to about 819 megawatts instead of the 1,300. There's also a funding, a fund component to that. So as you know, megawatts translate to sales. So this is equivalent to about $500 million worth of sales for us and about $25 million extra to the general fund on a yearly basis based on today's rates. So we have spent a lot of time talking to you about the routes, and we had an informational session, and I know we went out to the community and had multiple community meetings. And ultimately, what we need to do here is we need to connect 2 points. We need to connect NRS and KRS. And the way you get from point A to point B or point NRS to point KRS, it's limited. There's options, and the team with the consultants, did a full analysis report to see what the options would be. And ultimately, we came up with 3 alternatives, route A, B, and C. So as part of this assessment, we looked at kind of what's feasible, what's not feasible, constructability, schedule, power delivery. Route B that we haven't spent too much time on since we discussed it initially was along the railroad corridor. And ultimately, just because it was still in Lafayette and just because of the complexities with the railroad, we determined not to be feasible. Now, Route C is one that's been spoken at length, and I know the community has been really focused on. And Route C is along the creek, mostly, right? Once you start approaching KRS, it changes. But a huge component of it, and especially the component that I know the community is interested, is along the creek. It would replace existing transmission lines where available. But the key issue for us with that alignment is we don't know if that project will even be feasible, because that project requires easements and permits for the water district. And I want to reiterate once again, as I did on October 8th, very respectful of the water district and the great work they do, but ultimately their priority is very different than our priority, and that's what I would expect. They have to make sure that they're prioritizing their needs as a water district. So we think that the feasibility of being able to get those permits, being able to get those easements, is in question. And what we do know is that even if we are able to get those easements and those permits, the schedule would be significantly extended. I've been building projects in the Valley for about 27 years now, and work with the Water District on many, many projects, trails, bridges, anything you can think of. I kind of work with them on a lot of things. Based on my experience and the complexity of this project, that if it's feasible, once again, if it is, we would expect that it would take at least 5 more years to be able to build the project. So that would put us from 2028 to likely 2033 or beyond. And just to give you a perspective on this, I'll repeat this, I said this last time. Our most recent easement acquisition for the water district was to place 1 pole within their property and then do a wire crossing it. And because, once again, their priorities is to maintain kind of their needs and make sure they're protected, we were not able to achieve the goal to put that 1 pole at that location. We actually had to shift it to a different location, ultimately only needing an aerial easement over the creek. And that aerial easement took almost 2 years to achieve. Not touching the water district property, just going over it with a transmission line. So that's kind of the key part for that route, is that 1, we don't know if it's feasible because of the complexity with the easements and the permits and the fact that ultimately the water district has to make that decision. And 2, even if it is, it would add at least 5 years to the project. So that's how we ended up with Route A. And As I mentioned, we're connecting 2 points, so trying to find additional alternatives to get us between those 2 points is limited, and those are the 3 options that we came up. We were able to develop that are feasible. So Route A, and what's analyzed in your ISMND and what staff has proposed before, is an alignment along mostly Lafayette. And focusing on Lafayette, of course, it makes some twists and turns as it goes down Bassett and ultimately comes into KRS. But I know the Lafayette section on the 4-lane arterial roadway is the key part that the community is concerned about. So because we were trying to be looking at options, looking at opportunities, we also looked at an underground alternative at that location because we knew there were going to be probably concerns about the new alignment. And when we look at the underground option along Lafayette, we run into a number of issues related to constructability, schedule, and power deliverability. And I'll focus on constructability and schedule, because those are the 2 key items for us. One is that there are 25 existing utilities on the Lafayette corridor, underground. So trying to find a location where you place this facility was very, very difficult. In addition, because of the number of lines and the fact that we have to cross at different locations, in some cases, we would be required to go at least 20 feet deep to be able to place this line along Lafayette, just to be able to kind of avoid some of those facilities if we're able to. So we know that some utility requirements may not be met, right? We have to determine if we could live with that. But then that was a constructability issue. From a schedule perspective, the biggest issue for us was that we have 2 transmission lines that would have to be relocated. One is for PG&E, and one is for DVR, our power plant. So for DVR, we would have to work around shutting down the power plant facility, which we typically can do for long periods of time because we need that power not just for us, but the entire Bay Area. And then the PG&E item is much, much more difficult because this is a PG&E transmission line. It would have to be PG&E designed and PG&E constructed. We had initial conversations with PG&E, and what they told us initially would be at least 3 years. Just based on my work with PG&E and every other project I've done with them, my guess is it's likely going to be 5 years or more as well. And just recently, just coordinating the work, minor work that we have to do at NRS, KRS, and SRS at our interconnection points with PG&E, just to be able to get them to the table to have those discussions, which we're having positive conversations now. Just to get them to the table took us 18 months. And we were able to do that, and now we're having positive discussions. So these are, once again, PG&E's priorities are different than our priorities. I get that, and we just have to accommodate that into the schedule when we look at projects like this. So based on that, we determined that our proposed project was Route A, and it would be an aerial or overhead option for the entire corridor. And the reason for it, and I touched on this already, and I don't want to touch on it too much. One is that 2028 schedule. Any other option, if feasible, would likely push us to at least 2033 or beyond. And ultimately, too, we just want to make sure that we're able to accommodate the transmission capacity that we need. If you go underground, you minimize transmission capacity as well. So these are some renderings of what the new line would look like in the 6-lane arterial and the 4-lane arterial roadway. One is facing north near Eisenhower Drive. One is facing south near Hope Drive. And of course, Route C has developed a lot more feedback and listened to the community. We want to be responsive to that feedback. So as part of Route C, one of the comments we heard is that there's no residential considerations along Route C. So we wanted to take a quick look at what that meant. And in green, you see existing residential uses. And in the bluish color, aqua color, I'll say, that's a planned residential development that's already in the building permit stage. That's 1,000 units that I'm not counting in those numbers. So as part of the community feedback, it was mentioned that Route 8 affected about 1,000 families, so we try to figure out what that would mean along Route C. And if we wanted to be conservative, and if we picked an alignment that's farthest away from the residential neighborhoods, because obviously on the creek you can go on 2 sides, right? If you're farthest away from the neighborhood, even when you're farthest away at 450 feet, there's 653 total addresses. Ultimately, right, if we work with the water district, it's likely that if they're agreeable to it at some point, they'll dictate what side of the creek the line would go on. So you can imagine if that line shifts to the other side of the creek, of course, those addresses would increase significantly, but I wanted to be conservative to not paint the picture that people might be concerned about. We also did a preliminary EMF study. Our consultants did some work to look at the EMF results associated with Route C, once again, assuming that we're on the farthest side from the existing residential development. You can see in the numbers that certainly the numbers, the increasing numbers are not as much as when you look at Route A, but the total numbers are higher in some cases, lower in other cases. Once again, I also want to note that we made the same assumption that we're going to be farthest away from the residential neighborhoods to be conservative, but if we had to move to the other side of the creek that's closer, those numbers would increase as well. So from a schedule perspective, this is where we're at. Obviously we're back from October. It's been a month. This is the schedule we're trying to maintain. And as you can see, we're trying to achieve a construction date of November 2026, which would get us completed date of March 2028. The 2028 date's key for us because that aligns with the other 4 large projects that are coming into the city, either under that we're going to be building or that LS Power is going to be building. And if we were looking at any of those other alternatives, it would likely be 2033 or later, even if feasible. So with that, I'm going to pass it over to Exponent. I don't know who's going to, I think Dr. Okay, sorry, you're going to start the discussion?
Yes. Good evening, Mayor, council members, and citizens of Santa Clara. My name is Gabor Mezei. I'm a medical doctor and a PhD in epidemiology. And here with me, Dr. Gary Johnson, who is an electrical engineer. We are from Exponent, which is an engineering and scientific consulting firm. Wrong way. Engineering and scientific consulting firm headquartered in Menlo Park, California. I'm in the Oakland office, Dr. Johnson in the Chicago office, but we have offices, 25 offices across the country and some offices in Asia and Europe. I'm a medical doctor and a PhD, as I mentioned. Most of my work is in the environmental and occupational epidemiology field. Much of the last 25 years of my work was spent on environmental issues and focusing primarily on EMF and potential health effects. I am with Exponent for the last 11 years, but prior to joining Exponent, I was with the Electric Power Research Institute in Palo Alto, California, where, among other tasks, I was managing the EMF Health Assessment Research Program, which is a multidisciplinary research program dedicated to researching potential health effects related to EMF. I will let Dr. Johnson introduce himself, and I will come back to talk about health research related to EMF, and Dr. Johnson will talk about the physics and engineering aspects of EMF.
Good evening, council members, public. My name is Gary Johnson. I'm out of Exponent's Chicago office. I've been involved in the electric and magnetic field EMF issue since the early 1980s. The last 20 years has been with Exponent. The previous 20 was with General Electric, and we were involved in a lot of the high voltage transmission research, looking at electric fields, magnetic fields, and basically the electrical environment produced by transmission lines. Dr. Gabor gave a little bit of introduction about Exponent and what our background is. But basically, what are magnetic and electric fields? Basically, they're produced by anything, and let's see if I can use this right, anything that generates, transmits, or basically uses electricity. Anything where you've got a flow of electrons, you're going to produce electric fields and magnetic fields. Now, when you talk about electric and magnetic fields, a key thing becomes the frequency. We live in a whole world where the electric and magnetic fields go from basically what we call static fields with zero frequency, where there's no oscillation up and down, and that's the Earth's magnetic and electric field. Now, here in Santa Clara, the magnetic field of the Earth is about roughly 475 milligauss. And I'll be talking tonight about magnetic fields in milligauss, electric fields in volts or kV per meter. We go from low frequencies, such as the Earth, power lines, that's about 60 hertz here in the United States, roughly 50 hertz in Europe, all the way up through the higher frequencies when we start talking about microwaves, cell phones, then we go up to light, that's an electromagnetic field and wave, and then into what we call ionizing radiation at much higher frequencies, where you get into X-rays and some therapeutic radiation. This is a quick chart that shows that we're clear down at the lower end of that for power lines. A little bit higher is when you use a computer. The computers back in the, let's say, 80s and 90s were more in that 100 hertz, 300 hertz range because of their displays. Now with laptops and solid state, the cellular communication where they connect to the internet, we're up more in the, what would be called the mobile phone, cell phones, microwave range because of the communication frequencies. So anytime you're using a computer, you're getting some EMF just from its connection to the internet. Then we have the visible light, and as I said, on up into the X-rays and diagnostics. Properties of power frequency EMF. One of the key things is that for the electric fields, it's the voltage on the conductors or the voltage in the appliance being used that produces the electric field. And that's measured in volts per meter, basically how strong that electric field is. When we get into some of the higher voltage equipment, we go to kV per meter instead of volts per meter. Key thing with the electric field, as we move away from that source of the electric field, the field level decreases quickly with distance. And the electric field is blocked by trees, fencing, walls, basically any material object between you and the field will drop and reduce that electric field. Magnetic fields, on the other hand, again, they're produced by the flow of electric current, the movement of electrons. And they're measured in units of milligauss, or at a higher level, 1,000 times higher Gauss. Sometimes it's also referred to as the strength in microtesla or Tesla. You might hear the term Tesla in terms of the magnetic resonance imaging, the MRI machines. Those are operating extremely high levels of field, typically in the 1.5 Tesla, and that would be in the tens of thousands of milligauss and higher. Again, with magnetic fields, the strength of those fields decrease as you move away from the object. But unlike electric fields, fences, walls, other material objects between you and the source of that moving current doesn't really reduce or drop the magnetic field. They're not blocked by common objects. Now, to give you a feel for what I mean by it drops off with distance, this is the typical magnetic field profile from, say, from a transmission line. The sort of pinkish dots right there in the zero line as you see going up, those would be like a vertical configuration of the conductors moving up. The solid line and the blue dots as you go on either side of it would be how the magnetic field produced by the flow of current in those conductors drops off with distance. Now, I've left this fairly generic, but this is for roughly a 115, 120 kV transmission line, vertical configuration of the conductors, and about 1,000 amperes per conductor on that line. And in terms of if you wanted to put magnitudes, this comes out about 100 milligauss right at the peak, drops off to about 20 milligauss at about 50 feet away, and then continues to drop off with distance. Now that's the basic background of what electric fields, magnetic fields for the power lines are. We're talking low frequency. The two really can be separated into the electric field and the magnetic field. And at this point, I'll turn it over to Dr. Meza to talk about some of the, a couple other things, sorry about that. A little bit of comparison. Common sources of magnetic fields, basically the current flow, again, something that uses electricity, electric appliances, toasters, ranges, coffee makers, to some extent, the computer I'm working on here, building wiring, all the wiring in your house that controls the lights, feeds the outlets. You have current flowing through that, you're going to have an electric field and a magnetic field. The electric field will be blocked by the walls, but the magnetic field won't. Also, in a lot of the measurements we've done, we find grounding systems, such as your water pipes, your electrical grounding conductors on your electrical panels. There will be current flowing on those, producing a magnetic field. And of course, nearby distribution and transmission lines. Type of levels that we're talking about, hair dryer, typically using it, you're up around 300 milligauss. Again, you move away in distance, that drops down to only about a milligauss or so, depending on the hair dryer. Electric shaver, up where you're using it, again, 200 to 300 milligauss. If you can't really use it, but if the electric razor, you're holding it out here, drops down to 20 milligauss. Your blender, that's another source. Can opener, the electric range when you're cooking or having the burner on. If you're standing, the burner's here, there you're probably in the 30 to 60 milligauss, again, depending on the configuration. Vacuum cleaner, power saws, basically anything that uses electricity or you've got the movement of electrons through those conductors are going to produce a magnetic field. Okay, at this point, I will turn it over.
Okay, thank you. So I will give you a summary in a nutshell of what we know about EMF health research. And what I will talk about is specific to power frequency, because as Dr. Johnson said, the energy level of the fields are determined by its frequency. And so, for example, those high frequency fields that are associated with telecommunication are not directly relevant to this field because those have different ways of interacting with living tissues. So I will talk about power frequency EMF here and the research related to that, which is 60 hertz in North America. So this research has been going on for almost half a century, since the 1970s, and since that time, literally thousands of scientific publications were published in this area in various fields in epidemiology, animal laboratory studies, and laboratory studies of cells and tissues. This tremendous amount of research was published from across the world, from North America, Europe, Asia, and other places. And this research is very complex, and it needs to be reviewed by a scientific panel, not just individual scientists. And this has been regularly and repeatedly reviewed by many national and international health, scientific, and government agencies. And what these agencies do is assemble panels of experts. It's not just trust one individual, but they assemble a group of experts from various fields: epidemiology, medicine, exposure assessment science, toxicology, animal sciences, and even electrical engineers and engineers who know about the electric system. And these review panels review the available scientific evidence, and then they arrive to a conclusion which is typically a consensus opinion of that expert panel. So what the scientific process involves is that when you try to determine when there is a cause and effect relationship between an exposure and a disease, you have to look at all the relevant publications. You can't single out individual studies or a group of studies that you like or you don't like to draw a conclusion. You have to look at the totality of the evidence. Generally speaking, when we talk about potential health effects of an external exposure, we group the studies into three main categories. One of the most important part is epidemiology, which is human population studies, when you try to determine that individuals in the population who are exposed to certain exposures have different experience in terms of disease development than those who are not exposed. So as I'm an epidemiologist, and epidemiology is considered the science of causation, so that's a critical part that contributes to our decision whether there is a cause and effect relationship between exposure and disease. Another part which is very important is in vivo or animal laboratory studies. When you expose laboratory animals to very high exposure levels, and then you can expose animals throughout their entire life to very high exposures, in this case EMF, and then animal studies are relevant because almost all of these subjects or agents that cause cancer in humans also cause cancer in laboratory animals. So that's a very good surrogate to study potential effects of exposures. And of course, laboratory studies of cells and tissues contribute to our knowledge on potential mechanism. It's very important to review each and every study, evaluate its strengths and limitations, because each study is a piece of the puzzle. So when you put it all together, you have a more complete picture. And it's very important that you cannot draw a valid scientific conclusion on a cause and effect relationship on a single study or even a selected group of studies. So as I mentioned, various government agencies and national and international agencies conducted a so-called weight of evidence review, when they weighed individual studies, each and every study, and reviewed those in combination and arrived to a consensus opinion. And this is not a complete list of agencies that conducted such a review, but we can see that various countries such as the United States, Canada, and many European countries assembled expert panels to evaluate whether EMF causes any adverse health effects. And over the last 25 years, dozens of these reviews were conducted. And overall, none of these expert panel reviews arrived to the conclusion that the available evidence confirms that EMF, power frequency EMF, causes any sorts of adverse health effects. And I highlighted two quotes from the World Health Organization website. And the World Health Organization is one of the main agencies that reviewed the totality of the evidence in this area. And they say that despite the feeling of some that more research needs to be done, the scientific knowledge in this area is more extensive than for most chemicals. And that's very important to remember, that this is a mature issue, and we don't see a cause and effect relationship, not because we haven't looked at it or we haven't tried, but this conclusion is based on an extensive research. And they also say that despite extensive research to date, there is no evidence to conclude that exposure to low-level EMF is harmful to human health. And I will talk a few words about exposure guidelines and exposure limits. There are no federal standards or exposure limits in the United States for EMF, and there are no numeric limits for exposure to EMF in California. There are a couple of states, like a handful of states, where they have some limits for electric and magnetic fields in the near high voltage transmission lines, but those numbers were not based on health research. They were implemented to preserve a status quo, so the new transmission lines that will be built do not result in a higher field than the existing transmission lines in those states. On the other hand, we have two international scientific organizations that developed limits to protect workers and the public from identified potential and identified adverse biological effects. These limits were set by these two agencies after a careful review of all the scientific evidence And the purpose of this review was to see if there is any adverse health effects first, and then second, if there is any adverse effect or any biological effect, what is the value of the exposure where these effects are observed. And then these agencies set a guideline limit or an exposure limit well below those values where you observe any sorts of biological effect. And these two agencies are ICNIRP, is the International Commission on Non-Ionizing Radiation Protection, and the other one is the International Committee on Electromagnetic Safety, which is a committee of IEEE, of the International Electrical Engineers Organization. And the guideline value that is protective of all identified effects of fields are in the thousands of milligauss. So the ICNIRP limit is 2,000 milligauss, and the limit developed by ICES is over 9,000 milligauss, which are well over the numbers I think that we have seen from Mr. Pinado presenting in association with these transmission lines. And in summary, just very briefly, EMF is present everywhere where there in the modern society, wherever we use electricity. Research on EMF has been ongoing for close to half a century, and then numerous national and international agencies, including the World Health Organization and the National Institute of Environmental Health Sciences in the US, reviewed the relevant science, and none of them arrived to the conclusion that the EMF that we may encounter in our daily life is causing any adverse health effects. And there are existing guidelines to protect the public from general identified short-term effects, and those are well above the values that we can encounter at transmission lines. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. That concludes staff presentation for today. I do want to note that there were like 3 parts to this presentation. Of course, we had the route analysis, the background, the need for the project, so on and so on, that we talked about at length at multiple meetings. We'll have what I, for lack of a better word for myself, what we'll call EMF 101, right? That just provided some really technical detail on how to do it. And of course, the third part is related to health and standards and power lines and so on and so on. So with all that in mind, our staff recommendation is still what it was on October 8th, to adopt a negative neg deck and approve Route A for the project. And of course, the whole team's here available for any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Director Pineda, and thank you for providing the information that we asked for at the October 8th meeting. We're going to start with questions from the City Council. We'll start with Councilmember Jane.
Thank you. I had a question for Dr. Gabor Meze. Can you explain the difference between ionizing and non-ionizing radiation? I know you talked about the different frequencies, but I don't think it was exactly clear when you get to ionizing radiation and what the potential mutagenic or carcinogenic effects of those are. The second is you had a slide where you said that the IEEE recommended the maximum exposure was 9,000 milligauss and the other number was 2,000 milligauss. But is that an instantaneous limit or is that a long-term? Because I think the concern in people's minds are, yeah, you could turn on a hair dryer, but you're not being exposed to a hair dryer 24/7. So is there a time exposure part to that? And then, you know, a common thing that people use are electric blankets, and those are right next to your skin. Is there any research on electric blankets, and do you have any magnetic field measurements from those? And then finally, this is for Manuel. The city spent a lot of effort going through CAISO to get the LS power line authorized, and that's coming online in 2028. So if we were to delay this to 2033, what would happen to the LS power line? Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. One question I did get for some of the residents, and I said I would relay the question because I did think it's probably kind of a good question. You know, Route C, that which everyone's saying, oh, take Route C, and we have it as a proposal as Route C, but yet we didn't. It's kind of like, you know, I remember as a little kid, you know, ask your brother if you can use his toy, and instead of going to take his toy or using his property. So I guess the question is that the resident wants to know, why is it that we're proposing Route C if we haven't really found out if it was okay that we do that? And I think that's kind of a logical question. I just didn't have an answer for them, and I said I would ask that question this evening.
Thank you. Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you to everybody for the presentation. I just have one question. Do we know what the average daily exposure rate is to a person, you know, that is exposed to EMF, you know, on a daily basis, whether it's at, you know, while they're in their home or at work? Do we have a number? Because I haven't heard that and just wondered if anybody ever did a study. Thank you.
Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. You showed us a possible rendering. I just wondered how tall the proposed poles would be in feet or meters, whichever, and how far apart would they be? Thank you.
And those are the questions.
Great, thank you. I'll go ahead and get started, and then I will pass it over, and then I'll come back for the pole height and distances, because I have that separately here, so it'll give me some time to find it on the slides. So I think I only had a couple of questions for myself. One was regarding the LS power line. So the LS power line, and maybe I'll make sure I can. That's okay. We'll just speak to it because we have too many slides. The LS power line is the new transmission line, just to explain to everybody who had maybe not heard it before, that's coming into our north receiving station. And what that transmission line is doing is adding extra capacity for the city to accommodate approved development and under construction development. So we worked for about 3 years with the California Independent System Operator to get that transmission line to come in. It was a 500 megawatt transmission line. Just today, the CAISO approved an increase on that transmission line to 1,000 megawatts. So the team's going to be working towards that and figuring out how we can use that additional power as well. So what happens if we're not ready to receive that transmission, if there's a 5-year delay or 5+ year delay? So as with any transmission in the state, right? That power is not dedicated to us. So that power can be taken by anybody who's ready to take that power. So in our case, we do have the ability to take it because we have actual projects that are under construction or will be under construction soon that can use those powers. And we have all the projects in place that are going to be constructed in 2028 to take it. But if there's a 5-year delay or a 5+ year delay, the LS Power is still planning to move forward with their project. But those 500 megawatts could go to somewhere else that's ready to take on that power. So that's not committed to us. So it's important for us to be ready to provide it to our customers when the LS Power line comes online. Councilmember Becker, I think you had a question about why did we propose Route C. So what we did when we started this process is we did an alternative analysis report. And as part of the alternative analysis report, the SVP team, as well as with our ECI team, look at different options, right? And as I mentioned, it's like we have to connect 2 points, and we have to connect 2 points. There's only so many different paths you can take. So we looked at different options to how connect those 2 points, and Route C was one of the options that we looked at. We did not propose it when we were here in March of this year doing an informational report, because Route C one, we didn't know if it was feasible altogether, and two, even if it was feasible, the easements and permits was going to take so long to get that we would not meet the project needs of meeting that schedule. So it was one of the alternatives we looked at, and we looked at all these alternatives very seriously to see what the options were, but we didn't propose it for those two reasons. And then I'll pass it on, and then I'll come back with the height and pole distances, Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you.
Yes, I received several questions. First, I think was, I would
Could
answer-
you please speak in the microphone?
Sorry,
Thank you.
I would answer Council Member Watanava's question first. So the average, thank you. So the average exposure would really depend on what the individual is doing and what environment that individual is encountering. So it could be in the single digits, 1 to 2 milligauss, if you are not around any sort of direct source. But if you spend most of your time in an environment, for example, in occupational environments, it could be in the hundreds even. If you are in around certain sources, or if you are using certain appliances. So I was involved in some work when we measured exposure to seamstresses, for example, who were using electric sewing machines. Those were exposed to those workers were exposed to higher fields, for example. But again, it varies how much time you spend in various environments. But it can, on an average person, it could vary between 1 and 10 milligauss, let's say. And I think Councilmember Jean asked several questions. So one is the distinction between ionizing and non-ionizing radiation. It's all dependent on the frequency. So ionizing radiation is like millions and millions of frequency hertz, as opposed to 60 hertz when we talk about power frequency. And then the energy level of the fields are determined by the frequency, and the higher the frequency, the higher the energy level of those fields or those radiations. And then the ionizing radiation, it's called ionizing because it's able to cause direct damage to the DNA, and that's why we know that ionizing radiation, for example, what is X-ray, it may cause cancer. But non-ionizing radiation has much lower energy level, and it's not able to directly damage DNA. So dislodge electrons from the DNA molecule, for example. The interaction mechanism, again, within even the non-ionizing radiation is different for the high frequency, like radio frequency as a 60 hertz. The only identified mechanism that 60 hertz may interact with biological tissue is nerve and muscle stimulation. But those are occurring at extremely high fields that we would never encounter during our daily lives. And those values that were set by these two organizations, ICNIRP and ICES, are protective of those identified effects. And below those values, the general scientific consensus is that there is no long-term health effects in association with exposure to magnetic fields. And I think you also asked about whether the limits are instantaneous. Yes, they are. So those limits that I presented are instantaneous limits. You cannot go above those levels. And I think the third question was about electric blankets. So electric blankets, I think up to the 80s or 90s were really sources of really high fields because of the electric current running through those blankets. But because of the potential health effects, and the research was really in earnest in the 80s and 90s, and I think in response to the heightened interest and research, so the design of the blankets were changed and the wires were running closer together, so the values were really, the exposure levels really decreased from the electric blankets. And there were a couple of studies that did measurements, and then a couple of small studies that looked at potential health effects, but there are no health effects associated with electric blankets specifically. But those also were factored in when these agencies were reviewing the scientific evidence overall. I think I answered all the questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Hardy on the poles. So if you look at the whole project, the pole spacing varies between about 150 to 500 feet or so. And then the pole heights vary between about 85 feet to 150 feet. For this specific location, I want to just caveat that with the fact that until you go to final design, right, you don't know exactly what you're going to find and how you're going to build it, and we need to get to that point. But at this location, whether you're looking the north-south render or looking south-north, the spacing is going to be between 250 and 300 feet.
Thank you. Councilmember Jane, you had a further question?
Yeah, my question wasn't actually answered. When you said that the maximum instantaneous limit is 2,000 or 9,000 milligauss, that's not what the residents are concerned about. There's probably a difference between, it's like an X-ray, right? The exposure time of the X-ray affects your cancer rates. So I think the residents are concerned that the exposure levels should be much lower for 24/7 exposure.
Well, the evidence does not confirm, the scientific evidence does not confirm any association between exposure levels below those what we talk about in the guidelines and long-term exposure. So there is just no confirmed association between long-term exposure and cancer or any other health outcomes in children or in adults. So all these expert panels that reviewed it, they did not find evidence, so there is no basis to set a lower standard for long-term exposure.
Thank you. Okay, if that's it with the council questions, we're now going to go to the public, and we have quite a few speakers. The first is Satish, followed by, and I'm going to ask the other speakers to queue up if possible, followed by Karina and Rachana. Welcome.
Nora, can I have presentation?
Okay, go ahead, please. Oh.
Last time I came here, I was just talking about how our district has been faced with a lot of challenges. We have air traffic issue. We have one of the trains running through length and breadth of our District 1. Then we are going to have this power lines added, and that too to the residential area. And we definitely has brought a lot of concerns. One thing is missing was the Route D. The Route D was the PG&E lines, where it has been cordoned, and some of the, the area is already been isolated and collaborating with them. We haven't looked at as part of our Route D option. One thing I want to emphasize on this particular chart is, when you look at the typical profile of the magnetic field levels from a transmission line, when it passes through the effect, they are the residential areas to the left and right of it, wherein the residences live in the second floor, third floor also. So we haven't done the study how diagonally that would affect to the residents living in the Route A. That's one of the things we have to look into it. Second thing I wanted to point out is, as part of our own people have done the research, the Route C option, we looked, there were the 42 houses which is going to have effect. And last time when there was a presentation, the concern, one of the lady here mentioned that the Route C, because it is on the creek, it might affect the some of the environmental issues. So if it affects environmental issue, then I think the human's life is much more costlier than the preference we give to the creek, and we have to do much more analysis on the Route C. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Karina. Thank you, and I'm going to ask that Rachana and Dayuti queue up, please. Welcome.
Good evening. Thank you, everyone. It's my first time here, so I'm really happy for this opportunity. I want to talk to you about aesthetics. So imagine Lafayette Street, a central artery of Santa Clara, lined not with trees or thoughtful landscaping, but towering 115 kVs high voltage power lines in the median. The charm of this city, defined by its blend of modern development and greenery, would be severely diminished. Picture these lines looming overhead, a harsh industrial imposition on the landscape, casting a shadow over what would be an inviting, vibrant community space. The impact goes beyond aesthetics. High voltage power lines are known to big concerns: visual pollution, possible health worries, and a clear signal that property values in these areas could drop. Nearby homes and businesses could see their value decline, with potential buyers and investors deterred by the sight and presence of these towering structures. As real estate values dip, Santa Clara would experience a corresponding decline in property tax revenues, impacting funding for schools, parks, and essential community services. Allowing these lines down Lafayette Street is much more than visual appeal. It threatens to alter the character of our city, lowering property values, discouraging new businesses, and ultimately reducing the city's revenue. Let's work towards solutions that preserve both the beauty and prosperity of Santa Clara. And imagining these poles on Lafayette, would anybody in this room buy a house there? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Rachana, followed by Dayuti and Prashant.
Yeah, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Dayuti?
Excuse me, Madam Mayor.
What?
Me. Rashana, I guess, left and is online and has the hand up. Do you want to?
Oh, I can't see anybody online, so.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, just for the future, I can't see anybody.
Okay. So, would you like to take his?
Yeah, Rachana, please, if she's online. Yes. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Welcome. Go ahead, please.
Hello, everybody. I'm a resident of 1883 Agnew Road. This is the Mission Terrace Apartments, and our unit is right next to the railway track at the corner of Lafayette and Agnew. So we know we already have the noise levels of the train, the high traffic, the traffic signals, and the gates which close when the train passes, as well as the plane sound. So to add to this, the new lines which is proposed would be literally right next to our apartment from our window. And a couple of things I would like to mention is the health problems which we could face as we were given the explanation that there's no proof that it's going to be a hazard, but I would like to also state that there's no proof that there won't be any hazard from it. So there's equal chances of it could be as severe as causing radiation exposure and actually harmful for us who will be right next to these power lines 24/7, 365 days. Secondly, as Corina mentioned, the property values are going to decrease. Hence, nobody would want to live right where we are living right now. And finally, to add to this, I think the aesthetics, not just from looking out from the patio, it is, I feel, a hazard just for all the kids in the building as well. So I'm speaking on behalf of about 200 residents from my building. And we have been discussing on this quite a lot on this one as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Dayuti, followed by Prashant. Welcome.
Good evening to Mayor Gilmore, other city council members, and everyone present here. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak about this issue on behalf of my friends, family, and neighbors. There are several reasons that have been previously mentioned on why these high voltage power lines should not be approved along Route A, and a key factor I would like to add on to is the high level of lowering the property values it would cause, along with the health risk it could potentially face. While it has been stated that there may not be any health effects related to this because the EMF levels are not very high, there are also several studies where saying that exposure to EMF levels can still cause health issues. They may not be proven solidly, but they still face a risk to the hundreds of people living in this area. Due to this physical risk, many people do not endorse these power lines. The fact that so many people do not feel it is safe to live near the lines could cause fewer people to buy property near these lines, which could bring down the real estate value of properties in the area over time. Overall, having these high voltage lines in the area would mean a significant risk to the physical health, though it may not be proven, which also can indirectly lower the values of the properties. Therefore, I hope that these lines will not be placed along Route A. Thank you.
Thank you. Prashant, followed by Pritika. Welcome.
Madam Mayor, Prashant will have 4 minutes. Time was given by issue.
And I'm going to use the presentation which Dr. Johnson used, the same slide which Satish used, slide number 22. Okay. So, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, council members, city manager, city attorney, and especially Dr. Penetra and his team. I didn't want to talk about my background, but I heard Dr. Johnson, he worked for General Electric for 20 years. I want to say that I worked for General Electric for 15 years, and I was an executive in General Electric. And then I moved to Bay Area in 2018 and called Santa Clara my home. And I live right on Lafayette Street. Last time when I spoke here, we actually, as a resident, spoke about we want to propose a win-win solution for the community because we love Santa Clara. But I want to say one thing that I did not see the presentation which SVP brought today. It was very concerning to me to see the presentation. And I'll point out a few things why. When I was an executive in GE, if I ever brought a solution that we are late, let's put a very tall, ugly power lines. And because the scientific community is not in disagreement, I would be fired from my job immediately if that would have happened. And I saw that presentation. So if you look at Dr. Johnson's slide here, we actually did as a resident survey. We went to house by house on Route C. And there's so much misinformation fed on Route C from SVP. There are only 42 houses on Route C. And it is actually by your own zoning proposition, it's actually called very low density or low density neighborhood, Route C. The route Lafayette and Bassett is high density neighborhood. There are 42 houses, and each of those 42 houses have the distance from the creek to their distance is 247. We actually did an average study. The residents who are going to speak up here and stand up here, their average distance from that line is around 56 feet. So that's right at the peak of that high exposure thing we're talking about. But keeping that aside, I want to talk about one more thing is that as a resident, we're not bringing up EMF and human health as a major issue. We're really bringing up the quality of issue here because as you're going to hear that there's so much stress going on in Lafayette. Lafayette is becoming the grand boulevard and it's kind of the marquee boulevard for Santa Clara. And you just put those tall, ugly towers there. And it's going to, once you put those there, there's no going back because we're going to stand up again in a few years where SVP is going to come and say, let's put 115 more. Let's put 115 more. And last time I spoke about that is that it's not about 115 kilovolt project. It's about 345 at the minimum to begin with. And this is going to become bad to worse from 2026 onwards or so. So this is one of our big concern here. Now coming back to the misinformation I saw, which is very concerning about Route C, we actually did a lot of survey. We actually, the neighborhoods and the people walked with their measurement devices around Route C. They walked around Route A, and they actually found that the low-density neighborhood houses are 247 or 250 feet. There's no exposure there. But when you are actually on the 56 feet, right at the median of these tall, ugly towers, where some people will be facing because you have a high, tall buildings coming up, they don't want to look at those towers. And even one life is important, so safety should not be considered here just because there's a unconclusive study by some scientific community. I again applaud Dr. Pineda and Dr. Johnson and Dr. Gabor to come down here, but it's not just about human health, which is inconclusive here. It's about the quality of life. It's also about what we are making decisions for our future. So please consider that as well. And that is actually your decision, Mayor and council members, because what you make today, decision is going to affect our children much more longer. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, next we have Pratika, followed by Kanapriya. Welcome.
And Madam Mayor, Pratika has 4 minutes, given time from Misha.
Thank you, Mayor and council members and all the staff here. Just want to mention that I'm not going to spend too much time touching on all the topics that are concerns that all the residents have been bringing up. I'm actually more concerned about the kind of approach the council members and the staff, most of them at least, have been taking on this project. I feel like I'm a little frustrated because we are not hearing a lot of solutions for the residents or support for the residents' concern. All I hear is this is needed because businesses first or revenues first, and it feels like every issue or every concern that we bring, there is a lot of effort is being made to refute that and bring evidence which is selected to refute that and overlooked the evidence which actually supports that. For instance, there is a possible carcinogenic statement in scientific journals about this EMF, which was not mentioned in any of the presentations that we saw today. I'm also going to bring up that Santa Clara City has a mission statement that I'm going to read, and I'm going to hope everybody pays attention to that. The mission states, to promote a living and working environment that allows for the best quality of life by serving the community with resourceful, efficient, progressive, and professional leadership. So I want to stress on the quality of life and community here. And none of these values reflect the comments that we keep hearing, and we're probably again about to hear about this project when the decision is going to be made, and which is disappointing. I also want to honor one of the neighboring cities' council member from city of Sebastopol, Sandra Moore. She is a current council member. She's fought for the residents of Sebastopol and to protect them from the EMF radiation concerns that they have. And not only that, she went all the way to the legal aspect of that, and she was able to get CPUC to pass the mandates that require some mitigations. So it's not that there are no mandates or regulations, there are some. And the other one I want to mention in terms of mandates is that the power lines, there's a code requirement for school sites. When you select school sites, those have to be 150 feet away. There's a reason for that. And you can assess why. So going back to Sandra Moore, I mean, I really appreciate what she did for her residents, and I would hope that that our leadership also, looks up to that kind of support for the residents and not just business first or revenue first. It should be community first. I want to also bring up some of the excuses, I'm going to call these excuses, for not listening to residents' concern and not going with their ask. The schedule of 2028. I think this could have been avoided if this was started much earlier. The cost issue. We're generating billions of dollars from the data centers that are actually driving this requirement of high power. Cost should not be an issue. EMF radiation, refuting that, bringing in all these resources to refute that concern should have been actually spent on putting some mitigations to mitigate the concern, not refute that. With that, I'm just going to say whatever decision is made, the residents should come first, not businesses. Thank you.
Thank you. Canapriya, followed by, please, we don't have any of that, thank you. I want people to feel comfortable when they come up to speak. Followed by Shen K. Welcome.
Thank you. So I'm a concerned resident of Santa Clara and express my strong opposition to SPC's project for Route A. SPC only want to meet their schedule and they are not giving any value to the community and the quality of life. Route A runs through a densely populated neighborhood. Unlike temporary EMF radiations, which are from household devices, power line expose nearby residents to constant radiations. Furthermore, many homeowners along Route A bought their properties under the impression that they were not going to be living near high voltage power lines. The advent of Route A will force them into a living condition which they did not choose. Living near power lines can create mental discomfort and anxiety for many, which should not be disregarded here. Additionally, it is well documented that property value near high voltage lines tend to decrease due to the buyer's apprehension regarding EMF exposure and associated health risk. The continuous noise from these lines can also severely disrupt the daily life for those who value tranquil living environments. Visually, the presence of power line and their imposing towers detract from the area's natural beauty, diminishing the appeal of nearby houses. As the city aims to develop this part of Santa Clara into an attractive uptown, the introduction of power lines goes against this vision and will hinder community growth. The mission of Santa Clara is to enhance the quality of life for its residents. I believe SVC's Route A fails to support this objective. I strongly urge you to consider Route C instead, and I trust you will prioritize our well-being and interest of our community in this important decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Sean K? No, please, no. Sean K, followed by Adve. Welcome.
Madam Mayor, Shankar has 4 minutes. She has time given by Marini Tadinala.
Yeah, thank you. I'm Shankar, by the way. And yeah, over the past few weeks, and indeed throughout today, you'll encounter a significant volume of information, some of which may be contradictory. The topic is inherently complex, and we all know that. Right? So, and we have seen the presentation from the experts in this field and from SVP. Right? And it's all, if we try to look at very quantitative information, we will fail. The issue here is subjective and qualitative. We are here for the quality of life. We all know, and this is not new information, by the way, for us. I did spend maybe a couple of hours last night on ChatGPT. I got everything and actually sent that presentation to the council members, actually. And of course, I was unfortunately late, and then I was told that I can't use a presentation. And so we are not talking about that EMF alone, right? We are talking about the quality of life here. And at this moment, I'm actually shocked, and I'm compelled to address the inaccurate information presented by SVP. So they just take that picture, look at that picture, and then, yeah, the red thing, yeah, of course, there are residences over there. But if you look at the distance in Route C, it's 450 feet. We are talking about 450 feet residences and 50 feet residences. Now tell me, where is the fairness here? Why are we talking about that? Why can't we look at Route C? And just because there are commitments made, and then you sit on those commitments for the last few years, and now come back with an excuse of schedule to actually shove through something on Route A, and already, which is already like, has tons and tons of infrastructure, it's congested. What we have there is a railway line, a flight path, and now just come and just spend some time on the event days. Look at the traffic there. And now you're talking about like what, 85 feet poles on top of it? And now 85 feet pole. Again, I'm just, again, playing a devil's advocate here, right? Because that's what we are here for. We are in this. So what if that pole falls over? The residences are 50 feet away. What if that pole, which is like so heavy and bulky, falls over? What's going to happen then? Why are you not looking at that? So sorry for being emotional, but I'm actually extremely surprised and shocked at the presentation, and as by the SVP and as my fellow residents have spoken this just a few minutes ago, right? I think we are looking at maybe, what is it called? Looking at satisfying some business commitments and taking that as a priority over residents. We did not purchase the $1 million homes over there for putting a power line in front of us. It is not an option for us. We did not, if we had known that there is a power line there, we would not have purchased. Because there were also some comments that were made in the last time that, hey, there's a power line in my backyard, what's the problem? Yes, of course, if there's a power line in the backyard, I would not have purchased the house. There was actually a house that was on sale in district number 1. It's the biggest lot in Santa Clara for $2 million. I did not purchase that. Why? Because there's a power line behind in the backyard. And so I respectfully urge the council members and the mayor to basically look at residents and the concerns. You never see so many residents for any council meeting. Look at the residents. This is not the first time. This is the third time that they're here. And the reason why they're here is to express a strong objections for what is being proposed here. Thank you.
Thank you. Adve, followed by Annika. Pardon me? Oh, okay. Thank you. Annika, followed by Manjunath. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Lisa Gilmore and the council members. My name is Rujita Tambe.
And I am Anika Chandak. We are here to represent the students in our community.
We are requesting SVP to switch the routes to C or D for the project.
If SVP chooses Route A, it will negatively affect thousands of families and even small businesses.
Please take our voices into consideration.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Manjunath, followed by Vandana. Welcome.
Respected Mayor and the City Council members, I'm here as a concerned resident. I live in the neighborhood of Lafayette. As all my fellow residents mentioned, Lafayette is the main thoroughfare and it's getting more and more traffic, and 85-foot poles apart from the health risk, and it is going to be an eyesore. And when we bought the properties, it was a beautiful neighborhood, and then we didn't really opt for this, and clearly, so this is going to reduce our property values, and as mentioned, it will bring down tax revenues. And so clearly, Route C seems to be a very viable option, and I'm sure the engineers, the smart engineers of SVP can work their magic and then reduce the timelines that it takes to work it through Route C. And then since the residences are going to be 400 feet away, it is much less risky, and I sincerely request them to consider Route C and then move away from Route A, which is fraught with many difficulties for the residents. So, thank you very much.
Thank you. Vandana, followed by Arnag. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and the council members. I am here today to request SVP to consider Route C for their project. By choosing this option, they might not be able to meet their deadline. They might miss their budget, but that would be an optimal solution considering the safety of the residents at large. SVP, don't shatter our dreams. SVP, don't play with our health. SVP, don't give us any more mental stress. SVP, do not overlook
our sincere request. We are asking for no to Route A. Please work on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Arnig? Author. You put that in there, that was cute. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Lisa Gilmore and council members. My name is Arna Agarwal, and I am a Santa Clara resident. I came here tonight to share my concerns about the proposed power poles along Route A, especially on behalf of the senior citizens in and around my community, and specifically for my maternal grandmother. My maternal grandmother is a cancer survivor. She fought cancer when she was in her early 30s, and she's been healthy ever since. One of her favorite things to do is coming to visit us here in Santa Clara, since she lives all the way in India. However, now I am worried about the potential health risks these power lines could cause, especially for people like her. We already have some evidence that long-term exposure to electromagnetic fields from power lines increases the risk of health issues. My grandmother has already fought cancer once, and I'm worrying that this could make her health worse or even cause the cancer to come back. Many others in the community are also worried about the health risks these power poles will cause and how it can affect their families. This is why I'm requesting SVP to look into Route C or D. These routes would avoid putting power poles so close to homes and small businesses, and it would keep our families, especially our seniors, safer. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Ciara, followed by Ruchika. Did she speak already? Okay. Sierra, followed by Ruchika, followed by Aaron. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Ciara and I'm in 3rd grade. I would like to thank everybody that took time off tonight to be here to discuss the SVP Route A proposal. I understand that Santa Clara needs more electricity and that the power lines can give us that electricity that we need. But is the power we need more important than the health of the residents of Mission Gardens, Rivermark, Mission Terrace, and many more communities? I have lived here for 8 years and it is a wonderful place. Kids like me have lived here for most of their lives. This is our home, home sweet home. We don't want our parents to sell their homes, but if the power lines come up, there will be a much higher chance of illnesses such as cancer, and everyone will move. All of these neighborhoods will become deserted, and nobody will want to live in those areas. There are many problems with that, but most importantly, we have all made good memories. And the good memories have come through hard work because everyone pitched in. Even right now, everyone pitched in, that's why we're all here. It's only to save our neighborhoods. We've built something strong, an alliance of everyone. It would be very hard to start all over again, but if the power lines come up, we will all have to move. Also, Route A has 1,000 plus houses and would make the 2028 deadline. But using Route A might mean we will have to sacrifice the loss of some people. Route C has only 42 houses and would be a much less problem with health. It would just not make the 2028 deadline. If there is a problem with money, we can raise a fund. So I would request that we look for an alternative to Route A, such as Route A Underground or Route C. Thank you, everybody, for being here tonight.
I would put you as the first fundraiser of the fund we're going to raise. I vote for you. Okay, Rishika, followed by Aaron.
Madam Mayor, Rishika has 4 minutes. Time has been given to her by Vic Sharma.
Thank you.
Dear respected Mayor and City Council members, thank you again for giving us the opportunity to speak here today. So before I get started with the speech today, I wanted to talk about the SVP presentation that we saw earlier. I think people prior to me also mentioned this. The comparison of houses in Route A versus Route C is not an apples to apples comparison. There are zero houses within 150 feet for Route C. Versus for Route A, there are over hundreds, if not thousands of houses within the 150 feet. Route A house starts at literally 55 or 56 feet. So it's not an apples to apples comparison on that field. If we were living, our houses were upwards of 450 feet, I think a lot of us wouldn't be here today. So I wanted to make sure that I was clarifying about that data aspect. Okay. My research showed the below sources based on data and science. I refute the claims made earlier that there is no scientific impact based on cancer and EMF. The World Health Organization classifies extremely low frequency EMF fields as possibly carcinogenic to humans based on limited evidence showing a strong association with childhood leukemia. Cancer.gov, again, which is an official website of the US government, has numerous studies posted on its website that shows a twofold increase in childhood leukemia amongst children with exposure of 0.3 microtesla or higher. NIEHS, again, a US government website, states that since 1999, several other assessments have been completed that support an association between childhood leukemia and exposure to power frequency EMF. So, I mean, you're hearing their side of the story, you're hearing ours. At best, I can land this as inconclusive because there's two sides to the story. I do not agree that there's absolutely no correlation here. In addition to this, we've had many qualitative and quantitative surveys clearly indicate that majority of the buyers will not buy a house near these high power lines. As our respected Mayor Lisa Gilmore had mentioned on the October 8th meeting, in her experience as a realtor, she witnessed buyers shying away from buying a house close to these power lines. These facts clearly indicate that our homes that we paid a premium for will have a negative impact. And then from an aesthetic point of view, I love how Mr. Becker articulated this last time. He called them ugly, pure ugly. This is a perfect description because that's what those power lines are going to look like. So please imagine that we have paid upwards of $1.5 million for a house, and every day we are going to be looking at those ugly wires that are going to impact our health and well-being. We will have no choice but to sell our loving homes at a loss and relocate. This project significantly impacts its community members of District 1. If this project is passed, we are really concerned that this will set the precedence for other projects with high power lines in other districts of Santa Clara. We all have choices, and it's up to us to select the right option. SVP clearly has an option with Route C. Yes, it's more expensive. Yes, it's going to take longer, but not at the impact of human life. A city council's role is to represent the city, set policy, and make decisions that impact the community. And I hope tonight our respected city council does just that. Make the right decision for all our city council, for all our residents here, on Zoom, and people that have had to leave because of their age, like elderly parents as well as young children. So please help us make the right decision for the thousands of residents that will be negatively impacted if this project is passed. Thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you. Next, we have Aaron, followed by Usha. Aaron here? No Aaron. Usha? Do we have Usha? Usha, followed by Hamosh. Welcome.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members, residents of Santa Clara. I would like to bring up one thought that has not been touched upon until now. Lafayette is one of the main roads along which all the people going to Levi's Stadium actually walk along, and it definitely does not add to the beauty of that road to have these ugly power lines. Thank you.
Thank you. Hamash, followed by Praneet. If you can queue up Hamash here. Hamash? Am I saying it wrong?
What's the spelling?
H-A-M-O-S-H.
E, actually.
Oh, well.
No, never mind. My grandmother said Hamish, so.
Oh. Followed
All right,
by Praneet. Thank you.
Well, thank
Sorry
you,
about that.
Mayor. Thank you, everybody. I know Kathy from our neighborhood, so hi, Kathy. This is my first council meeting. And first of all, I was pretty impressed in the initial start of the meeting where you were recognizing students, recognizing diverse cultures. Pretty impressive. But I think, I was listening to this, and these residents have been so passionate. I've not been involved in this movement, but I'm listening to everybody here and so much passion. It reminds me of the Boeing story sitting here. When the engineers in the Boeing were telling the management to say that, look guys, don't compromise on the quality. Don't compromise on how you're building stuff. If the deadlines have to be moved, they have to be moved. So the basic question really here is, look guys, for Route C, what they're saying, is it just a matter of a deadline? Or is it just a matter of getting water permits from the water board?
Can you address us up here, please?
Yes, here.
Yeah.
I think that's the basic question, right? If it just comes down to, because then there'll be no arguments around EMF,
about frequency, and I think Sad's had a very good point about whether it's instantaneous or whether it's not instantaneous. Nobody's addressed that. I think they were, and in fact, I learned quite a bit from the lectures here. It was very informative. But the basic question really we have to ask is that, is it about the deadline? And if it is, then let's understand why is that deadline? Can we live till 2033 if we go for Route C? And, you know, it is, and I think the other concerns the residents have said very clearly, so I don't have anything to add there. I mean, they have outlined very nicely, more scientifically. But I would really implore all of you to ask that fundamental question about the feasibility study that has been done, and is it about the deadline? So tomorrow, if the water districts tell you, yeah, you can have the permits, will you go for that 2033? I think, thank you.
Thank you. Praneet, followed by Simple. Welcome.
Good evening, City Council members. Obviously, a lot of my neighbors here have been very eloquent with all their points. The three I want to restate are, I think my main concerns around Route A are around threefolds. The concerns around health, well-being, and quality of life. Despite some of the evidence presented by the experts here, at least based on my research, it seems quite inconclusive, especially around the long-term impact of EMF radiation on people's health. And so that, it seemed odd to me to be presented evidence that basically says that they can't necessarily conclude about the health concerns as a reason for going with or not going with the project. So that's one. On the well-being aspect, I think you heard some of my neighbors previously mention their concerns around the aesthetic impact and how it might affect property values. I'm a first-time home buyer in Santa Clara, living in that neighborhood. Obviously put in a lot of my life savings into that property. I'm sure there's a lot of other people around me who are like that. And so I think that is going to be another important consideration that should be taken into account. And I think in terms of quality of life, obviously, both of those aspects, especially around the health impact on children, as well as impact on just overall net worth, all of which plays into our mental well-being and overall quality of life. So given these concerns, I urge you I implore you to explore the Route C option and hope some of this is going to be taken into consideration as you come up with your conclusions. Thank you.
Thank you. Simple, followed by Mrs. Das. Welcome.
Hi, good evening, council member. I just want to add on to what all the residents have already said and brought up. But I also want our city councils to, close your eyes and imagine a beautiful home that you guys live in. And, you have a beautiful landscaping, you decorated it beautifully. But then one fine day, you open the front door of your house and you're standing in front of those ugly poles. And then, do you really then, if you open your eyes in front of these poles, and if you agree to me that you are okay living there, making a decision, when you made a decision, those poles were not there. But one fine day, you open your front door of your house and these poles are standing right in front of you. And does it take away the feeling of happiness and the beautiful family that you built in those houses? And do you still want to live there? I just want to, if you do not want to live there, if you just ask that question to yourself, and then you say, okay, I'm still okay. Okay, but if you don't want to live there, do you think that hundreds of families would like to live there? And I mean, it ruins our life investments. And also, sir, thank you for bringing that point of electric blanket. For us, when we step out of our beautiful homes, it feels like, we'll be wrapped around in those electric blanket. And yeah, I think somebody had mentioned that the design of the electric blankets had to be updated and changed because of the health benefits, because of the health hazards that they had. So we will be wearing those electric blanket around us all the time because I don't have money to move out actually. So then I'm stuck living in those, surrounded by those electric blanket around me. And I cannot upgrade or change the design because once they are installed, there is no going back. So I would really urge to imagine whether would you like to open your eyes in front of those ugly poles? If you would, then yeah, let's see. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mrs. Doss? Here? Okay. Neelam, followed by Harbir. If you wouldn't mind queuing up as well, so it makes it go a little faster. Thank you. Want to make sure we hear from everyone. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Neelam and I'm a resident of Mission Gardens community. A lot of people from our community have spoken. They have given some great points about exposure to EMFs, and there's nothing more to say on that part. But I was really concerned about what SVP said when they said not enough evidence. Now, not enough evidence that EMF causes cancer does not mean that it has no side effects. And we do not need to wait for people to die or get cancer or get neurological disorders or reproductive issues to then say, oh, because of the permits and because we didn't want to miss the deadline, we risked people's health. That is not the way we want to go. And I would like to urge all of you to put safety and people's health above profitability of businesses and meeting deadlines. I think that's all that I wanted to say. Thank you so much. Please, I would urge you to do the right thing. Thanks. Bye.
Thank you. So we have Harbir, followed by Meeta. Welcome.
Hi, thank you for taking my comment. First thing is, I do appreciate, and merci for bringing the data you did. I am also an electrical engineer, but I'm not here to be the expert because we have lots of experts in this room. And I think the point I want to just really reiterate is everything we've heard today is not changing anybody's mind. This is a question of people's opinions and how they feel, and we can't change that. This isn't about, you know, this unit of measurement, that unit of measurement at this point. These are very smart people. And it's a question, are we going to compete with experts at this point? Because I don't think there's any need for that anymore. I think it was very helpful, and thank you for bringing that, because that did provide a comprehensive point of view. But I think where we're all landing is that there's no conclusive way for anybody to say this will not hurt anybody now or in the future. But mostly, I would like to just let you know that I did talk to some businesses along the way. I did talk to residents because I do live further in. But when I heard their concerns, it was truly touching. The question comes down to, can we be trading the quality of life for more power for data centers? That's what the question is. So I urge the council to identify measures to address and mitigate their concerns. I'm not going to tell you if that's Route A, Route B, Route C, Route D. I'm just saying to you that that's what we need to do. And the question is, what do we need to do to ensure we don't lose the power that is coming to us? Does that mean we need to pay for it? What needs to be done to get the easement? What do we need to do to get other paths? How do we address their concerns while meeting the needs of the power? And for now in the future is truly what it comes down to. Is it intense shielding of houses, shielding of the pipes, digging deeper? There are all these questions to be asked. I urge you to consider. Thank you.
Thank you. Amita, followed by Sanit, followed by James. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm Sunit. This is the second time presenting here. We've spoken, a few of the people have spoken about the qualifications, and the only qualification I want to call out tonight is of a father. I am Ciara's father, and it is for her and her friends that I want to speak to tonight. And specifically, I want to cite a few instances from reports that I have dug upon. They are more qualitative in aspect, so no numbers involved. One of them says children may be more vulnerable to EMF because they live longer than adults, pretty obvious. Their nervous systems are much less developed, again, pretty obvious. And the higher conductivity is due to the moisture and ionic contents in their body. This is actually from a report called Stewart Report from UK, and it calls upon the EMF on cell phones. So that's the kind of thing that the world is talking about for cell phones. I just wanted to make sure I call that out. And citing another instance from UNESCO, which has a precautionary principle for children, it states, when human activities may lead to morally unacceptable harm that is scientifically plausible but uncertain, actions shall be taken to avoid or diminish them, such that no harm may be committed. This is from a UNESCO side. And then we spoke about schools and school kids and certain leeway on schools. There is a power line setback exemption from the California Department of Education that states that the overhead transmission line easements have a setback of at least 100 feet, at 50 to 133 kV, which is what we are talking about. And we spoke about all the homes that we have around 50 to 55 to 60 feet. So I implore you to look at the evidence, to look at the feelings, to look at everything, and make the right decision. Thank you.
Thank you. James, followed by Linda online. Welcome.
Thank you for having me. Thank you for listening to us. I think for me, when I listened to the presentation from Silicon Valley Power, when you listen to the actual words and how it's presented, there was some interesting tells. This is about power, and this is about money. It's about a schedule to keep in order to gain more power and gain more money. And the end of the presentation was looked at the board and said, you give it to me on time, I'll give you 25 million for your general coffers. So the question I would have for the board is, you got a decision to make. You get to make the votes. You can sit and listen to people in suits who are paid to sit here, flown in to make an argument, or you listen to the people who are not being paid to be here, and people who have purchased lands at a rent in your city and who are residents. This is a choice between what? Money and power, or the people who are trying to live in their own homes. You get to be the deciding vote on this. I would ask you to listen to people who are going to be here 5, 10, 15, 20 years from now. I will assume most of you will be termed out in 20 years from now. I will assume most of these people who are sitting in suits will have retired in 20 years from now. The people behind me, who are residents, will still be owning homes and still be renting there. So you have a decision to make. Who do you listen to? The short-term power and money, or the long-term families and people who have committed to being part of the city and are the fabric of this city? You get to decide. Money and power with suits, or families? That's your choice. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, James. Linda, you're online. Go ahead, Linda. Oh, I'll come back after. I want to go down the list first, and then we'll get to you. Linda, unmute, please. There you go.
Hello. I wonder how many of the people who are talking now use cell phones all the time and the radiation from that. I wonder how many people who are talking now fly family members from India and take the radiation that is in when they're up high in the air. My son refers to the sun as a nuclear power plant up in the sky. The other thing separately is those towers. I wonder if they could be painted the same way that the city has painted a lot of the power stations, the utility stations around the city, to make them a beautiful entryway to this area. Thank you.
Thank you. Sharath, go ahead, please. Unmute yourself. There you go.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Mayor and Council members, for giving me the opportunity to speak. I'm a resident by Lafayette, and I'm probably going to be like about less than 50 feet or about 50 feet if this plan goes through. So my job is data analysis, and I've been doing this for 15 years. So anything that we start with, so we start with something as like hypothesis, null hypothesis, which is in this case, hey, there is going to be impact on people's life by these lines, or you could say there is no impact of these lines on people's life. So you start with that and you either prove or disprove with concrete evidence. with whatever that was presented by SVP, I don't see any concrete evidence like provided here. So there are many techniques that can be employed, like A/B testing or test and control. Like if you look at pharmaceutical companies, they take like 10 to 15 years to kind of like release any drug because it impacts lives. And there's actually testing that's happening, which I don't see in this case. The other thing is with the kind of like points that everyone else brought up, the quality of life is impacted, the property value is impacted. So I purchased my property about like 6 years ago, and actually keeping track of like property taxes year over year, it has gone down, which means that the value of property has already gone down in 6 years. And with this, like many other members pointed out, it's going to be significantly down. So if SVP is either conclusive or non-conclusive of what's the impact on people's life, if it's inconclusive, they should at least have other data points on like, okay, in terms of money that we're going to get from data centers, it's going to be X. But what we're going to lose in terms of hundreds of homes that are along the line and the value that it's going to drop over the next 5 to 10 years, that's going to have a negative impact on property taxes by Y amount. And then take a concrete and then evaluated decision, which what is being done now is I feel like a very short-term thinking and just a rush to kind of like get the project going. Thank you.
Thank you. Sarab? Sarab? There you go.
Hi, yes, my name is Saurabh Sharma. My daughter Riya Sharma would like to place her concern on this issue, if that is fine.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Hi, my name is Riya Sharma. I turned 9 years today and I'm a third grader. As a proud citizen of Santa Clara Mission Gardens community right on Lafayette Street, I want to register my concerns for SVP Route A option. It will look simply ugly and impacts our health, so please consider alternate options. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks. Ramaya? You're muted. There you go.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, please. Yes, we can. We can hear you. Oh, you're muted again. Unmute, please.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, please.
Hi, this is Ramya Venkatachalam. My husband Nandakumar Gopal Krishnan is also at the venue. I couldn't be there as I'm babysitting our 3-year-old. We actually used to live at 4497 Lafayette Street, right on Lafayette, until last year. And we moved out and we have rented out the house. The house did not sell, and that was because of the train noise and the plane noise. Now, if you bring in those EMF lines there, we are not going to be able to sit still. And the reason is that there was an incident in our community where the trees next to our house facing from our window were cut down, and we as a community fought to have some trees replanted. So how are we going to sit still with such ugly power lines in front of the house? And we also have young kids. We have family visiting us. They have their own health problems. My mother is a liver transplant patient. I wouldn't want any of them to face the risk of such hazards. Even if the studies are inconclusive, there are at least some studies suggesting there are risks, and that alone should urge you to reconsider, since there are so many residents living around that area. So I urge you to reconsider, and I know all of my friends there have already made strong points. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, is Edward, if you'd like to come forward, please, and anyone else that's here that hasn't spoken, if they'd like to queue up behind Edward.
Yeah, I tried to make public comment earlier tonight, and I noticed you said that online you couldn't see me.
I couldn't see during,
Yeah,
I'm sorry if I missed you.
No problem.
I apologize.
But yeah, I just wanted to mention that I saw Dominion voting machines at the Northside Library. So I don't know if my votes counted, but yeah, I know that we don't have to show government ID prior to voting anymore either. And a high percentage of those places in the United States went towards CAMLA, and the ones that did require voting ID went the other way. But yeah, we need to have fair elections again. We got to bring that back. But I want to mention that I do live behind Levi Stadium, at Mission Park, right north of Robbins Run development. And I have a vertigo issue. I was diagnosed with vertigo. On the very first day, they put up a 5G tower at Lockheed, where I worked in Sunnyvale. I nearly passed out, and my world was just turning around and around and around. So I know that I've heard about EMF protection. I did send you guys some information about EMF protection. I don't know if that would help in regards to what's going on tonight. Yeah, that's all I wanted to speak on. Thank you.
Thank you, Edward. Anybody else that hasn't spoken? Okay. Council, further questions? Or Manuel, if you'd like to answer some of the things, make some statements.
Yeah, if the council would like me to, I can go to some of the key items that were discussed.
If you could, please.
Yeah,
I know
yeah,
I
I can
have
do
some questions myself, so.
Yeah, and then we'll follow up with additional questions.
Okay,
And if I can get the presentation back, please. And I think, with the team regarding just the EMF 101 and the EMF health items, we discussed that at length, and obviously there was a theme to it. But what I'll do is we'll wait to see if council has additional questions on that, because definitely I think we've responded to most of that. But I want to see kind of what your feedback is, and the team can come back and see what additional detail the council would like. And I'll focus more on some of the other questions that were brought up by the community. And if I can get the presentation again, please. So obviously, not going to go question by question. Instead, I have themes that came up as part of this process. And first one I would like to start out with is and just acknowledge that this is a lot of work that the team has gone through, and I really appreciate all the community feedback as well. It's not an easy project to build. None of the projects we're building are easy in many ways, and I appreciate the team and all their efforts with community outreach here that we've done over the last few months as well, to engage with the community and get the feedback and understand sometimes these projects are difficult. So just wanted to touch base on Route C a little bit, on a couple of comments and just feedback for the council. Number one, regarding the addresses we provided and the 450 feet. The reason we provided that is we were trying to be responsive to what the community showed us at the last meeting, where the feedback was that there were 1,000 families that were affected by Route A and no families affected by Route C. So actually we took our team, our GIS team, and determine at what distance 1,000 families on Route A would be affected. And that's how we came up with the 450 feet, to do a comparable to the 1,000 and how many would be along this route, which was 653. As I mentioned during my presentation, to be conservative, we have gone on the opposite side of the creek, right? And that is the distance that's being described, 150, 200 feet to the homes. If you go on the other side of the creek, then those homes are fairly close to where the power lines would be. We didn't go into a level of detail, but certainly those numbers would change. So we were trying to do two things. We were trying to be responsive to the information that was provided to us. And two, we're trying to be conservative by putting the lines opposite the residential to make sure that there was no concern that we were being too aggressive with our design by putting it adjacent and closer to the residential. Now, the key part for me here is that there is a lot of residential on Route C. And ultimately, I would expect very similar feedback along that corridor, because as part of the community engagement, especially not knowing ultimately what the water district would permit, if they would permit, really would be based on their perspective, which side of the creek they would prefer. So this was just to provide context to that October 8th meeting. It was provide context that there's residential both on Route 8 and both on Route C. The exact numbers, what it will be or won't be, that's going to change ultimately if we're able to permit the project where the line ends up. So it's all to provide context and the amount of residential along this corridor. I also want to note that we did talk a lot about power lines in Santa Clara, and do have to note that it's not unusual to have transmission lines next to residential. For Silicon Valley Power, we have about 8.5 miles of transmission lines next to residential. Some cases is in backyards, in some cases in front yards, in some cases on streets. In this case, on Route A, we're proposing it down the 4-lane arterial, so it would be down the median. So it's not unusual. PG&E also has transmission within residential or adjacent to residential throughout the city. They have about 1.5 miles. So total is about 10 miles altogether. I think I had the number before. Here we're proposing about a 1/4 mile or less than 1/2 mile, somewhere in that range. So while totally understand that putting that line on that median, on that 4-lane roadway creates concern, it's not unusual for us to have those type of transmission lines throughout the city. There was a question brought up about environmental issues with Route C. And I just want to note, this is what came up at the October 8th meeting. What the environmental consultant was discussing at the time on environmental issues was really specific to working on a creek. And it's one of the kind of, that makes that route so difficult. And what she was trying to highlight is that for that project, if we were going to do that, there's environmental issues that you have to address and work through that are adjacent to a creek that don't occur when you're working on a median of an existing roadway. So that's kind of what's the differential. It wasn't related to EMF. EMF is not a CEQA issue. We did all this work, as I mentioned last time, because we wanted to be responsive to the community. It was about working on a creek versus working on a roadway, and that's what she was trying to clarify as part of the last meeting. Regarding Route D, which I think I don't know if I thought I knew how to use this, but I don't. Oh, there we go. So Route D, that's being discussed, goes right here through the middle of the neighborhood. And one of the reasons Route D was not explored and is not feasible is because Route D is actually a PG&E easement that goes, I think, in front yards and backyards throughout that corridor. And actually, they are unlike our proposal, which is poles. Route D has PG&E transmission towers, the steel transmission towers. And in that corridor, PG&E already has 4 115 kV lines. So it would not be feasible for us to work on a PG&E easement. It would not be feasible for us to put a 5th 115 kV lines on PG&E transmission towers. That's just not a feasible project, and that's why it was not explored. In addition to that, that one also goes through front yards and backyards to that neighborhood. Like I mentioned, it already has four lines on them. Regarding the water district, yeah, I mean, I've been upfront with the council during every presentation that there is a lot of difficulty with getting easements and getting permits to work on the creeks. You know, it's not 1970 anymore when you could do a lot more, as my civil engineering professors used to tell me. And ultimately, they would have to kind of be supportive of the project. I don't know if that's feasible, right? As we go to the CEQA, if we had to do CEQA by an environmental impact report along that corridor, then we would have to get permits from them as well. So the concern for us is not just that the timing, certainly, I'm being upfront about that, but ultimately, that might not even be feasible after you go through all that process, because we have to kind of be able to do that with the water district. And you know, I'm very respectful of the water district, and I want to acknowledge that, because I don't want to in any way imply that we can't work with them. It's just that, as I said, every time their goals and their priorities are different than the goals or priorities. And their goals and priorities is to protect the creek corridors for their purposes, flood corridors, riparian corridors, all the stuff that they need to do that doesn't necessarily align with us wanting to put a power line down that corridor. And the last thing is, I did want to note too that on the EMF results for Route C that we're able to do preliminarily, obviously, right, the deltas are smaller, but the numbers in some cases are higher. And once again, we were trying to be conservative, so there was no perspective that we were trying to push the route to one side or the other to get higher numbers. But those numbers would be higher along that entire residential corridor if we move into the other side. We do have the 2 experts that we brought here today to be responsive to the council request at the last council meeting. I think they're available to any additional questions you might have on EMF thresholds or anything else. But outside of that, the last item that I had was regarding, somebody brought up the CPUC mitigation. So we did discuss, I gotta raise my glasses to read. We did discuss this at the last meeting, but the project does in fact include all the design guidelines that the CPUC recommends. increasing distance from electrical facilities, increasing structure height, locating power lines. So we had a full slide on that at our last meeting. So just because somebody did highlight the CPUC mitigations that are recommended, our project includes those design recommendations as well. So I think I got all the themes, but certainly, like I said, we're available for questions or more details you might have on any specific item.
Okay, Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. A few more questions, very specific, came to my mind. Manuel, these are probably for you. At its narrowest width, how wide is Lafayette? I was trying to remember if it was 65, 80, something like that. Is it or is it not true that every metropolitan area has many power lines going through it? And when we talk about the cost, now here's where I'm going to ask you to bring out your crystal ball. If it were feasible, and we went with Route C, and that put us off at least 5 years. I think one cost you said was $25 million that we would lose from the city. Sure. And that would be over that time. I was just doing the math real quickly here. If I had kind of a number, then I'd divide it by every resident in Santa Clara and would see about how much that would raise our power rates.
If you keep going.
Thank you.
Do you have more questions?
That's it.
Councilmember Jane, let's get all our questions out.
Yeah, when I was talking to some of the residents, I think one of the residents brought it up tonight, there was this idea that, you know, what if these power lines fall down? What if it's on Lafayette? What if a car or a truck hits these power lines? What would be the impact? And I think I asked this question last time. How long does it take to de-energize that line if there's such a strike?
Councilmember Watanabe?
Thank you, Mayor. One of the residents, I think it was Rashika, brought up about childhood leukemia, and I just wanted to address that because I don't think that came up during the presentation, and just wondered if you had any information on that in your studies. Thank you.
Thank you. I have just a couple of questions. One, can you remind me of the number of feet from the power lines to the existing residential on Route A? And then the second thing I wanted to know was, what power lines are there now in that down Lafayette Street? And I wasn't sure what you said that PG&E had theirs going straight through the neighborhood for. So I wanted to know what's existing right now. And the power lines that are proposed, are they to be added on to where or close to the existing ones are now? And then one thing that I don't think we talked about too much is any potential mitigation measures. If we were to go Route A, would there be any mitigation measures to, I know I heard that the waves, you know, can't be stopped, or you can't have something, you know, permanent there to stop the EMF. So is there other mitigation measures that could take place to protect the neighborhoods?
So I'll
And those
pass
are
it on.
I think that's it for the council questions.
To answer the questions on the leukemia question and any other additional questions regarding mitigation measures, and they'll come back and answer some questions on that.
Thank you.
Good evening again. Yes, there were a number of comments from commenters about their concerns of potential health effects related to EMF. And I want to truly acknowledge that I respect those concerns, I understand those concerns, but I'm here as a scientist to talk about the scientific evidence. And then you don't have to believe me or trust my word for it, but you just have to look at the numerous health risk evaluations conducted by international and national health, scientific, and government agencies, and all of those agencies who followed the valid scientific process of the weight of evidence assessment, none of those agencies actually concluded there is a cause and effect relationship between EMF and any adverse health effects, including childhood leukemia, adult cancers, childhood cancers, or any non-cancer outcomes. And then there were a number of comments that they understand that it's not proven that there is any health effects, but we did not prove that there is no health effects. Unfortunately, science is not able to prove that something does not exist. But if you do an experiment and research over and over again, and this has been done for, basically, this type of research has been done for almost half a century now. And based on the thousands of studies, the conclusion is that there is no cause and effect relationship. And it's not the lack of evidence or not enough evidence. There is plenty of evidence, but overall they don't confirm a cause and effect relationship. And with respect to the childhood leukemia question and the possibly carcinogenic classification by the World Health Organization and the International Agency for Research on Cancer, actually the possibly carcinogenic classification implies that there is no cause and effect relationship. If there was a cause and effect relationship established, they would put it into a higher category. It would be called carcinogenic, or if there is substantial evidence but there is no sufficient, then they would call it probably carcinogenic. Possibly carcinogenic classification means that there are some, and it's based on some childhood leukemia epidemiologic studies, particularly in the 70s, 80s, and some in the 90s, that reported, not all, but some of them reported a statistical association between various measures of magnetic fields and incidence of childhood leukemia. But an association in an epidemiology study is not a proof in itself for a cause and effect relationship. You have to exclude potential alternative explanations such as chance, bias, and confounding. And all these review and expert panels concluded that they cannot exclude that it's some alternative explanation such as bias and confounding in the studies. In addition, in addition to this limited evidence from some of the childhood leukemia studies, they also looked at the other side of the evidence, which is animal studies. And that's, as I mentioned, that's very important to look at because all or most of the carcinogens we know that causes cancer in humans also causes cancer in laboratory animals. And there are a number of studies, hundreds of animals were tested with very high fields, much higher than what we would experience in our daily life. And EMF does not cause cancer in laboratory animal settings. We also have no identified mechanism to explain any carcinogenic effect of these low-level fields. And then all this put together, it's called possibly carcinogenic by the World Health Organization because of the presence of those small number of epidemiologic studies on childhood leukemia that report an association, but cause and effect relationship cannot be established because first they cannot exclude alternative explanations for the findings in those handful of studies, and then there is no identified mechanism that we can explain the carcinogenic effect, and we don't have any experimental evidence to support such an effect in laboratory animals. And then I would also add that most of those studies on childhood leukemia that reported a statistical association was published in the 70s, 80s, and 90s. More recent studies in the last 10 years or so, when the studies were larger and more sophisticated, used more sophisticated methodology, they tended to report no association between any measures of magnetic fields or childhood leukemia risk. And I would also mention one specific study that was published in California. It was a large case control study of childhood leukemia, and I was participating in that early on, but it was recently published, I think 2017, and that basically did not confirm a statistically significant association between childhood leukemia and measures of magnetic fields near transmission lines. And then we can look at a number of more recent pooled analyses Pooled analysis is when they combine data from original epidemiologic studies and they analyze it together and look at it all together. And then they tend to show that more recent studies report no association between magnetic field and childhood leukemia. And the more recent such a pooled analysis, it was published a couple of years ago in 2022 by Amoon and colleagues. It's AMOON. And then they report exactly this pattern that the earlier studies report, some of them report some association, but the more recent one do not. I'm not sure that answers your questions.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I had a number of questions, and I'll try to take them one at a time.
And I had one more too, I forgot to ask, so when you're done. Should I ask it now?
Yeah, please.
Okay. Several speakers mentioned that the reason that we're doing this is just for data centers. So can you address that as well? Thank you. Sorry, I forgot to ask that one.
So I'll start with that one first, since this is the fresh one. So yeah, so we have growth happening throughout the city. There's the two largest drivers are data centers is the biggest one. We also have corporate headquarters that are growing. And what we're also finding out is that some large residential projects that are coming in, especially with the EV infrastructure that's required and the EV regulations, not your typical, smaller size project, but some of the larger projects that we're seeing coming in also do require additional capacity in the future as well. But data centers, corporate headquarters, because there's so much bigger uses than typical homes, are the drivers, and large residential projects are a small driver for it. Regarding, sorry, a little under the weather today, so it's starting to, the metropolitan area. So certainly I can't speak to every metropolitan area, around, but I can tell you that, especially in the Bay Area, overhead power lines are very typical. If you go to San Jose, where I worked for many years, right, you have transmission towers going through Almaden Valley, right in people's backyards and residentials. When I was in Sunnyvale as well, we had transmission lines also going through backyards and in residential areas in PG&E easements. And as I mentioned here, in Santa Clara, we have 8.5 miles of transmission that's adjacent to residential as well. So it's not unusual at all. In some cases, it's right on the front, on the sidewalk. Some cases in the backyard. Some cases in other locations. So it's not unusual in Santa Clara, and it's not unusual in the Bay Area. And without kind of visiting every city and looking at lines, I would expect that overhead lines are pretty typical throughout the entire, in many, many, many places. Regarding de-energizing the line, so if something happened, it would be 1/10 of a second. That's how quickly the line would de-energize. Regarding the roadway width, and I don't have the exact number, so don't quote me, but it's close for this purpose. So Lafayette is about, including the sidewalk, is about 90 feet. And then, let me grab my water.
Get him some water. Or a soda.
Lafayette's about 90 feet, and then you also have the railroad corridor that's also on that street. That's about 50 feet or so, and once again, I took some quick measurements just to give you a perspective. And then when we did the measurements of the distance from the power line to the first residential, that was about 60 feet. So that gives you a perspective. And just going off my previous experience, a 4-lane arterial roadway, 90 feet is pretty typical when you have 4 lanes in each direction, sidewalking in one side, and and everything else. So that's that one. Regarding mitigation measures, so we did go through kind of what the CPUC recommends, and the CPUC recommends already implementing. I'll just go through them since the question came up. Is locating power lines closer to the center line of the corridor that we're doing, reducing conductor phase spacing, phase circuits to reduce magnetic fields, and certainly we can look at if there's anything additional. The one thing that could help is additional height, right? Because the distance, if it's higher, there's less EMF, but then that comes with higher power poles and so that's something we could look at, and certainly we can explore anything else that's out there that will help with the reduction, but we are already implementing kind of what the CPUC recommends. And lastly, we had a question about the power lines that are on the corridor. So if you look at the creek here, depending on what side you're on, there's some 60 kV transmission lines already running through here. On Lafayette, on the residential area, we don't have any current transmission, but we do have 12 kV throughout the corridor, as is pretty typical in Santa Clara to have 12 kV, right? We have to serve all the homes. On other areas of Lafayette, including areas on this project, we have transmission lines on the south, 60 kV, and then we also have 115 kV transmission already on Lafayette as well, that's overhead. So it's not unusual for us to have those power lines on that corridor. And then the last one, Mayor, that you asked was about the PG&E lines, and I probably won't get that right on in the map of the scale, but there's transmission towers that run through here. PG&E transmission towers, the steel towers, and those steel towers carry 4 115 kV transmission lines. So those are the ones I was referring to in the neighborhood as well. So if you kind of drive in the corridor, if you look at Google Earth, you can see the towers running through there. There's an easement, usually in I think front yards or backyards, depending on kind of how the neighborhood was laid out.
Can I just clarify that? We're proposing one down Lafayette Street of 115.
Yeah.
And there's 4 115s in the middle of that neighborhood?
Yeah, right somewhere through here. I'm looking at Albert to correct me. I think that's close enough. Yes, thank you. Yeah, right through there.
There's 4 of them.
Yeah, those are PG&E lines. So that's what's being referred to as Route D by the neighborhood. That's 4 existing 115 kV transmission lines.
Interesting. Okay. Thank you. Councilmember Jane.
Yeah, I was talking about the de-energizing the lines. The concern was, what if a truck hit one of these lines? Would it fall over? And then what about earthquake safety for these poles falling over? What is the impact of that?
Yeah,
can they withstand? I mean, is there enough concrete around them that they can withstand like an impact of a truck or something?
So anytime you put something on a median or adjacent to a travel way, you design it to be able to accommodate some level of impact. Sitting here right now, I can't tell you exactly what the level of impact is, but for any design that's in a travel way, it does account for impact.
Any other questions? All right, council, comments, questions, motion? No, it's already closed. We're finished. I understand, sir. Excuse me, sir, I understand. We're already finished. Thank you. Council comments, questions, motion? No. I'm sorry, sir. We already had the public presentations. I'd have to excuse me, sir. I said we already had the public presentations. I can't reopen it again. Thank you. Is there council? Somebody? Comment, question, motion? Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. Doing the math, listening to this, I lived north of the Bay Shore. I lived on Calle de Primavera. I know how loud the planes can be. I remember when the garbage trucks used to go up and down when the landfill was still there. I heard the trains. I was right there. I went back up there and drove that and walked it the other day just to remind myself exactly where it was and where I lived and where I raised my kids. We would have stayed up there, but the place we were renting got sold, and it sold very quickly, and I had to move. My biggest frustration is there wasn't a grocery store on the north side. So when I got on the Planning Commission, I made certain that there was a grocery store on the north side. And I was even told by the developer, oh, there's not enough people up there for it. And I said, just you watch. And there was. And there still is. So it's a little hard to be told I don't know what it's like up there because I did live there. So I understand that people are concerned, but I have a power pole in my backyard. It's never been an issue. I have taken college-level electrical engineering courses. I think we have to be willing to accept the data. So I will make a motion for staff's recommendation to adopt, let me look at it, adopt the negative declaration, mitigated negative declaration, and the mitigated monitoring and reporting program for a new 115 kilovolt transmission line and approve Route A, option 1.
I'll second that, but I wanted to make a comment.
Sure, so we have a motion and a second. Councilmember Jang.
Yeah, so one of the people had done this research and sent it to us, and I'm going to read from this report that was actually sent to us by one of the speakers. It says, EMF Information Western Area Power Administration. Excerpt from the report. The International Commission on Non-Ionizing Radiation Protection has established a continuous magnetic field exposure limit of 0.833 Gauss, that's 830 milligauss, and a continuous electric field exposure limit of 4.2 kilovolts per meter for members of the general public. So I think from the studies and the experts, and many of the speakers talked about that they didn't believe it was a health effect, but there was the aesthetics and the other issues that were bothering them. So I'm supporting the motion.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Comments, other council members? Vice Mayor Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. So I agree with the science. I'm not going to knock any of the science that was said here tonight. I'm going to agree with the experts. I agree that there's more exposure in your phones. I mean, we get exposed a lot by it. However, you know, in my backyard, I have a power line as well. However, it's not a towering power line, what is being proposed. So I can see all the pros and cons tonight. But when I see towers in this area for power, I think of this corridor for high capacity transit, things like that, of that nature. Councilmember Park called this a major corridor. I mean, it was the original corridor that connected us not only to northern Santa Clara, but also El Viso. But this is a pretty major boulevard connecting our city, north and south. But what I continue to hear a lack of, as most often sometimes, is a quality of life. And, you know, however, I do hear it loud and clear from our residents. One comment I heard tonight, and I think it's 100% right. Look at the audience here tonight. We have more people in this room than we do for nights where we have controversial reports, stadium finances, or even our yearly budget or priority setting sessions. I think that's a pretty big thing to have this many people come here tonight to talk about these issues. And so when I see this many people here tonight, I think about, well, quality of life. I think about we are elected by the people to represent the people. I hate to repeat our city's tagline over and over again and beat it like a dead horse, but the center of what's possible. I feel that, you know, we can find a better possibility. That's something we're thinking about. That's putting our minds together and saying, yeah, it might cost a little more, but what's more important, our residents' quality of life or time? In my short time left here on this dais, I've always stood up for residents of this city. So tonight, I'm going to continue to stand up for our residents in this city. This is not my district, but this is my city. This is my community. I drive that boulevard. I grew up on that boulevard. I remember going to the dump out there on that boulevard when it was nothing. So this is a growing community, and to put towers in there, I said it before, it's ugly, plain and simple. But I do not knock the science. I do not knock the experts. This comes down to quality of life. And again, my last moments here on this dais, I'm going to continue to stand up for residents. So I will not be supporting this motion. Thank you.
No, please stop. Thank you. Thank you very much, Vice Mayor Becker. Councilmember Watanabe?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, thank you to everybody who came and spoke tonight, and thank you to all the experts. This is very difficult because this is my district, and I know how much this district is growing, and I know the impact of having power coming into the city to be able to keep that growth alive, and also when we talk about quality of life, if we don't have enough power, that's going to impact the quality of our life. And so it's all those things that need to be taken, to me, they need to be taken into consideration. I did some preliminary search. There was a lot of talk about property values. I did some preliminary searches along Agnew and Lafayette, just to see what the property values were currently, and based on how old the houses are. And if you go down Agnew, for instance, there are power poles right in front of some of the townhomes right there between Lake Santa Clara and I believe it's Cheney Street. And they're right there, and a lot closer to these townhomes than where the power poles are going to go down on Lafayette. The value of those houses are as valuable as the houses on Lafayette Street, and they're right in front. And the houses on Lafayette Street are a lot newer than the houses on Agnew, yet the houses on Agnew have held their value despite having power poles right in front of the homes. So I've had to take that into consideration as well, because this, like I said, this is very important. However, as Councilmember Becker just talked about, this is, I've got to listen to the residents. And so as hard of a decision as this is, I am going to go with the residents, and I'm not going to be supporting the motion. Thank you.
No, please. I know, it's tempting. Thank you. Okay, I can count. I can count. I can see both sides of this for sure. We sit up here as board members running our electric utility, Silicon Valley Power. We need to grow in Santa Clara. We're growing whether we like it or not. We power Silicon Valley here. We have businesses, not just data centers. We have a lot of data centers. We also have businesses like NVIDIA and others that want to expand. We've been a business-friendly city. That's how we have, made sure that we've had money into our general fund, and we can provide good public safety and parks and streets and libraries and everything that leads to a quality of life for our residents. That's always what we're concerned about, is always the quality of life for our residents. And yeah, most of the time it takes money to do that. I know money, people in suits, is not really an evil thing. It's just that it's a business, and that's what we run up here. A city is a business. But our constituents, tell us when we're doing things right and when we're doing things wrong. And we do have to listen. But sometimes you have to take, you have to balance. And there's the balance. And, I would say that if there were no power lines in the north side, I would say this is pretty terrible. We shouldn't put any more up. But they're everywhere. They're everywhere up there. I spent a lot of time in the north side, a lot. And because I also represent the north side. And there's a lot of power lines out there. I never noticed until, recently just how many there are. There's a lot. There's a lot on the south side too, in Santa Clara, as mentioned, in Almaden and other places. In my other job, I'm a real estate professional, and I mentioned that some people will not buy a property that is anywhere near a power line for many reasons. But for the most part, others will, and that's why Santa Clara prices and values for homes have remained pretty constant and pretty high. Many people say too high. People can't afford to live in Santa Clara. So I'm not concerned about the values of the homes at all, anywhere near power lines, because it's all about location, and where the north side used to be like the stepchild of the city, it's now becoming, the jewel of Santa Clara, and everything is happening in the north side, which brings a lot of traffic and other things. So I don't mean to just go on and on. I'm hoping that maybe at some point, the votes aren't here to pass anything this evening, but maybe we could look at potential mitigation measures to do this, because if we go Route C or others, it's going to be really, really difficult for SVP. I think Director Pineda was being kind when he said maybe 5 years with the Water District. I would be shocked and surprised if it were anything like that. So, I mean, we have a business plan with our electric utility, and this will change it dramatically. So I was trying to find a way that we could make this work, because again, there's already transmission lines all the way through the neighborhoods. And if we say we're not going to put them anywhere, we're planning residential near the Route C. We're planning future high-density residential near that line. So you may think, okay, well, not in my neighborhood, but it's okay over there. But I think we may face the same thing again. So I think we're going to have to make some hard decisions if we can't get this done. So I think that there's no point in going for a vote. So City Manager, what would you recommend that we do at this point?
If there doesn't appear to be a desire to move forward with a vote based on the statements that have been made, that's essentially no action. This is a very significant decision for the future of SVP. Mayor, you just said our business plan, and so staff will go back and take a look at the business plan, all of the commitments that we've made, as well as continue analysis with the various options, including Route C. But what this means for the larger growth and expansion plans that have been planned for Silicon Valley Power that the organization has been working on for several years really calls that into question. And so I really can't give you an answer here tonight. I just know that we certainly have commitments that we've been working toward in a growth plan, and this certainly sets that back a number of years. And we may potentially have to look at the entire business plan for Silicon Valley Power.
So do we note and file this now? Should we?
Sure. I think the council should make a decision on if you want to take a formal vote, and then potentially you can continue your dialogue.
Or continue this to a future meeting?
Yeah.
I'm just.
Certainly.
Do you want me to withdraw my motion and continue it?
I think so.
Is there, yeah.
Councilmember Watanabe, you have something to say?
Yeah, no, I was just going to ask, I mean, if I could reconsider my vote. If I could reconsider my vote, Can we move this forward?
Yes.
Okay.
We haven't voted yet. so-
Okay, well, that's what I'm, okay,
You're
just want to
saying
clarify.
don't remove your motion then.
My motion stands then.
Okay,
Call the question.
All right.
I think you should do a formal vote then.
Can you reread the motion, please? Councilmember Hardy.
Yeah. The recommendation from the staff is to adopt the mitigated negative declaration and the mitigated monitoring and reporting program for a new 115 kilovolt transmission line project between the northern receiving station and the Kiefer receiving station, and approve Route A, Option 1, entirely overhead alignment.
Yes.
Oh, you haven't cast your vote yet.
Oh. Please register your vote, which everybody did. And that passes 4-1. All right, we're going to take a 15-minute break. All right, thank you, everyone, and welcome back. Thank you for allowing us to have that break. Our next item is item number 6, public hearing, actions on a rezone from PD plan development to HI heavy industrial and variance for the property located at 2201 Lafayette Street to allow reestablishment of industrial uses for a product engineering development and manufacturing business. And I will declare the public hearing open. City Manager.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. Javon Grogan, City Manager, to the Mayor, members of Council, and the public. This item that is before you is for a new business, Applied Innovation Group, that is interested in opening a business in the city at the address read 2201 Lafayette Street. The proposed rezoning from PD to heavy industrial would allow for a wider range of uses so that the business could operate at this location. As this is an existing building that was built in the 1970s with no parking, there is also a need for the City Council to consider a variance request from parking standards in the zoning code. A parking agreement with an adjacent parcel allows for some parking to be provided, but it is currently less than the city standard. The Planning Commission, through their recommended changes to the proposed site layout, added the need for an additional variance to be granted to reduce the required front landscaping should this site plan be approved. Staff will share both the staff and the Planning Commission recommendation. This is an item where the staff recommendation differs slightly from the Planning Commission recommendation. So staff will explain that and provide the various findings for both. And tonight's presentation will be provided by Rena Brio, our Acting Community and Economic Development Director. Thank you.
Is that official?
In a few days.
Oh, thank you. I'm just waiting. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mayor and City Council members. So tonight's item is a request for the City Council to consider a rezoning and a variance in order to allow expanded industrial uses to specifically allow the opening of a business, a product development and manufacturing business that would be located at 2201 Lafayette Street. The specific request in front of the City Council is a rezoning from PD to heavy industrial and a variance, as the City Manager mentioned, certainly for parking is requested, and then depending on whether the City Council supports the staff or Planning Commission recommendation, there could be an added variance required for potential landscaping. The project site is 1.5 acres in size. It's located on the east side of Lafayette Street, just south of Matthew, in an intact, very well-established industrial area of the city. The existing zoning is PD, and the general plan is heavy industrial. And the heavy industrial general plan designation allows for manufacturing, milling, warehouse, logistics. So the type of use that's proposed here is consistent with the general plan, as well as, of course, the HI zoning district, which it's being proposed to be rezoned to. So here is a street view of the building. It was built in the 1970s. And as you can see, it has some substandard frontage. And we're gonna get into some of the specifics of that frontage. It's completely all paved now. And I should mention it's 24,000 square feet in size. If we look at this particular site plan, I want to point out 3 different parcels because they were part of a rezoning back in 2005. So parcel number 2 is the site we're talking about today, which is 2201 Lafayette Street. Parcel 1 and parcel 3 are associated with an address 700 Matthews Street. And what this PD zoning did back in 2005 is give very specific use allowances for these individual buildings. So parcel 1 was allowed to have indoor recreation. That's where off-the-wall soccer was located for a number of years. And then parcel 2 was allowed to have a construction materials warehouse and retail operation. That was where Union Stone was operating. That particular business closed in 2013, and 2201 Lafayette, the property we're talking about today, has been vacant since 2013. So while this zoning was very useful back in 2005, it has been very limiting for these parcels. These sites may be familiar to you, parcels 1 and 3, because actually last year in July, the City Council approved a rezoning to do what's being asked of today, is to rezone from PD to heavy industrial. Right now, a metal fabrication business is located in parcel 1. I do want to point out that parcel 1 and parcel 2 have shared parking on parcel 3. There was a parking agreement that was entered into, and there are 10 spaces, specific spaces, that are granted to parcel 2. So what the project entails is relatively minor, just some interior tenant improvements to adapt to the change of use. There's no changes to the building footprint. There are some improvements to the frontage. Specifically, there will be a sidewalk, there'll be a planter strip, as well as a street tree. There is movement of where the parking is proposed, and I'll show you that in more detail with the site plan shortly. There's also the need to bring up the property to have trash located on its site. It's currently being stored at 700 Matthew Street, so the neighboring parcels, so have its own trash collection area. There's also bicycle racks that are going to be included. There are 15 employees that will be working here. In terms of what the rezoning is going to do, we are always interested to make sure that when we rezone a property that we're not going to make it very much out of conformance with some standards. So I just want to explain a nuance that because we recently adopted our zoning code, we still have projects that are grandfathered in for parts of the old code, and then some of the new code is in effect. That's happening with this particular parcel, where the old code is in effect for our development standards, and then the new code is in effect for the parking standards. This is a little unnecessary information, but I thought you should know it, because both the areas of nonconformance, which is about parking, and potentially landscaping, are actually the same issues in both the old and new code. So just want you to know that it doesn't really matter if it's the old code or new code, those areas of nonconformance are still relevant. The building meets the setback. It's the only setback required. If the site plan that's proposed moves forward, then also it will be adhering to the landscape requirement, which is a minimum of 10 feet in the front setback. The parking, the relevant code states that 18 parking spaces are necessary. However, the proposed site plan includes 7. So just explain a little bit about how the property operates today. So we have, as I mentioned, the front. I can never utilize this properly. Thanks. So the frontage here on Lafayette is all paved. It does include parking spaces and an ADA space. And the 10 spaces that are, this is technically parcel 3, it's in the back of the building though. These are the 10 spaces that are specifically granted from parcel 3 to parcel 2. So the proposed site plan includes a lot of improvements to the frontage, a 5-foot sidewalk, a 4-foot planter strip, a street tree, bicycle racks that would be included in the front, and then this entire landscaped area is what the front setback would be. And here we have all the parking is going to move to the back of the building. And that means that this particular site plan allows for 7 parking spaces. And the reason for that is because the ADA space, obviously you need an ADA space, gets relocated to the back of the building. ADA spaces are quite large, so they actually take up the space of 2 parking spaces, of regular parking spaces. And then here, if we were comparing the old site plan or the current site plan to the proposed site plan, here we had a couple parking spaces that are actually not ones we can count because they will be blocking the access area for trash and collection to move through the drive aisle. So that's why this particular site plan has 7 spaces. The Planning Commission talked about this project on September 11th. They were generally supportive of it. They did have concerns about trying to maximize the most amount of parking on the site, and they were also very specifically interested in wanting to have the ADA parking space in the front area. And there are some implications by keeping the front, sorry, I'm having a hard time with this pointer, the front ADA parking space where it is. It actually needs to have a circulation area that doesn't allow a parking space to back up directly onto the public right-of-way. That's actually a city standard. And because of that, to allow essentially a two-point turn out, this entire front area would need to be open for circulation and could not be landscaped. So the implication of having an ADA space here is that there is not landscaping. There's still a tree, there's still a planter strip, but also the bicycle racks would need to be located inside the building. The implication, though, is that you have a total of 9 parking spaces, the ADA parking space up front, and then you have an additional parking space because the ADA space takes up more room. So just to summarize really briefly, the Planning Commission recommendation would add 2 more parking spaces. The trade-off is that the front area would be paved and there would not be landscaping. It would still not be in conformance to that city standard and zoning code standard, and we would actually need to add some additional, an additional variance request into the variance resolution. The staff recommendation has 2 fewer parking spaces. However, the ADA space, including the ADA space, all the parking spaces would be in the back. A couple things about that. Want you to know that the ADA space in the back is in complete conformance to the building code. This was a preference item for the Planning Commission, but it is certainly in full conformance to the building code. And that of the 15 staff that will be employed here, approximately 8 of them work per shift. And some additional information that you might find helpful is that the administrative staff, so some of these 8 staff actually work remotely, and that this is a small business, so there are family members, there are friends who work together, who carpool regularly. So, you know, maybe some additional information about what the parking demand would be. The other thing about the staff recommendation is that, you know, we use opportunities like these to bring properties up to city standards. It would allow for some beautification, some additional landscaping, and then bring this property into that aspect of conforming to the zoning code. This includes a variance. I think many of you are familiar that we don't like to do variances very commonly here. This is an unusual situation. Mostly unusual because it was built as a substandard condition, so that's a very reasonable finding that could be made to support this variance. And then really there are 2 variance resolutions depending on whether or not the council wants to support staff or Planning Commission. So another variance finding could be that we are bringing this building into conformance with the front landscaping conditions if you support the staff recommendation. So with that, the staff recommendation, once again, that's the site plan that would include all the parking in the back of the building, would be 7 parking spaces and would allow for landscaping and bicycle racks in the front. That recommendation, staff would recommend that you take action to determine that the project is consistent with the Class 1 categorical exemption per Section 15301 existing facilities of the CEQA guidelines, that the council would adopt a resolution recommending the council approve the rezoning from planned development to HI, heavy industrial, for a property located at 2201 Lafayette Street, subject to findings and conditions of approval, and that the council would adopt a resolution approving variance for the reduction of parking spaces and including those required findings. So with that, I am here to answer any questions you may have.
All right, thank you for that presentation. And we have a couple of questions. Councilmember Jane.
Thank you, Rena. Is there parking on Matthew that employees could use, or has there been a parking study to see if it's all parked up and there's no space available? And then I think Planning Commission recommended an option of mechanical stacking. I guess if it became a problem, could we somehow ask for the applicant to start installing the mechanical stacking? I don't know what leeway we have here, but if there's parking on Matthew, it seems to solve the problem. Thank you.
Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. Well, I was just remembering, not only did we see parcels 1 and 3, I guess it was a while ago, I was on the Planning Commission when this first changed over to PD, so I'm remembering it completely. So I made a big note. It said, make certain I understand the difference between what Planning Commission recommended and what staff recommended, and I appreciate you doing that, because reading through the report, it wasn't completely clear. So if I understand correctly, then this is one of the places where our general plan and our zoning are not in conformance, and I'm wondering if this would help that. It sounded like it would. And I had the same question about, where would clients park, and was wondering, it looked like from the pictures I was looking at that they're on Matthew, that was a possibility. Thank you.
That's it for the questions, Rena.
Yeah. So first, Councilmember Jane, is there parking on Matthew? Yes, there is street parking on Matthew. There has not been a parking study, though. However, I am told that there are parking spaces available on street parking on Matthew. Mechanical stackers, that is something that the Planning Commission did ask the applicant to look at. They did look at that option. They can explain it a little bit more, but they did relay to staff that the mechanical stackers did not fit where they were needing to be proposed. And then Councilmember Hardy, your question was, you're asking about the PD zoning to HI zoning and bringing that into conformance with the general plan. So yes, this action will bring it into conformance with the general plan. I will just make one nuanced comment, because this is going to be a bit of an unusual situation where the council needs to take an action to bring a property into conformance with the general plan with the zoning, because the council adapted a zoning map. And now the vast majority of properties in the city are actually in conformance. The one exception to that is when we had PDs, because they were so nuanced, it was just so difficult to just give a automatic rezoning of these very specific PDs. So we will still have PDs that have areas of non-conformance. So but yes, the rezoning action will bring it into conformance. And I believe your question also, Councilmember Hardy, was, I'm missing one here. You had two. Do you remember?
It was out, clients parking there on Matthew. Is that the plan? Because it's looking like whoever's working there, for the most part, we would be using up the parking that is allowed or being proposed.
The applicants can speak to this, but my understanding is that they very rarely have clients come. This is mostly product development and manufacturing. So I think they can speak to that, and then they can speak to whether or not they would want, to retain a space for visitors or not. I would let them kind of answer that.
All right, thank you. Then it's time to hear from the applicant.
I would like to introduce John Haw, who will be representing the applicant.
Is it 10 minutes? 10 minutes. Welcome.
Good evening, mayors and city councils, and my name is John Ha. I'm the architect helping my clients, and today I have a building owner and also the business owners here. I think there's one thing that wasn't said. One more thing that I really thank you, the staff that did a very good presentation and good job. I think one thing that it was not mentioned that prior to 2005, this property was a heavy industrial zone. And then it was rezoned to PD, and now we want to rezone back to heavy industrial, and we have to go through all this process. And I really hope that you hear all this and then support our projects. Thank you.
Is that it? You have 9 minutes left. You're tired, okay, we get it. We appreciate you staying up so late for us as well. All right, so it's time to go to the public. Is there any member of the public that would like to speak on this? I think we have Linda. Linda, iPhone? Linda.
Yes.
Yes.
iPhone and yes.
Linda, iPhone.
My questions are, and I know that you can't directly answer, but my questions would be, is the moving the handicap parking, if somebody is handicapped, can they actually get in the vehicle in the back? Is there space to get the vehicle in and get the vehicle out, etc., and get the person in and get the person out? And does the person, who I assume is in a wheelchair or maybe in a wheelchair, where is the entrance to the building? So do they have to go away around to the front again? Second part question is, I believe in bikes, I use bikes a lot, but if a bike rack is on the front of a building out in the open, it's an invitation to be stolen. So I would, if a bike rack is put in, which I really like, I would like it to be somewhere that's protected in some way. Thank you.
Thank you, and we'll get those questions answered. But let me go to any other member of the public that would like to speak. Okay, seeing none. Is this the time, City Attorney, to close the public hearing?
Yes, Madam Mayor, if you've got no further public speakers, this would be an
May I have a
appropriate time to do
motion
that.
to close?
Is there a rebuttal?
No, we'll go through all that, but.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to close the public hearing. Please register your vote. And that passes 6-0. Okay, so Rena, do you answer the questions? And then if you can't answer, the applicant.
Yes.
Thank you.
So Linda's question was about the 88 parking spaces and whether or not they were of the adequate dimension for someone who may need them to be able to get in and out. And I would just say that our building official specifically looked at that parking space in the back that fully meets code, that meets those dimensions for circulation for individual, for whatever those standards may be. So that's in full compliance. And then does it mean that they need to travel further? No, I should have said that there is an entrance at the back of the building. So it's very convenient for people, whether it's an ADA space or just a regular space to enter from the back. And bicycle parking. Bicycle parking in the front. Obviously, the applicant has the prerogative for providing parking in the back if they want. Parking in the front is something that signals to people that that's a way for you to get to a location. There's actually this stretch of Lafayette, there are bicycle lanes, class 4 bicycle lane that's being installed. So it could be a good visual for people. I don't know how often someone's going to ride their bike there, but it is kind of a good design element to be located in the front. But once again, the applicant could choose, if for individuals, who work there, if they want more secure spaces, to have them available for them inside the building as well.
Thank you. So now we'll hear from the applicant. If you have any final words now.
Yeah, actually, during the planning commission, I think this is a back and forth about they want more parking. That's why we went back and redesigned it to have the handicap parking in the front. So it's easy to access to get into the front door. And because the building is so huge, we decided that, yeah, originally, actually, the first time we put all the bike inside, and then I thought about it, I say, maybe in the future, people using more bike, I design in front, and then I put it back in the back. I mean, inside the building for safety. So I think that is a small thing to, to worry about.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Sorry, I missed, Rina, one question. The residential area opposite to this thing on Lafayette, on the west side of Lafayette, De Julio and other, I remember they had complaints against people parking on their streets, basically. So as Councilmember Jane was mentioning, just in case, we are okay with 8 parking right now, just in case the applicant has more need of more parking space, let's say they hire more people, what is the terms and condition we can impose them so that they don't park into the residential area versus they have to create either mechanical parking, or what alternative do we have to control that?
So for a rezoning and a variance, we could impose a condition of approval. It's a little awkward to have a conditional condition of approval unless you were going to review the permit at a certain period of time again. So what I would say is that, this particular use, the manufacturing use, doesn't have a lot of employees and probably won't, I can't guarantee that. That is a significant distance to park further away where the residential are. This is a pretty intact industrial area, so it would be a far place to walk. So I would probably suggest not doing a condition of approval unless you were interested in wanting to have this reviewed again. It would not be typical. A rezoning is a sort of a change of the actual designation, but it's really the variance that we're considering, the fact that there's a decrease in parking. And I would just say that this building has been in operation for several years and was parked with no parking. It was actually built originally with no parking, so.
Yeah, the only reason I asked, because they had some complaints from that area, because there was a data center being built and a lot of parking spaces were taken from that residential small area. And that's right opposite to this, basically, pretty close opposite on Lafayette. So I'm taking hypothetically, in case we have that issue, can we put some conditional so that the applicant knows, in case we have something like this, what can be the options?
I think the city attorney has ideas.
Yeah, very good. Appreciate that concern in that, as you're evaluating the variance, it is in consideration of what the operational profile at this time, is. And Arena's right that the conditioning the zoning on that wouldn't make as much sense, because the zoning standard is what the parking standard is, and you don't condition zoning changes. But since you're approving a variance, you could add a condition to the variance that says if there is a material change in the operational profile, the parking requirements, could be, revisited. So it wouldn't be a hard standard because you wouldn't know exactly what the change would be, but it could be something that staff could implement in conversations with the applicant in order to come up with a standard that meets your concern.
Thank you. I would love to do that.
Can I say something about that? Because I spent a lot of time in that area when it was off-the-wall soccer. I was there all the time, and when there were those soccer matches inside, the parking was the use was tremendous. So the people would park up and down Matthew Street, and no one would think of parking in De Julio across Lafayette because you didn't want to cross Lafayette. It's busy over there. So you're not going to park across Lafayette because there's so much street parking on Matthew around this building. And if that area could take that off-the-wall soccer, which it did for years, I know there's a much less intense use in those other buildings right now. I don't think it's necessary, because park, Lafayette is busy right there. You're not going to park on DeGiulio across the street. That's just my 2 cents by spending a lot of time over there.
My only concern is in case it happens. If it doesn't, if people park on Matthews, nobody will complain, nothing coming, the condition will never be implemented. But just in case it happens, we have a tool. The city should have a tool to amend that or fix that, basically. That's the reason I'm asking for that. And I did hear those complaints. It's my district, so I had those complaints from that DeGiulio area, and that was also coming from across construction across the Lafayette.
I didn't know, because my understanding of when we've had complaints about data centers has been during their construction. I didn't know if, so it was kind of a bit of a unique moment, so.
Councilmember Hardy, sorry.
Thank you. I was trying to reconcile the alternatives and the recommendation and the way the numbers were working out, because you had 1, 2, 3, and 4. 1 was to approve, 2 was to deny, 3 was to take the planning recommendation, planning commissions, and 4 was to take staff's recommendation. So the recommendation is 1 and 4, but under the recommendations, you actually have 3 different things that you are listing. And it looks to me like the one, while you say alternatives 1 and 4, you've added determine that the project is categorically exempt under the section, let's see, 15301. So I was just trying to understand your recommendation is actually what was above in the alternatives 1 and 4, and you've renumbered them 2 and 3.
I wish I had the staff report right in front of me. I should have printed it.
I'm just trying to understand it.
It's just a weird.
Take a look.
Yeah.
Yeah. I would say, thank you. Nora's gonna save the day.
Just going to
Thank
let you look. I want to make certain I'm really clear on what staff is
What staff
recommending.
recommendation
Yeah.
is.
So staff's
1
recommendation.
and 4 plus.
You see, you have alternatives.
Yes, I see, I see. Yes. So, yeah. So the recommendation, it's awkward because the numbers up don't match.
At all.
However, that's intentional because the alternative is alternative 1, which is the rezoning, approving the rezoning, and then alternative 4, which is adopting the variance and the reduction of parking spaces. So you're only going to give a variance on parking, not on landscaping 2, which would be alternative 3. So the recommendation is for alternative 1 and for alternative 4. And then CEQA could have been an alternative, like to deny the CEQA, but it's an exemption. So it's the numbers aren't quite the same, but it does match up with the alternative. I know it's a little confusing.
So I am right that 1 and 4 were renumbered 2 and 3.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Is that a motion?
I'd love to make, well, we still, I guess, we have closed the,
Yes.
I'll make a motion for staff's recommendation for 1, 2, and 3 under the recommendation to determine the project is categorically exempt from CEQA, to adopt the resolution approving the rezone and adopt the resolution approving the variance for the parking.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion and a second, and that is staff's recommendation. Okay. City Clerk, when you're ready. Please register your vote. And that passes 6-0. Thank you very much, and thank you for your patience today. Speaking of patience, our next item, we have item number 7, action on resolutions accepting the Benton Street Bikeway Planning Study, selecting a preferred design concept, and, as appropriate, taking related actions regarding parking and curb modifications. City Manager.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor, members of council, and the public. Your last general business item tonight, staff will be presenting various design concepts for the Benton Street Bikeway Study. Benton Street is a high-priority east-west corridor identified in the city's bicycle plan with the goal of installing enhanced bike facilities. The improvements will provide multimodal access across central Santa Clara and are also part of a future priority cross-county bike corridor in the Santa Clara countywide bike plan. The study analyzed various options for bike lanes, including the removal of vehicle lanes and parking. Mike Liu, our Assistant Director of Public Works, will provide tonight's presentation and go through the background of the project, community outreach, design concepts, parking study results, as well as the traffic analysis. The study is supported through or with funding from the Santana West Settlement Agreement with the City of San Jose and has been prepared through a comprehensive community process. If the City Council selects the preferred concept or a preferred concept, there is already funding in the budget to move forward with this project and fund both design and construction. With that, I will turn the presentation over to Assistant Public Works Director, Mike Liu.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Mike Liu, Assistant Director of Public Works. Appreciate being here tonight. I know it's late, so I will move through this presentation and be ready for council discussion. So with me tonight, I do want to recognize some staff. So we have Steve Chan, our Transportation Manager here, as well as Jeff Knowles, our with Alta Planning and Design. There are transportation consultants for the project, and of course, our Director, Craig, is here as well. So I'm going to advance the slides. Okay, so this is our agenda slide, very familiar. Hopefully, you've seen this recently with the other bike studies. Similar to recent discussions, we will be providing an overall update on the goals and the schedule. We'll talk about outreach, existing traffic and parking data. Then we'll get into roadway design concepts. That'll be the bulk of our discussion. Comparison summaries of the various design concepts against traffic and parking information, community and BPAC feedback, and then staff's recommendation. So here's our overall update slide. Although it is a planning level document that we were discussing tonight, as the city manager mentioned, the project itself does have funding for design and construction if a preferred alternative is chosen tonight. And the funding does come from the Santana West Settlement Agreement with the City of San Jose. So in this schedule graphic that you can see here, we started in early 2023, various community workshops, BPAC meetings, and then we are here in fall, almost to 2025 for council consideration. As mentioned previously with the other bike studies, due to constrained right-of-way along Benton Street, we did develop several potential roadway concepts to include bike facilities. And of course, the project also includes transportation analysis. Moving to the next slide, I wanted to spend 1 minute here. So these are our project goals, and these are identified in our city's bicycle plan. So to install buffered bike lanes, Class 2B is the terminology we use on Benton Street from Dunford Way to Marianne. We'd have maps to show you in a minute here. And install a bicycle boulevard, Class 3B on Benton from Marianne to Lincoln Street. So the buffered bike lane is pretty self-explanatory. It's a bike lane, and then there's a striped buffer on the street. There's no vertical protection. The bicycle boulevard is a newer concept. It's a new concept in our bike plan, and really that's keeping the share of the road concept where a moving vehicle and a bicyclist share the same lane, although the boulevard concept introduces traffic calming features to slow traffic down. The rest is self-explanatory, but we do want to create safe streets for everybody, create additional choices, and then robust community outreach and involvement is one of the key aspects of our effort here. Here's a quick slide on outreach. Similar to our other bike studies, postcards were sent out. We set up a website, City Hall News, Inside Santa Clara, social media, street project signs with a QR code, 6 community workshops, online surveys, and also a neighborhood survey as well, pop-up events. We try to go where people congregate in order to give them information, make it convenient for them, 4 BPAC meetings, And then we also attended various other commissions here at the city. So here's the project overview map, and let me spend a little time on it. It's basically showing the corridor. Once again, we're talking about Benton Street from Dunford Way to Lincoln Street. As you can see, we have three various cross sections, or three different cross sections here in terms of the road width. This is the curb to curb dimension. So the red bracketed area, that's basically Dunford to Lawrence. It is about 60 feet wide. It's 60 feet wide, curb to curb. And I'll go through the specifics of each street as we look at the cross sections. The next section is the longest section. It's the kind of the light blue with the yellow in the middle, and that is a 64-foot wide section. 64 is a pretty common number for a lot of our streets. We've seen that with the various other bike studies that were presented to council recently. The yellow section's highlighted there as a bit different than the other blue sections because it's in front of the high school. There's a little bit of a different configuration. It's very similar, if not almost the same as what we saw on Monroe Street a couple meetings ago. And then the last section here is just past San Tomas Expressway. It is Benton Street from Marianne to Lincoln. In this section, the road narrows significantly. It goes from 64 feet as you're crossing over the expressway, as you're heading towards the east, and then it narrows down to 38-foot curb to curb. And that is a smaller section, a little bit less than a mile long. Okay, so let me jump into some collision information. This is part of our existing scenarios. We look at, as part of the initial study, we look at, what do we have in terms of collisions. So the time period here is 2017 through 2022, 122 collisions, no fatalities. We do have 2 collisions with severe injuries, 16 involved bicyclists, and then 4 involved pedestrians. I do want to mention, although not on the slide, we have some varying speed limits. So for the wider section, it's 30 miles an hour, and the 85th percentile speeds between 36 and 41 miles per hour. And then for the smaller section, or the more narrow section from Marianne to Lincoln, that's 25 miles an hour. It's a 25-mile-an-hour roadway, and the 85th percentile speeds between 33 and 34 miles per hour. Okay, so here's a map of level related to level of service. This is the city's operational metric where we look at delay and congestion. No longer a CEQA metric as we've discussed previously. For this particular corridor, we studied 36 intersections, and you can see the various colors on the map. The green dots mean it meets standard, and the red means it's substandard. Currently, in the morning AM, we have 33 that meet standard, 3 are substandard, and very similar information for the PM time period. You can kind of see the locations are along Kiley. There's one at Kiley at Benton, Kiley at Homestead, and then one at the Expressway at Homestead and Lawrence. Okay, so here's corridor parking data. I do want to preface this that this is the entire corridor. So this is the whole almost 3 miles. Here's kind of a snapshot of the parking availability, and we had collected counts over a 3-day period in April at various times of the day, but overall, Benton's showing roughly a 73% overall parking availability. It varies a little bit street per street, but these are average numbers, and then side street parking availability is 71%. Okay, so now, as I mentioned earlier, for Benton, we have several roadway widths. So this first segment is the 60-foot road width. Once again, this is from on Benton from Dunford to Lawrence. It's 0.1 miles long, so it's our shortest segment by far. Due to the width of the roadway and the current number of travel lanes, there are basically no issues in terms of adding a buffered bike lane. We do have the 2 concepts to show you, just so you can see what we're looking to do here. So here's existing conditions. It's a 60-foot right-of-way, very large travel lanes, 20 feet wide, 10-foot parking, a lot of room to do a lot of great things for bicyclists. And of course, no bike lanes along this, and there's also no center turn lane. So the current graphic here shows keeping the parking at 10, although we could lower it a little bit. Travel lanes could be 12, and then you could still have a pretty healthy buffered bike lane with a 5-foot bike lane itself and a 3-foot buffer. We can certainly play with these numbers as we move forward, but we wanted to show that there's very little impact to installing a bike facility along this corridor. I wish all streets were like this, but unfortunately that's not the case. Here's community feedback. So as part of our third round of outreach, we had a survey that was posted. People provided their input, and you can see there's roughly 84% prefer the supports related to the 2 lanes, buffered bikeway, and of course maintaining parking. Okay, so now let's move to the 64-foot section of Benton. This is from Lawrence to Marianne. It's our largest segment. So these 4 concepts here were developed over time, right? You know, staff will have its suggestions, refine it, go to the community, take feedback, update it accordingly. I'll go ahead and walk you through these. So there's 4 roadway concepts. There's existing conditions no build. So that currently has 4 vehicle lanes with parking. You'll see that in the cross sections in a minute. The next one is 2 lanes. So this removes a lane of traffic in each direction, installs buffered bike lanes, installs a center turn lane, has parking on both sides, maintains parking on both sides. The next option is 2 lanes, parking protected bike lanes, center turn lane. And then the last option is 4 lanes, buffered bike lanes, remove parking on one side. These are very similar, if not very close to what we were discussing on Monroe recently. We try to keep them consistent in order to to have some frame of reference. Okay, so here's existing conditions, no build. So you can see here, this is a different kind of view. It's isometric view, and you can see we have a 64-foot curb to curb. We have 9-foot parking on both sides of the street, 11 and 12-foot sized lanes, 2 lanes in each direction, no bike facilities, and no center turn lane. Along the high school, as I mentioned earlier, there was that yellow segment that I showed you. There is a very specific cross-section along here, along Santa Clara High, that's different than the rest of the 64-foot section. And what you have here is with the introduction of the center turn lane, there's no parking along the school side, but we do have 4 lanes of traffic. On the opposite side of the school, there's parking next to the curb, as you can see there. Okay, so this is our first concept that's different than existing. Once again, I'll repeat it. It's 2 lanes, buffered bike lanes, center turn lane, parking on both sides. You can kind of see the graphic there. With the introduction of the center turn lane, that frees up space. With the removal of the travel lane in each direction, that frees up space in order to put the bike facility, a buffered bike facility, as well as introduce a center turn lane. As we discussed last time for Monroe, this is what you kind of have along the portion of Prune Ridge that is somewhat striped like this. With the addition of the buffered bike lanes, we do introduce some driveway buffers to increase visibility, and we also narrow lanes as well. Okay, so this is right in front of the high school. This is the cross section here. So along the high school, similar to what we looked at relative to Wilcox High School for the Monroe study, along Santa Clara High School, we're looking to install with this option a protected and buffered bike lane along the high school. And obviously with this, we also remove a lane of traffic in each direction. The center turn lane stays, and then you have a buffered bike facility across the street and keep that parking that was there previously, that exists today. Okay, here's our next concept. 2 lanes, parking protected bike lanes, center turn lane. So this is the situation where you're still removing a lane of traffic in each direction. You're installing bike facilities. You're just installing a parking protected type bike facility. And just kind of to explain that one more for everybody listening, is when you move the car closer to the center of the lane, create space between that parked car and the sidewalk or the curb in order to create basically a bike area over there. This is becoming more and more popular, but as mentioned previously with other studies, there is mixed reviews on whether these are intuitive, and our BPAC did have some concern with this in terms of visibility. In this situation, driveway buffers are also important. So along the high school, very similar situation where we have the protected and buffered bike lane along Santa Clara High School, 1 lane of traffic in each direction, keep the center turn lane, and then you have parking protected on the opposite side of the street. This is a great graphic because you can see where the car on the right here. Let me see if I can get this working. Oh, okay, cool. So right here, you can see the car is moved into closer to the center of the street, and then the separated bike facility or the parking is adjacent to the curb. And then last but not least, at least for the 64-foot section, is 4 lanes, buffered bike lanes, and remove parking on one side. So this option keeps 4 lanes of traffic, installs a buffered bike facility along both sides of the street. There is no center turn lane that is added, but there is the removal of parking, and this option is the preferred alternative by the council. Staff's recommending removing parking on the south side. And then along the high school, very similar to what you saw before in terms of the protected and buffered bicycle facility along Santa Clara High. We keep the 2 lanes of traffic in each direction. We keep that center turn lane, but then we would have to remove parking on the opposite side of the street in order to install a bike facility there, and that would be a minimum 5-foot bike lane, no buffer, no protection. Okay, so here's the comparison summary, and let me walk you through this. There's a lot of information on here. So on the left side of the chart, you have the concepts, the 4 that I went over, starting with existing and then moving down the chart. And on the right, on the top, we have the various metrics that we looked at in terms of what we focused on. So speed reduction, collision reduction, parking availability, and then for the entire corridor, we looked at travel time, level of service, and annual VMT reduction. So I'll just walk through this as quickly as I can. So for the 64-foot section, under the existing condition, for speed reduction, obviously there's no speed reduction if you don't change anything with existing, but if you were to take out a lane of traffic for either the 2 lane options here, let me use I know how to use this. Let me use for the 2 lane options here, whether it's buffered or parking protected, that has potential to lower speed by 3 to 6 miles an hour. And then the 4 lane has less speed reduction potential, down to between 1 and 6 miles per hour. Related to collision reduction, we see the potential for collision reduction by removing a lane of traffic. That's basically your broadside or your side swipes of cars hitting each other as they're trying to change lanes, and very negligible reduction with the 4 lanes. Parking availability along this section, I'm kind of getting used to this. You have 74% availability on the north side, and then 79% on the south side. And then with the first 2 options with 2 lanes where we keep parking, that doesn't change. But if we were to remove parking with the 4-lane option, which is the last one on the bottom, and our recommendation was the south side, then the north side parking would decrease from 74% available to 64%. There's also side streets as well. Another focus here is travel time. So I do want to spend a minute on this because travel time is projected to increase if we take out a lane of traffic in each direction. So under existing conditions, no build. In the AM peak hour, it takes roughly a little bit over 15 minutes to go from end to end. In the AM, that's the heaviest time of the day, and that's in the westbound direction. And then in the PM, it's roughly 13 minutes, a little bit over 13 and a half minutes. So by removing a lane of traffic in each direction for the below 2 options, has the potential to increase travel time to 23 minutes or 24 minutes in the AM, and then on the PM to 21 minutes. With the 4-lane option, we don't remove a lane of traffic, so the travel time would remain the same. Next to that, you have level of service. So the level of service does not change in terms of the substandard level of service, but there are intersections that are going to experience more congestion, some additional delay. There will be diversion that occurs. So I don't want to pretend as if it's nothing's going to happen. But these are intersections that are going to see some change with the potential for a lane reduction. And then the last but not least is our annual BMT reduction. This is projection. So by installing bicycle facilities, we could potentially reduce BMT by 16,000 vehicle miles traveled. Okay, so on the community feedback, once again, the third survey, this is representative of the community's first choice voting. You can see from the bolded number, we had 45%, not a majority, but we had 45% as the highest number of public support, highest support. That's 2 lanes plus parking protected bikeway. And now I'm going to move on to the 38-foot section. This is probably our one. It's a very difficult section. Let me walk you through this. So. Okay, so this, as I mentioned earlier, this is a much narrower section of the roadway, and I do want to, note that our bike plan does call for a bike boulevard, but in the spirit of bike planning, working with the BPAC, working with the community, we did look at other options to see if we could enhance it. Right, that's part of our job. Is even though the bike plan says to do this, we will try to go a step above if we can. Right, and there are occasions where we can do that. This one. You'll see that in these options, what we're trying to accomplish there. So we have an existing conditions option, and then we have the 3 below that. So let me just walk you through those. Once again, existing conditions, 2 vehicle lanes with parking on both sides. Pretty typical residential street. The next option is a bicycle boulevard with traffic calming. Keep parking on both sides. The next option is buffered bike lanes, remove parking on both sides. And then there's bike lanes, remove parking on one side. Okay, and this is, once again, the 38-foot section from Marianne to Lincoln Street on Benton. Okay, so existing conditions, pretty typical, residential street. Once again, it's 25 miles an hour. It's a narrow section, basically 1 lane in each direction and parking on both sides. Pretty minimal lane widths. Parking's very, very decent there in terms of its dimension. So here's the bicycle boulevard with traffic calming. So we would add sharrows potentially. We would increase signage. You would maintain parking on both sides. And you would look for some type of traffic calming feature in order to calm traffic. So the goal of a bike boulevard is in situations where a jurisdiction does not want to take out a lane, does not want to take out parking, or just doesn't have space. This is one way to do it in terms of trying to encourage that sharrow mentality, but also providing incentive through traffic calming features to get drivers to take it a little bit easier as they're going down the road. The traffic calming features could vary. It could be just the sharrows, which most bicyclists don't think is enough. It could involve curb bulb outs, which I'll show you in a minute, or even up to speed humps. This option's buffered bike lanes, remove parking on both sides. So in order to install buffered bike lanes here, which is basically a 5-foot bike lane with a 3-foot buffer, the parking would need to be removed. That 8 foot of parking becomes basically 8 foot of bike lane on both, buffered bike lane on both sides of the street. And then last but not least here is bike lanes, remove parking on one side. So once again, very narrow right of way, 38 feet. We would narrow lanes down a little bit to 10 feet in each direction. We would install a 5-foot bike lane on both sides, maintain parking on one side of the roadway, and then obviously remove parking on one side. And based on parking numbers, we're looking at the north side as our recommendation. Okay, so here's our comparison summary. I do want to focus on one thing here because what's important is that for this 38-foot section, there are no lanes being proposed to remove. So it's really a parking question, or more so than the other section. And what I'd like to focus on is just this section here. So parking availability under existing conditions is 68% on the north side, 82% on the south side was available. If you keep parking, it stays the same. Obviously, if you take parking away, then we don't have a number here. But if we were to remove parking on one side, we go to roughly 64% reduction. And there are side streets as well to keep in mind. Community feedback, this was the third survey. At the time, we had roughly a 40% preference towards the buffered bike lane, remove parking on both sides. There's more to come on this piece. I just don't want to stop there. And then, so with all those cross sections, community feedback. We went to our BPAC in June. They, graciously adopted the had a motion to recommend that the council approve or accept the bike plan. And then they had their various recommendations. For the 60-foot wide section, they're recommending 2 lanes, buffered bike lanes, parking on both sides, so removal of a travel lane. Very similar to, this is basically the same recommendation they had for Monroe. For the 60-foot section, they went with the easy one, which was, there was 2 choices. I apologize, I was getting myself turned around there. Once again, the 60-foot section, we can fit bike facilities without having to impact parking or travel lanes. So that was very straightforward. The 64-foot section is where they were consistent with their approach relative to Monroe, which is for Benton Street to remove a lane of traffic in each direction and go with the 2 lanes, buffered bike lanes, center turn lane, parking on both sides. So for the 38-foot section, the BPAC ultimately had no recommendation, but it wasn't without a lot of discussion, motions that did not pass and whatnot. There was support for speed humps. During that discussion, the community came out in large to discuss the parking situation along the 38-foot section, voice their concern related to parking removals, whether it's one side or both sides. And ultimately, I believe I can sense that the BPAC understood that concern, and as a result, we're supportive of a share the road situation, a bike boulevard, but ultimately, once again, they did not have a final recommendation. They could not settle on one. So based on that, the community and BPAC feedback, in addition to the fact that the bike plan does have a recommendation for a bike boulevard, staff felt the need to conduct an additional community discussion. And this is specific to that corridor with those residents. So we conducted another meeting with we conducted an additional community meeting, invited the BPAC to attend and had mailers. And at that meeting, we discussed, the neighborhood traffic calming policy in order to try to figure out if if ultimately we are going to look at a bike boulevard, what features make sense. One of the reasons we felt it important to do that, beyond just making sure we gave those residents a specific chance to voice their concerns, because you have a 38-foot section, which is about a mile long, compared to this other section, which is longer, and so we didn't want their voices to be drowned out in the community surveys and all that. We also wanted to try to figure out if we were to do traffic calming, what would be the preference. And one of the main reasons is our traffic calming policy has very specific criteria in terms of what qualifies for what type of street and what type of support you need, and we felt the need to do that now. So we did have that meeting, and then during that meeting, once again, we explained the city's current traffic calming policy and walked through the various levels of traffic calming features. So as the council is aware, and the community heard that day, we have 3 levels of traffic calming. So we have your typical level 1. The most aggressive there is a radar speed feedback sign. It's probably the most costly. But typically for level 1, there's not a lot done other than striping, signage. You may increase enforcement, education, things of that nature. But you're typically not installing a lot of hard infrastructure. Level 2 is a step above that, and in this situation, you're installing curb extension, bulb outs. There's, sometimes you put a little median in the middle of the street in order to get people to slow down a little bit. Level 3, and what you see here is a kind of a newer concept, is typically a a speed hump. In this situation, what we were daylighting for the community is the concept of a speed cushion. So the reason we wanted to show this, and it'll become apparent in a minute, is that, as you can see, even in this picture, there's a bus there. And, if this roadway is in a corridor for emergency vehicles, typically emergency vehicles have a less easy time going over a speed hump than and especially when they're needing to get somewhere. So the speed cushion was discussed, although speed humps were discussed as well. And the speed cushion does provide a space and so that a emergency vehicle can drive over this area, and then basically their tires are within the depressed parts, basically the pavement level, and then the hump doesn't affect them as much as a normal the actual raising of the hump portion is not, it doesn't affect the emergency vehicle. Okay, so this is a chart to try to help explain some of the key criteria in the neighborhood traffic calming policy. So once again, we're talking about the 38-foot wide section of Benton. And what you have on the left is existing conditions and the three levels, 1, 2, and 3. And then moving left to right on the top, you have the 85th percentile speed, which is one of our key criteria. You have average daily traffic volume, you have roadway type, and you have whether it's an emergency route or a transit route. So under existing conditions, we have roughly a 34.7 mile per hour, 85th percentile speed, or 25 mile an hour road. We have 5,500 average daily volume. It's a 2-lane arterial roadway, meaning like in our general plan, it's designated to carry traffic, some level of traffic, even though it's just a 2-lane roadway. And it is considered an emergency route and is also a transit route as well. So for level 1, you typically don't do a lot on these types of roadways because, I mean, you can do things on these roadways and a lot of the criteria doesn't really apply. It's when you get into level 2 and 3 that it becomes more difficult. So I do want to point out that for the 85th percentile speed, we do meet that criteria, so that would qualify for level 2 or 3. For average daily traffic volume, our policy calls for it only being level 2 and 3 only being applied on roadways between 1,000 within 1,000. Sorry, roadways where the average daily traffic volume is between 1,000 and 3,500 range. This is I think the intent here, and I've seen this in other cities, is to not do speed humps on major roadways where you're trying to get traffic through. The roadway type is also notable as well because our neighborhood traffic calming policies focus on residential streets, not arterial roadways. Although one could argue this is a residential street. If you go down it, you're not going to think otherwise. Emergency route, once again, it's not allowed, and then the transit route is typically not allowed as well. We did go out to the community and ask them through a mailed survey to the residents along that corridor, which is typically what we do for traffic calming policy review, and the most preferred was the speed humps or cushions, right? Primarily because the parking removal is an issue for residents. They also pretty often mention speeding being an issue in terms of people driving too fast and not wanting to see bicyclists on the same roadway as them trying to share the road. Okay, and then with that, I'm gonna move to our staff recommendation. So our staff recommendation is, and I'll go ahead and read it. This is the first 2 slides. Number 1 is to adopt the resolution accepting the Benton Street Bikeway Planning Study. Recommendation 2B, approved roadway concepts titled 2 lanes, buffered bike lanes, parking on both sides for the 60-foot wide section of Benton Street. Recommendation 3A, approve the roadway concepts to 2 lanes, buffered bike lanes, center turn lane, parking on both sides for the 60-foot wide section of Benton. And then the second slide here is for 4B, staff's recommending approving the roadway concept bicycle boulevard with speed humps, cushions, parking on both sides for the 38-foot wide section, and for council to waive requirements in our neighborhood traffic calming policy related to daily traffic volumes, roadway type, emergency and transit routes, and then this other specific criteria in the policy in terms of getting 70% and 100% of neighborhood approval for the installation of speed humps and cushions. And last but not least is to adopt a resolution establishing no parking zones as necessary on Benton Street between Dunford Way and Lincoln Street. And this last part is really to implement buffers when we see fit to increase sight distance for bicyclists and motorists. That concludes my presentation. So, thank you. I'm available for questions.
Thank you very much. I feel like we've talked about bike lanes in the last couple of meetings for hours and hours and hours. Getting used to it now. We have questions. Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. Because I am on BPAC, I've seen this many, many times, 4 meetings. If you can just go back to the recommendation, I wanted to, thank you. I wanted to explain that we had a very lot of discussion And there was a consensus that the buffered bike lane, even though neighbors saw the word protected, we felt like they thought it was safer. But we know as cyclists that the roads are not flat like you see there, and putting someone right next to the curb and then having trouble with people parking still in that way or putting their garbage bins in there is a real problem. And a cyclist wants to have some options and to be seen. And we had a lot of discussion, and this is why we came up and made the recommendation for buffered. There was a lot of thinking about that. I will just say on the last section, if you can go to the next. The reason there is no recommendation from the BPAC is because we were told we did not have the power to recommend something that was not approved. And we did like the idea of slowing down the traffic. In fact, someone asked me specifically in the meeting, do you ride your bike on this part of Benton? I said, no, I like myself. And because the traffic, we showed from the studies that the traffic is going much faster. And this is what we heard from the neighbors as well. And we couldn't make a recommendation when it was something against what we had the power to do. And I don't remember, we talked about speed humps, but I don't remember the speed cushions. I think that came up afterwards. So that is my question. We did not have that discussion about a cushion because where we put speed humps and where there's a great example is on Briarwood. But we were told because it was a emergency corridor that we could not suggest that, and that's one reason we came up with no recommendation. But when I saw this with the cushions and that could work, if that would have been presented to BPAC, I think that might have passed. I do see one member of BPAC here as well, but we did like the idea of slowing down the traffic and still leaving the parking from Marianne to Lincoln. So I appreciate the recommendations.
Councilmember Jane?
Yeah, I too am sort of unfamiliar with the concept of speed cushions instead of the humps or bumps. I guess I wanted to understand how high are they, and are they, I guess you're saying emergency vehicle wheel widths or separations are wider so they can go through, but cars are narrower. So, okay, that wasn't clear to me. And then, is there any data on like whether speed humps or cushions cause more accidents because people get airborne or they lose control of their cars and hit the cars that are parked on the sides? I'll just say our previous director of public works was opposed to speed humps and bumps. So, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Watanabe?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm trying to wrap my head around the speed cushions also. So I was wondering if the recent improvements that were done on Bassett Street, are those, what was installed there, I was wondering if those are considered speed cushions, because I know it's a very narrow road, and I don't know if it's an emergency road, but at the same time, I know that it's very narrow. So I'm just wondering if that's like an example of a speed cushion. Thank you.
And that's it for the questions.
Great, thank you. I can try to address these. So, and then a lot of the comments were related to the cushion. So I do actually have a backup slide that I hope will help explain that a little bit more. Let me go to my backup slides. I have quite a few just in case we had questions. Okay, so here's a slide related to speed humps or cushions. So a speed cushion is similar to a speed hump in terms of its design, but it has longitudinal gaps in it. So like the speed hump itself typically goes across the roadway, so that way, when cars are driving, there's really no way to avoid the speed hump. The cushion has the openings. You can see that in this graphic here. This was done in Santa Cruz and has openings here, and it's wide enough for the wheelbase of the emergency vehicle to go over with minimal disruption to the vehicle itself. Here's an example. This is a very new concept for our Santa Clara, right? It's been done in other cities. In this particular instance, with kind of what we were looking to do with Benton, the 38-foot section, the support from the community on speed humps from the perspective of speeding, trying to reduce speeding, and the support from the BPAC in terms of wanting to try to accomplish something out here. We pursued this further with our fire department, police, and basically got their buy-off that a cushion would work for them. So that's why we're proposing it along here. It was not an option that was discussed at BPAC, so I do want to be clear about that. At the time, when we did the study and we had moved it further along, we ultimately, we did not identify the traffic calming feature, right? We were going to do that a little bit later because of the policy being a little bit more than what we thought the study was going to entail. But ultimately, with all the community feedback and the BPAC support and the desire to kind of bring this study to fruition in front of the council, we felt it pertinent and important to go to the community and ask for that feedback right now versus waiting till later. So we went ahead and did that. Ultimately, we do feel like we got their support for speed cushions. There was a question related to, and from Councilmember Watanabe, so for Briarwood, that's a speed hump. It's not a speed cushion. It's not the same type of roadway in terms of the emergency vehicles and the transit route. And then for Bassett, those are speed humps as well. So, there's a lot of literature out there in terms of speed humps and cushions. Ultimately, the speed hump's probably more effective, in my opinion, related to calming traffic because there's really nowhere to go other than over it. The speed hump does allow somebody to drive on one side and kind of go through, but the goal really is to slow people down in general. You're trying to get the motorist to not feel like I can just drive straight. You have to recognize there's signing and striping we put out there to make sure people can see it. In terms of the question related to does this increase accidents, I would hope not, and we don't see any evidence of that at this point. We haven't seen much information related to that. But if somebody decides to ignore the fact that this device is in the street to slow them down, they drive over quickly, it's very analogous to someone not paying attention to a stop sign, somebody driving fast when they're going over the speed limit, ignoring, and there could be potential for people to injure themselves, but that's really when someone's not obeying the rules of the road. Yeah, so this was an option that we thought was important because of the unique nature of Benton, right? It is a arterial, it is also the emergency route and the transit route, and those are important aspects of our transportation system in general.
Thank you. I think that's it. We have quite a few public speakers. So we're going to start with our public speakers. C. Roy first, followed by Charles, followed by Charlotte. There you go. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and esteemed council members. First of all, Council Member Hardy, you get it right on all points. Thank you so much for your wisdom and discretion. I've been a resident here on Benton Street for 1 to 2 decades. I'm an avid cyclist, century rides, local rides. I probably average 10,000 miles every decade. So I go on that street a lot. I've been involved in multiple serious accidents, actually. One of which I should really be in a wheelchair and not use my legs, but that was from cross traffic. It was in a different city, Saratoga. So it was cross traffic, somebody turning in front of me, and there was no place to go. Benton what's good about that is the bikes and the cars are going in the same direction. There's usually very little cross traffic making left or right-hand turns. And so that brings me to the point that the really dangerous aspect of taking away both parking, which I know we've been through ad nauseum, is people crossing to get to their parked cars, going perpendicular to traffic. I know I've feared for my own personal safety from serious bodily injury and potential death when I step foot out with the high-speed traffic there. So thank you for the speed cushions. I really think that is an optimal compromise and solution. So good, kudos for you on that. Just want to also say that, yeah, that would be creating a hazard to remove the parking. I don't think that's on the agenda. Also want to say that the survey, 40% saying no parking being the highest response, I think that's way off base. I don't know why that number got there, how the sampling occurred or whatever, but everybody I've talked to, my neighbors, it's a small little section of 38 foot. So that doesn't match, does not square. Also, the parking availability, 68 to 82%. I think that means that's the amount of open space availability. And during non-work hours, I would disagree with that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Charles, followed by Charlotte. Welcome.
Hello, thank you all. And thank you for the members that came up with the speed cushion, because I really feel like I wanted to say that the speed cushions are a win-win. And this is really a good example of where we had the community actually get engaged and voiced their recommendations. They came to the BPAC. We have over 300 signatures opposing taking away parking. But it's really encouraging that we could come to kind of a win-win solution if you adopt the bike boulevard. I just want to say something. Statistics, you know, there's three kinds, and if this is the average speed is actually the median or the mean, that means that a lot of people are significantly going faster than 35 miles an hour. And that's really very dangerous. And we felt that removing parking would actually make it more dangerous. It would actually go faster. So please approve the bike boulevard with the speed humps. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Charles. Charlotte, followed by Sylvester. Welcome.
Hi, good morning.
Yeah, I was waiting for someone to say that. I was waiting for the last hour.
Anyway, it's a pleasure to be here. And Councilman Hardy, I attended some of those committee meetings online, and you did an awesome job. I really appreciate keeping the parking on the short 34-foot between Marion and Lincoln, because I live over in that area, and we didn't want to have all the parking coming out over into the side streets out of on Sunset. So thank you for that. I leave it up to the people in Benton if they want the cushions. That would, you know, if that helps, I'm all for that. Overall, I would just say around Santa Clara, my only thought is I think taking away 4 lanes, I think it's going to be a real cluster during school days. It's really hard to get through there. We are Silicon Valley. Our traffic's not going to get any better. But again, I mean, I understand, you know, the bikers. I would also advise to reach out to the high school to let the students know not to drive their bikes against traffic. I see it all the time, and I find it startling, and I want to keep them safe. And then, what was my other comment? I would say also, as far as like the amount of people parking, I think that the other person mentioned the statistics seems wrong. I would agree. I would say that there are more people parking along Benton Street. Again, thank you for everything. Thank you for studies. It's been a long time. I completed all the surveys. So anyway, thanks. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlotte. Sylvester, followed by Geeta. Welcome.
Good morning, yes. Thank you for listening to us. And yes, I'm here to talk about having this, I guess, the street boulevards and reducing, and the biggest concern I have, I live on the section of Benton. I've been on Benton Street for 30 years. I've been in Santa Clara for over 60 years. And so reducing the speed is a big key for us, because it's a 38 feet wide section, and I see it every day from Los Padres to people seeing the light screen at San Tomas. They hit the gas and they're flying, and they're not going 35. I'm clocking people at 50 plus. And so whatever we can do to reduce the speed cushions, I think, are a great idea, and keeping the parking on both sides is ideal, because a lot of us have tandem driveways. So if you take the parking away and we got to pull our cars out, and we got to go around the corner to get one car so we can take another car out, and a lot of us are in our 60s and 70s and 80s on that street. I mean, it's an older neighborhood. I mean, before, I think when the original design of Benton Street was before Santa Tomas was installed. So once Santa Tomas, was built, everything became a lot faster, and it was a good thing to have it. And if there's another alternate, people could come down, up to Santa Tomas Expressway, take Santa Tomas on the trail along Santa Tomas, get on Homestead if they're trying to get over the transit. I mean, that's another alternate, but I think the speed cushions are a good way to approach. So thank you so much for hearing us, and thank you.
Thank you, Sylvester. Next is Geeta, followed by Betsy. Welcome.
Hi, good morning. Thank you, everybody. I also want to ask that you please consider the bicycle boulevard for the 38-foot section of Benton. We have a lot of senior citizens who couldn't be here at this hour of the day or night, I don't know. But we have a lot of seniors, we have a lot of disabled people, we have multi-generational families with multiple cars, mom, dad working, the kid in the college. They have to park on those very narrow parkings. This is an old part of the city. There are very narrow parking and driveways, and I really think you will have more accidents if people are constantly crossing. You're going to create havoc in the neighborhood, people get against each other, because everybody on Benton has to go now park on the side streets, and you're going to create parking wars because people are going to be upset at each other. So this is going to have a lot of negative effects on our community. And we are asking for everybody's safety. We understand, we support the bikers, we understand their need for safety, but it's also need for safety for the pedestrians. If you have a lot of people and kids and elderly all have to cross street constantly, this will endanger more people and be much worse in terms of safety. So and thank you for bringing the new concept of cushions, because it was new to all of us, but community got involved and they work very well with us, and we support them and thank them. And thank you.
Thank you, Geeta. Next, we have Betsy, followed by Charlene. Welcome.
Hello, Betsy Magus, member of the BPAC, speaking for myself. I'd like to thank the staff, the consultants, the BPAC, and Councilmember Hardy. This is not the first long night I've put into this project, and I hope you'll approve the staff recommendation. A neighbor near Scott and Homestead was asking for a carpool for her 14-year-olds to get to Santa Clara High. It's 2 miles, and there's no good reason an able 14-year-old shouldn't pedal that far, but I could not in good conscience recommend any route. Benton also connects to our train station, Wilson School, Carmichael Park, Central Park and Library, San Tomas Trail, Calabasas Trail, and the prospective Saratoga Creek Trail. A lane reduction in the section between the expressways will help to slow traffic and make it safer to bike, as well as make it safer to cross the street and reduce the effective crossing distance. From Marianne to Lincoln, we need to do something to make this a continuous corridor. I suggest keeping the parking, and it's not because anybody I know loves riding a bicycle next to parked cars. It's because we think our best chance for a safe street here is to slow down drivers. I recommend speed cushions so we don't have to share lanes with cars moving 35 miles an hour and up. Painted sharrows alone will not change the existing condition enough. I usually avoid this section, but last time I did ride there, a driver pulled into the oncoming traffic lane and passed me aggressively. Even neighbors who oppose traffic calming tend to appreciate it once it's there. Our neighborhood traffic calming policy is a city policy. We can make an exception this time. In general, it is outdated and needs an update. Thank you.
Thank you, Betsy. Charlene, followed by Jeff online. Welcome.
Thanks. Thanks to staff for doing this study and for presenting a clear presentation. I am Charlene Liu, and I'm a resident of Sunnyvale. I'm here today because I use Benton rather often to visit my parents-in-law who live here and to go to Amtrak so that I can take the train to Sacramento, as well as take Caltrain, which is at that same station. And I find Benton to be difficult to bike on. I do use it because it's the most direct route, but it is dangerous, and I don't like biking on it. It's the worst part of my commute. And we also have to consider there are two high schools on there, Wilcox and Santa Clara High School, and there are students who need to use this street too, so we need to make it safer than most streets. I would very much prefer having a through bike lane with buffers, even in this 38-foot section, and I know that there's a lot of pushback for it, but I do want to explain, even if there's a small chance for you to consider it, why it's so important. Bike boulevards California is actually transitioning away from it. Caltrans does not recommend it anymore. It doesn't recommend sharrows, which is shared lane for cars and bikes, and these bike boulevards is these shared lanes. And Caltrans recommends that they not be used on streets greater than 25 miles per hour and with volumes of over 2,000 cars a day. And Benton, being an arterial, supersedes both of these thresholds. If I were to bike on Benton, and I do, in this segment it's 1 mile long, and I would be going only 10 miles per hour, and so I'd be holding up traffic for the 6 minutes that I'm in that 1 mile. That really is not an appropriate situation for me or the students. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jeff, online. Unmute yourself. There you go.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. My name is Jeff Houston. I bike Benton once or twice a week, mostly the narrow section between Marianne and Lincoln. Please approve the staff recommendation. This will retain parking on both sides. I live just a couple blocks away from Benton between Marianne and Lincoln. It's very dangerous for bicycles. I drive that stretch about once a week. One time while driving in my car at the speed limit, a large truck sped up and illegally passed me using a lane of oncoming traffic. I share this because it's an example of the unchecked speeding that occurs and makes it dangerous for bicycles. We need to install the speed cushions to make it safer for everyone. Thank you, that is all.
Thank you. Gavin, go ahead, Gavin.
Hi. I urge that you recommend that you take staff's recommendation. Staff put a lot of work into making this compromise happen and into making a very tailored ask for council to work in and around existing ordinance. You heard earlier today a lot of residents with concerns about the health and safety of their children. We have two high schools in this road, and one of the most dangerous, sorry, it's very late. One of the largest proven dangers to children is traffic. Making these roads smaller, slower, and providing dedicated space for pedestrians and bicyclists which all children are if they're under 16, is a great way to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Gavin. Diane, go ahead, Diane. Unmute yourself. There you go.
There we go. Hi, yeah, I'm Diane Harrison. I'm a previous BPAC member, and I've been to all the meetings about this issue. First of all, I agree with everything that was recommended as far as up to Marianne. We don't want the parking protected. It just doesn't work with trash cans. But on the, I pretty much, I think the speed cushions are better than nothing, but I really would like to see bike lanes all the way through. I think it might be, sort of good for the future if people reduce the number of cars that they have. I think that every residence has at least one parking space. Most have two, many have up to four. If you have two in the garage and two in your driveway. I think that adequate parking is provided off the street.
Did we lose her? She's still talking, but I don't hear her. Diane, we see the microphone moving, but don't hear you. Ours crashed? Yeah. Our system crashed. Sorry, Diane. I don't know if you can hear us. We can't hear you. It went to sleep. Okay. Do we need a break? Okay. 10-minute break? Sorry about that, guys. I think they have to reset. Is that the issue? Motion second, passed. Okay. 10-minute break. 5? Well, you tell us when. She told me 15 if it crashed. She's talking still. Diane's still talking. Diane, if you can hear us, you may want to call back in because we crashed a little bit. Okay, we'll try for Tom now. Tom? You're muted. There you go. Tom.
Hi.
Yes.
Yes, thanks so much for the hard work. And I appreciate it. This is regarding 38 feet section. And I think the speed hump is a great idea. And also I'm a avid cyclist myself, and I commute almost daily around Benton. And I think major issue is speeding car. And also I understand that parking is very important for people living along the street. So we should keep the parking space, but provide a speed hump to reduce the automobile speed. And that's great idea. And also removing parking actually make driver drive even faster. I think that street is too narrow. So I don't think it can accommodate but dedicated bike path. So yes, I am so happy that speed hump idea is going to be possible, and thank you so much for all your effort. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Appreciate that. Diane, you're back. Second try. You're muted.
Yeah.
We're really sorry you crashed out. So go ahead and.
Where did I end? I mean, I said what I had to say. What I'm kind of curious. I said what I had to say, and I said thank you, and then it was silent, and I wasn't sure. I have no idea where
You were about a minute in, and then it crashed on us, but I could see you were still talking. So maybe the second half of your presentation.
Unfortunately, I didn't time it.
Okay. Roughly.
Okay, roughly, I support the first part completely. I would like to see bike lanes all the way through, and it's public space. It'd be best if people had fewer cars and use their existing spaces that they have to park in, rather than parking on the street. It's better for the cars as well. They don't get broken into as much. And then have the bike lanes, but the speed cushions are better than nothing. I'll take the speed cushions, and also I do live on Benton, so I bike there a lot. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane. Is there anyone else that would like to speak? Just drawing on myself. If you haven't spoken. Okay, council, any further questions for staff? Oh, yes, come please. Welcome.
Yeah, so I only have one question on recommendation number 5. So I just want to know what percentage of people are saying they don't want no parking zone.
Well, just say what you need to say and then.
So on the recommendation number 5, we're saying adopt a resolution establishing a no parking zone as necessary on Benton Street between Dunford and Lincoln Street. So I'm not sure. What does it mean, no parking zone? So we don't have to, you want to remove the parking on the both side of Benton between Dunford and Lincoln? I'm not sure about that. Number 5, recommendation number 5.
You need to finish your comments and then.
Yeah, I just want to clarify. You need some clarification on recommendation number 5. That's it.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak? Okay, staff, if you'd like to answer any questions or that you heard, you had this last question about recommendation number 5 or any other comments that came up that you wanted to address.
If I could get the presentation back up on the screen, that'd be great. Thank you. Let me go to the last question. I believe the question from this last speaker was related to recommendation 5, which is to adopt a resolution establishing no parking zones as necessary on Benton Street between Dunford Way and Lincoln. So this resolution was proposed to give the staff the authority to remove parking for the driveway buffers we were referring to earlier. So if you're along the section of Benton with the 38-foot, there's likely to not be any parking removals to that because we're not really changing the roadway other than to put in the sharrows as well as the traffic calming, the speed cushions. It's when you get to the areas where you have the buffered bike lanes that there may be some driveways where we look at sight distance and feel like we need to adjust a little bit. So it's really more like the red curbs you see on driveways.
It's just the clarification that you're not removing parking on
Right, it's not
Lincoln
entire
Street.
stretches.
Yeah,
It may be here or
that's
there.
just a good
So
clarification.
we try to keep the numbers as low as possible. So,
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you for that. All right, council, is there a motion? Councilmember Hardy?
Go ahead.
I guess it's my turn tonight. I'd like to make a recommendation. I'd like to make a motion to take the recommendation from staff for. I was just pausing because if you can go back, because it's
2 pages.
Yeah, it's 2 pages. If you can go back, I can just give the 1, 2B, which is the 2 lanes buffered bike lanes on both sides, 3A, 2 lanes buffered bike lanes, center turn lane parking on both sides, and then 4B, the approved bicycle boulevard with the speed cushions, parking on both sides to remain, and we need to waive some of our requirements for, so that a cushion could be allowed. And 5, adopt a resolution for no parking zones where necessary along that corridor. That's my motion.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilmember Hardy, second by Councilmember Jane. Any questions on that? Please register your vote. And that passes unanimously with those on the dais. Yay.
Mayor?
Yes. City Manager.
Sure, if I can really quick, I just want to thank staff and our Public Works Department for all of their work on our bike studies. When they told me that we needed to do 4 bike studies before the end of the year a couple months ago, it was quite a feat. And to deal with such complex and potentially controversial items and have them go as smoothly is just really a testament to the professionalism and the work. So thank you, Mike Liu. Thank you, Stephen Chan, and our consultant, Jeff Knowles. Thank you for all your work, and I know the community and the council really appreciates it.
And I think they've all been late at night, too, if I remember correctly. About 12 hours of this, so thank you so much. You really put it, the city manager said it very well, but you made it really easy for us to understand, and you displayed it well for our community. Thank you. And thank you, all of you, for staying so late. We appreciate it. So, all right, very good. Okay, next we have reports of members, special committees, and council member 030 requests. Vice Mayor Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. I will make this very quick. First, I want to say congratulations to Kelly Cox on being elected to Santa Clara City Council for District 6. I commend her on her race and her campaign. I have reached out to her for any support that she may need, including helping with the transition, some issues that I have pending that might need some follow-through. But I also want to say thank you, congratulations to Council-elect Albert Gonzalez, who just left. But again, I look forward to the leadership of Council Member-elect Cox in District 6 and in the city of Santa Clara. So again, thank you and congratulations.
Thank you. Okay. Next, we have City Manager Executive Director Report. Report from the City Manager on the request to provide information regarding state of the city. Oh, we get a front view here.
Sure. I know it's late, but I do have a brief report that I will provide to the City Council. So, Javon Grogan, City Manager, I have a report on a request that was made at your very last regular meeting. So let's go through that. At your October 22nd City Council meeting, Councilmember Kevin Park requested that the city conduct an investigation of Mayor Lisa Gilmore for councilmatic interference for unilaterally canceling the 2024 State of the City address without input for the City Council. As you may remember, that request came to the City Council that night. Verbally, it was inappropriate, 030 from the council member. But prior to making any decision, I did recommend that the City Council first receive information from staff on what occurred, and I committed to bring that information back at your very next regular meeting tonight. And so I'm here to provide that information, and then the City Council may take a action on that 030 request. And so I committed to provide a verbal report, but staff did an excellent job, and they provided you with a written report as well. And so that's in your packet. A little bit about the State of the City address. So Santa Clara, like many cities, provides an annual State of the City address delivered by the mayor. The event here has historically been hosted either by the city or by another organization. The event has been held at different times of the year, sometimes in February, sometimes in October, sometimes in September. as the staff report details. Staff, when it is a city event, provides staff support in planning, logistics, and general outreach, as well as promotion in collaboration with the mayor. And I think many of you know that State of the City speech is really a ceremonial item that is provided annually by the mayor. So just want to go through, and we had staff research how the State of the City has been conducted for the last 10 years. And so, as stated before, it's really happened in a number of different ways. So I'll run through this really quick. I know it's in your staff report. But in 2014, there was no physical location for the State of the City. At that time, Mayor Jamie Matthews presented the State of the City address in a video format with no formal event. The very next year, in 2015, the State of the City was held at the Santa Clara Convention Center. It was called Outlook 2015. Focus on Santa Clara was hosted by Santa Clara, the Silicon Valley Chamber of Commerce, and the Convention and Visitors Bureau. So our Chamber of Commerce, I'm sorry, not the city, it was hosted by the Chamber and the Convention and Visitors Bureau. And it included a State of the City address by the mayor at that time, Jamie Matthews. Next, in 2016, there was no physical location. The mayor at the time, again, Jamie Matthews, presented the State of the City in 5 separate video segments focusing on different themes with no formal event. In 2017, the State of the City was held at the Santa Clara Convention Center. It was Outlook 2017, a focus on Santa Clara, again, hosted by the Chamber and the Convention and Visitors Bureau. That included a State of the City address by Vice Mayor Dominic Caserta, and Mayor Lisa Gilmore did not attend that year. Next, in 2018, the State of the City was changed again, and it was held in 4 different locations. So at one event held at the Teen Center, one at the Community Recreation Center, one at School Don Calajan, and one at our Senior Center. The 4 State of the City events included a State of the City address from then Mayor Lisa Gilmore, and the city manager at that time presented a budget overview and major initiatives, and those events were live streamed. Next, in 2019, again, 4 locations, Central Park Library, different locations, Central Park Library, North Branch Library, Mission Branch Library, Santa Clara Senior Center. Mayor Lisa Gilmore presented the State of the City address, and the mayor, or the city manager at that time, presented an overview of the budget and key milestones. This was the first year that Mayor Gilmore introduced the concept of citywide and district awards. Awards were issued to one individual on a citywide basis, as well as one citywide organizational award and various district award recipients, and those events were live streamed. Next, in 2020, there were 3 separate events. We hit COVID. Virtual and a hybrid town hall. Mayor Lisa Gilmore presented the State of the City. The city manager at that time provided an overview of the city, and the city clerk served as the moderator during the Q&A. 2 council districts were represented during each session, and awards were given. COVID-19 Community Hero Awards were given in council districts and citywide. Next, in 2021, there was no physical location. Mayor Lisa Gilmore presented the State of the City address via a video recognizing council districts and providing COVID-19 Hero of the Year awards and a citywide COVID-19 Hero of the Year award. Next, in 2022, the location was at the Community Recreation Center. Mayor Gilmore presented the State of the City address, and there were citywide and district awardees were presented with awards at the event, and videos were shown of the council member and their award recipient. And just last year, the location changed again, and it was held at the Mission City Performing Arts Center in similar format as in 22. Mayor Gilmore presented the State of the City address. Awards, both citywide and district, were provided, and there were videos at that time. So a little note on what occurred this year. So in normal course, staff began discussions regarding the State of the City, planning regarding a potential date, a location and the overall program. Staff typically does some pre-work. Staff then communicated with the mayor to set up a meeting to discuss how the mayor intended to or thought about doing the state of the city this year and to discuss the details. At that time, a tentative plan was selected to hold it again at the Mission City Performing Arts Center, and a potential date of September 18th was selected. Staff then placed holds on council member calendars, which is how council members initially found out about that potential hold date for September 18th. In July of this year, so the very next month, staff followed up with the mayor to confirm the program details, including the outline for the state of the city address and performers. And then later that month, Mayor Gilmore informed staff that she was considering a change in venue and potentially organizing and potentially partnering with an organization to host State of the City as it had been done in the past. And so with that knowledge, staff then removed the hold on council member calendars for September 18th at the Mission City Performing Arts Center. Note when the Outlook calendar appointment was removed, the system automatically included a cancellation of the event when sending the email notification. So it wasn't that the event was canceled, the invite was canceled. Important note there. At that time, when the Outlook calendar invite was removed, no information was provided on rescheduling. Therefore, staff did not place another hold. Since the removal of the hold on council calendars, staff has not had subsequent conversations with the mayor on exactly when the State of the City would be held. And so that really concludes the presentation. What I would say is staff undertook their normal process in working with the mayor as has been done in the past and as I'm familiar with occurs in other cities to plan the State of the City address. And when the mayor mentioned that she wanted to hold the event in a different format, staff did not see that to be distinctly different from what happened in prior years and was supporting the mayor in that ceremonial role of providing a State of the City address. So with that, that provides an overview from staff. Know that I did talk with the individual staff members that were a part of the planning efforts and wanted to provide you with all the information that I just did. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that synopsis of what's happened in the last 10 years. Yeah, it's changed a lot. I just have to say it was a very busy time, and I can just tell the council to stay tuned because I'm looking to do a State of the City with little to no city resources and little to no taxpayer dollars. So I'm working on that now, that it's a less busy time, and I'll be coming up with something soon. Does this take action? Okay.
Yeah, no actions required, Madam Mayor.
All right. Well, thank you. Okay, we have, that leads us to our adjournment, and we do have an adjournment this evening. I would like to ask that the City Council please adjourn the November 12th meeting in memory of Michael DeYoung. Michael DeYoung passed away on October 12th, 2024. Mike was born in Rochester, New York on July 16th, 1951, to Charles and Joan DeYoung. He graduated from Olympia High School with a Regents diploma. Mike was an Eagle Scout, motorcycle enthusiast, avid camper, and known by his worn smile. The great music lover, Michael attended Woodstock in 1969, earning hippie status in the eyes of his son, Charles. Mike studied business and field service management at Monroe Community College, where he was student body president. A longtime Kodak employee, Mike relocated to the San Francisco Bay Area in 1979 Never actually retiring, he enjoyed a successful career in materials management and logistics and planning. He worked with local and international organizations, most recently Thermo Fisher Scientific. Mike beat cancer twice, survived 2 open heart surgeries, and for the last 3.5 years, he had a left ventricular assist device installed in his heart. He was truly a bionic man. He was a Santa Clara Historical Landmarks Commissioner, active volunteer with Santa Clara Sister Cities and Santa Clara Schools Foundation, and served as president of the PTA. Mike is survived by his wife of 40 years, Elise Day DeYoung, son Charles DeYoung and Daniel DeYoung, siblings Craig DeYoung, Linda DeYoung Baglioni, Todd DeYoung, and Lorraine DeTay, sister-in-law Elaine Day Dubois, beloved nieces and nephews, and kittens Phoebe and Buffy. May I please ask for a motion to adjourn in Mike's honor?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and second. City Clerk, please register your vote. And that passes with those present, 6-0. This meeting is adjourned. Thank you all.